Chapter 301 Transaction. Qin-Ning completed the reception procedures that Gu had arranged. The two of them came to Qin-Ming's research institute together. There is a special reception room here. It didn't take long in total. After all, Gu's visit was not a business visit, but more of a personal one. Plus, Qin-Ning really had no experience in hosting people, so he kept everything simple. As soon as you enter the reception room, without waiting for Qin-Ning to make him tea or anything, Gu placed the suitcase he had been carrying on the table. Look, this is what you want. He opened the suitcase. There were 2 miniature life support tanks wrapped in black sponges placed in the suitcase. Through a piece of transparent material on the surface of the life support tank, you can see that there is a pure white artificial spiritual nerve about 10 centimeters long and as thick as a little finger in each of the 2 life support tanks. In addition to the spiritual nerve awakening device, there was also a square instrument in the suitcase. This should be the device that Gu mentioned before for detecting the spiritual properties of psychics. After the psychic has detected the results, this instrument can select suitable psychic materials based on the psychic's own psychic properties to create suitable weapons or other things. Qin-Ming still needs this very much. After all, he has come into contact with so many psychic objects of different types and properties, but he still has not found something that is completely suitable for him. Gu took out 2 life-sustaining tanks from the box and placed them steadily on the coffee table. At the same time, he pointed to a place with a bunch of small words written on the side of the tank and said, "The instructions are right here. If you want to take out the Qi-Ling nerve temporarily, remember to put it back at the end. If you leave it outside, the Qi-Ling nerve will die. Also, this small jar is equipped with a filtration device. You just need to regularly replace it with the universal nutrient solution that you can easily buy outside. Using this method to preserve it for 10 days or half a month is not a problem. If you want to preserve it for longer, you have to use special nutrient solution. I think there should be some records in the branch office. You can definitely get them if you think of a way. If you have any other questions, just call me." Good. Qin-Ming picked up a storage tank, held it in front of him, and examined it carefully. The awakening nerve in the life support tank was the same as the one that Hui had wanted to use on him. It was thick and fat, with some nerve forks at the tip, and looked like a big white worm. However, what Gu gave him now was obviously more docile than the spiritual awakening nerve that Hui wanted to use on him before. Hui's spiritual nerve looked like it was going to eat up his spiritual nerve. It must have been specially bred and is very vigorous. In other words, if Qin-Ning wanted to use the awakening nerves given by Gu to try to extract the awakening nerves of several psychics he captured, they should also undergo a certain level of cultivation. Come to think of it, I remember when I was with Hui, the device they used to store spiritual awakening nerves was different from this one. Gu, who was taking another instrument out of the box, asked back, "What are they like?" "It's a green and black cylindrical object, like a medicine bottle, with a slight curve, just the right size to hold in your hand." "Oh, I have the impression that this kind of thing is left behind by a civilization that has been destroyed. This jar of ours is a replica of the original." "I see," Qin-Ming responded casually, while chatting with Gu about what he had seen and heard from Hui. He continued to probe his mental power thoroughly into the life support tank, carefully sensing the status of the 2 spiritual nerves in the tank. After a while, he put the tank back into the box. He didn't plan to move these 2 spiritual nerves for the time being. He planned to keep it for the 2 psychic captives he would capture later, although he could completely absorb these 2 spiritual nerves. But just now, he discovered a problem in his perception. His mental strength is currently at a special critical point. This is because his mental strength has grown to its current limit. Another reason is that, after his mental power reached its limit, it came into contact with the scarlet dimension, which refined his mental power. The absorption of other ordinary spiritual nerves would instead cause his mental power state to deteriorate. It was as if the growth of his mental power was like filling a big hole with soil. There was soil everywhere, as well as various spiritual stones and auxiliary tools to assist in the training of spiritual power. And the boat spirit was the shovel used by Qin-Ming to fill the soil. Originally, I filled the soil 1 shovel at a time and compacted it 1 shovel at a time, which was pretty good. Occasionally, Qin-Ming could get a large piece of compacted soil from other people that was similar to the soil he used to fill the pit and throw it directly into his own pit, thereby absorbing the spiritual awakening nerves. But just as he came into contact with the scarlet dimension, the scarlet dimension rolled over the hole he had filled like a steamroller, pressing the seemingly solid hole that he had filled with manpower down several dozen centimeters. The roller master left a business card and asked Qinming to call him if he needed anything. He even taught Qinming how to use a shovel to compact the soil to the same degree as if it had been rolled over by a steamroller. So at this time, the soil packed by others was different from the compacted soil by Qinming. These packaged soils can no longer be easily transformed into his soil. So even if he absorbs the spiritual awakening nerves now, the spiritual awakening nerves cannot help him break through his current limits. Of course, this is not the key point. The key point is that the roller master, that is, the Scarlet Dimension, taught Qinming not only how to compact the soil, but also taught Qinming more. Qinming's mental strength has long exceeded the normal limit. His earth pit had long been filled up, even overflowing a lot from the surface. But he just couldn't find the place to go to the next pit to fill. It stands to reason that there is no problem with quantitative change leading to qualitative change, because Qinming had been making progress by relying on the pure growth of his mental power. But things are very different now. Qinming felt that what he needed now was not the quantity or quality of mental power. His quantity has exceeded the level that can undergo qualitative change, and the quality has become strong enough after being pressed by the steamroller. But he didn't break through that limit, and he still missed an opportunity. Therefore, although absorbing the spiritual awakening nerves is still useful to a certain extent, it is of little significance at least for now. Just put the spiritual awakening nerve aside for now. He Gu saw Qinming put the chilling nerve back into the suitcase and confirmed. How is the stuff? Qinming responded, very good. I have everything ready. The most important thing in this transaction between him and He Gu was these 2 spiritual awakening nerves. And the remaining testing equipment and 3,000 contribution points were just extras. As long as we get the main things. Qinming must also pay for the goods. Qinming's spiritual power was activated, clearing out an area in the reception room. He waved his hand and transformed the metal liquid that appeared from the void into a whole piece of psychic metal material. It is square, and its volume is less than 1 meter. The moment this piece of psychic metal fell to the ground, the whole room felt as if it was sinking slightly. Oh! He Gu usually looks like a very steady person, but after seeing such a large piece of psychic metal, he could hardly suppress his emotions. He fiddled with the psychic metal as if he had seen some treasure. After stroking this precious gem for a while, He Gu turned to Qinming and asked, is this Baiyun steel? Yes. Such a large piece of psychic metal was all made by Yin Xiong. And because of the way Yin Xiong realizes his own psychic power, the physical properties of the psychic metal he produces will be the same as the properties of the metal he absorbs. Therefore, Qinming usually would not give Yin Xiong ordinary steel. Ordinary psychic metals and psychic metals made of high-grade or special materials are on different levels. So what Qinming finally chose to let Yin Xiong absorb in large quantities was Baiyun steel. The reason why other metal materials were not chosen is very simple. His Afterglow fleet was about to begin its 3rd jump on its journey to explore foreign countries. During the exploration of the surrounding galaxies in the first 2 jumps, the Yue people found many places of certain value, such as mining sites for various basic, advanced, and even special ores. These places have been built into development bases under brilliant planning, and easily mined minerals are collected from them, which are then continuously transported to the fleet in front thanks to the special characteristics of Qinming's spiritual power. Metal ores like Baiyun steel, which are usually located in the mountainous areas of a planet and often have large veins exposed on the surface, are the best source of high-grade metals for Qinming. Baiyun steel's output will only increase, not decrease. Even all other high-grade minerals combined might not be as much as the Baiyun steel that Qinming has on hand. No wonder the value of Baiyun steel is so much lower than other high-grade metals. This high-grade metal is too easy to mine, but difficult to use and difficult to make into cost-effective alloy materials. That's why this situation happened. Although a large part of these surface and shallow white cloud steels mined from various planets will be used to expand Qinming's own mechanical clan, but there is still a lot left, so there is no problem feeding it to Yin Xiong. As for more advanced metals, although they are available, they can indeed be fed to Yin Xiong to make more advanced psychic metals. But Qinming felt that, after he sold this large piece of Baiyun steel psychic metal to the Psychic Research Institute of the 14th Legion, he could slow down a bit and wait for the right price. He Gu stared at the large piece of Baiyun steel spiritual metal for a long time, and finally looked away reluctantly. Qinming asked properly, do I need me to help you out of it? It's troublesome. Qinming activated his psychic power again, and transformed a whole piece of Baiyun steel psychic alloy into liquid metal, which flowed out of the laboratory, and was sent to the shuttle that carried He Gu to his dome. After confirming that it was not overloaded, Qinming took photos of the shuttle, and showed them to He Gu. A few minutes later, Gu was quite satisfied with the way he adjusted the instrument for detecting the properties of psychic energy for Qinming, and handed it to Qinming. Input mental energy into the instrument. Record your spiritual energy fluctuations. Inject a small amount of blood. And start the device. There should be results in 5 minutes. The device is not connected to the internet. The chip inside has recorded all the psionic properties recorded in the Imperial database so far for retrieval. Once activated, you will be able to see the nature of your psychic powers. The results should come out quickly. Then I'll step aside for now. Gu got up and prepared to leave the guest room temporarily. But before leaving the reception room, he suddenly turned around, pointed at the instrument in Qinming's hand and said, "You can press the buttons next to it in order to destroy the data recorded inside. Or simply destroy it physically." Qinming nodded. After Gu left, he pressed the start button on the instrument. Another wave of psychic energy immediately flowed out from the instrument and wrapped around Qinming along with the mental power and psychic energy left behind. Only 2 or 3 lines of text appeared on the instrument's display screen. The first line is the psychic properties that match Qinming's compatibility. The following lines are the locations of materials or equipment with such properties that the instrument searched for in the database of this instrument chip based on the psychic properties that match Qinming. Simply put, it is a database that will inform users where there is a recorded and can be obtained. Qinming was just about to take a closer look, but at the next moment, the text on the display changed, and it became a new spiritual nature. Before Qinming could react, he saw that the display screen had changed again, and it continues. The results shown on the screen kept changing, with each result appearing for no more than half a second, as if it couldn't be stopped at all. Is it because he hasn't found a psychic nature that matches him? That's not right. Qinming waited for another 2 minutes in confusion, but the situation did not change. The content on the display screen was still changing, and did not provide Qinming with a reasonable result at all. Qinming had no choice but to open the door of the reception room. Gu, who was looking down at the terminal, immediately turned around and asked, "Is it done?" Gu's question was just for show. He really didn't expect Qinming couldn't do it well. "What's wrong?" Qinming handed the instrument back and said, "Take a look." Gu took it and frowned as he looked at the words jumping on it. Qinming asked, "Is it because the instrument has not found a spiritual energy property that is compatible with me?" "Probably not." Gu denied Qinming's idea and said, "Because when the database was not perfect before, there were still many undiscovered suitable psychic properties when detecting psychic properties. Therefore, there will be prompts when this situation occurs. Generally, the approximate multiple properties will be displayed together to facilitate comparison and speculation. Even if there is nothing like this, it shouldn't be jumping around like this. In this case, could it be that the equipment is broken?" In the silence, Qinming suddenly had a feeling that the instrument was not broken, but that the problem was with him. It should be just as he had guessed before. How could he, as a psychic entity and a chaotic being, possess an adaptive psychic nature? And if you think about it carefully, since there are one or several psychic materials with good compatibility for psychics, it is also normal to have psychic materials with poor compatibility. But Qinming has exposed to so many different nature of spiritual energy related things, as if there is really no performance that has obvious phase difference with him. This seems to explain the problem to a certain extent, although Qinming also suspected that it might be a problem with the prosthesis. But the mental power stored in the device is his. The psychic energy fluctuations are his. And the blood is exactly the same as his. Not to mention his genes. So he ruled out the possibility that the prosthesis was the cause of the instrument problem. In this case, Qinming feels that he can see which spirit can fluctuate and use it. And there is no need to consider the problem of phase nature. If you really want to find a suitable compatibility, maybe you can find it in the Scarlet Dimension. Of course, this is just Qinming's guess. His use of the Scarlet Dimension is to transmit other things by closing his senses. He can only enter the Scarlet Dimension for half a second while retaining his own consciousness. Whatever he wants to do in the Scarlet Dimension is definitely not something he can do now. Just think about it. In Qinming's silence, Gu reached out and used the universal recovery method for electronic devices on the instrument, which was to tap it a few times. But this method obviously didn't work, and the instrument's display screen kept jumping between various results. "The instrument may be broken," Gu said. "I took it out from the warehouse. Those instruments and equipment may have been produced for several years and may have been damaged. I will notify them to prepare another one for you and have someone prepare a compensation for the damaged equipment." "Compensation?" The kind that pays 10 times the price for fakes? Ha ha. Higu laughed awkwardly and said, I don't think so. But I can give it to you. Although he knew that the problem might not be with the instrument. Qin was reluctant to tell the truth. So he silently accepted the benefit. 3,000 contribution points had already been credited to the account before. Although there were some minor incidents in this transaction. The main transaction has been completed. It doesn't matter even if no results are obtained later. Anyway, he already had the answer in his heart. The two did not dwell on the instrument for too long. After Higu handed the instrument to Qin and Qin turned it into a piece of scrap metal in front of Higu. The two ended the formal topic and talked about their own things. Although Higu and Qin have not known each other for very long. They have not met very many times. But both of them are researchers in a certain technical field and have many common topics in research. There will always be something to talk about. After a few small talk, Higu suddenly asked Qin, do you have any plans next? Planning? Of course Qin has a plan. After the matter in Kamo Star Domain was concluded, he needed to quickly familiarize himself with the effect of his psychic powers being strengthened by the power of the Scarlet Dimension. Thoroughly digest the unique knowledge, and enhance his abilities. He never had any sense of crisis before. But ever since he learned about the level classification of psychics, and he was still at level 5, this sense of crisis arose. Especially after Whooping tried to launch a sneak attack on Hui. After discovering the psychic gap between level 5 psychics and level 6 psychics, it is impossible for Qin mentality not to change slightly. Although sneak attacks can make up for the gap between psychics to a certain extent, and even give Qin a certain chance to kill Hui, he cannot always have the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He didn't want someone to come and cause trouble for him one day, and he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. It was impossible for him to completely get rid of the Empire. So if he doesn't make some preparations, this day will come sooner or later. He needs to digest the power obtained from the Scarlet Dimension as quickly as possible, improve himself, and prepare for the next contact with the Scarlet Dimension. Anyway, Master Steamroller, the Scarlet Dimension has left him a name tag. And the closed crack in his consciousness space is the key to the Scarlet Dimension. Since he can't hide or avoid it, he'd better take the initiative to contact it. At least this way, he is doing things on his own initiative rather than being forced to do them. Prepared action is always better than unprepared and hasty response. What's more, contact with the Scarlet Dimension is not without benefits. Everything in the Scarlet Dimension is made up of knowledge. The longer he can stay in the Scarlet Dimension, the more power he can gain. Moreover, he had been stuck at the limit of controlling 9 cruisers at the same time for a long time. It is extremely important to continue to break through. Qin could feel that when he broke through to the point where he could control 10 cruisers at the same time, that would be the moment when his psychic power would make another huge progress. Even if he couldn't make further breakthroughs, he had to at least be able to recall the entire Afterglow fleet at any time. In this way, he will be able to get a share of the spoils in the war between the mechanical race. And in the process of digesting knowledge and becoming stronger, what Qin has to do in the 14th Legion's fake body is to continue studying the various special devices provided by the Legion. The research progress of the catalytic core was slower than he had expected. But the gains from the catalytic core and the value of the catalytic core itself were also greater than he had imagined. Besides research, I have to continue attending classes. His psychic powers have been improving, and his thinking speed has been increasing. His learning efficiency is also getting higher and higher. His current learning speed has undergone a drastic change compared to the speed when he first started learning with Bai Quan. Even Chung Xinghai mentioned this when he was teaching Qin, saying that Qin needed to increase his learning workload every day. Qin didn't mind. After all, this knowledge of military command could help him gain an advantage in the war. In addition, Qin estimated that there would be another reconnaissance mission in the near future, which would allow Qin to personally control the spacecraft and get in close contact with the mechanical race. Bai Quan should not go back on his word as he promised before. And Qin other prosthesis is in whooping. You have to cooperate with the president's side to do things. After the president has done it, you can go to Odin. The Odin star field is closer to Galak than Benia, and it is even less likely to be separated from the next mechanical war. Qin needs to let Whooping integrate into Odin as soon as possible. Get familiar with Odin as soon as possible, and find a suitable excuse for Whooping to participate in the war of the mechanical race. As I said before, Whooping can help Qin do many things that he is not able to do himself. As for the main body, planning for development is still planning for development. Learning about spacecraft is still learning about spacecraft. His current study of cruisers is almost coming to an end. If Qinming is given another month or so, he will be able to thoroughly master the basic knowledge about cruiser design and modification. At that time, you can choose whether to follow Chao Fan to further learn more advanced battleship technology, or to conduct horizontal research on cruiser technology. In addition to these, there are two important things on the main body side. One was that he planned to take the 2 Qiling nerves he had just obtained, as well as the Qiling nerve extractor stored by Yu Hui, and secretly take the Qiling nerve cultivation technology from Yu Hui to conduct Qiling nerve extraction experiments. Another thing is that the queen insect has to start migrating. The mechanical race that had been on the same planet as the queen of insects had been taken away by Qinming, and they had found a new planet farther away from the Empire, and closer to the afterglow to be stationed on. But the migration of the queen insect is very troublesome, because the queen of worms has turned almost the entire planet into a hive. Of course, it only appears that way. In fact, except for the place where the queen worm built her nest at the beginning, only a part close to the surface has become a worm nest. The entire planet is not hollowed out, but it is also outrageous enough. Such a large number makes it difficult for the Zerd to migrate and avoid the Empire's troops that are waging war against the Mechanids. That's why Qinming fed the Queen of Zerd a defender some time ago. I want the Queen of Insects to evolve into a cruiser-class biological battleship. And now the Queen's evolution is nearing its end. It's almost there. Now the only key thing left is the jump engine. Although Qinming had said to Nyo Xian before that the Queen had already figured out the jump engine. But in fact, the transition ability he used was the Ultra Space Channel transition he developed by himself. Only after the Queen of Insects is dealt with can the real biomass jump engine be applied to Enwupiing. Only then will Enwupiing's own abilities be greatly improved. To be honest, this pseudo is strong and strong. This even made Qinming think of making similar changes to himself. Of course, it is still in the imagination stage. Enwupiing was able to do this because the Queen of Insects could create a bunch of prostheses similar to Qinming for experiments. He must be cautious with such behavior. He has to operate on 3 fronts, which is a bit of a headache just thinking about it. But it's not a big problem. Problems are meant to be solved. This is not the first or second time he has had a headache. Every time, he solved the problem. Chapter 302 News. Qinming already had a complete plan in his mind at this time. Of course, planning is plan to plan. And the idea is to think about the idea. He always tells Higu that he can't shake everything. So when faced with Higu's question about his plans, Qinming's answer was quite implicit. Now I still have to wait. Won't we have to go to war soon? I have a lot of ideas that I want to realize during the war. You mean you're more free these days? Right? What should be done? Such as the research tasks of my side? And exercising spiritual strength or something. Higu felt a little strange. According to common sense, no matter whether it is an independent research institute or a research institute affiliated with a certain powerful organization, the research tasks assigned often have very loose research deadlines, especially for Qinming's research institute. After all, Qinming is a very special person. In addition, some of the tasks assigned to Qinming have even been handled by their headquarters Psychic Research Institute. He is even more aware that there is no time limit on Qinming at all. Sometimes it is even normal to deliberately delay the progress of research and defraud some funds. Qinming's main job is a psychic, not a research institute. So research matters should not have much impact on Qinming. For psychics, training their mental strength and psychic effects is something they have to do on a daily basis. Even for psychics who have undergone systematic training, daily meditation does not take up much time. Some psychics can go through the daily meditation process while sleeping. For a psychic like Qinming who came from a society, training should just be about exhausting his mental energy, not to mention the time it takes. So Higu thought about it, and translated Qinming's words into that he was indeed very idle, and could only exercise his mental strength or something. He continued to say according to Qinming's idleness, "Have you ever heard that the Empire is recently recruited?" Higu said that he was recruiting people. But Qinming immediately thought of the content of the conversation between the psychic of the association, and who he heard from in Enwupiing yesterday. "I've heard of that. Looking for psychics to fight in wars. Right? Yes. This is actually a signal. The Empire should take action regarding psychers soon." Higu looked like he was going to tell Qinming some gossip. And Qinming cooperated and asked, "What action?" As a result, Higu spread his hands as if he didn't know either, and said, "At present, we only know that there will be action. But we are not sure what kind of action it will be. But it's not a bad thing after all. But I heard that the actions of the Empire need to be involved in a larger number of spiritual capabilities. The more the better. The more we contribute, the better it will be for us psychics as a whole. Seeing Chenming frowned, Gu said with understanding, "It sounds strange. But if the information I have is correct, it is indeed the case. So do you want me to participate as well? I have had this idea in the first place, and I have been cooperating with the research of the mechanical clan. Or do you want me to go to the front line?" Before, Chenming heard that the Empire was going to form a special team around the recruited spirituals. So he asked so. However, Gu immediately denied it. That's not the case. There are always psychics who can play a greater role in the rear than in the front. The contribution made by psychics in the war of the mechanical race is not just on the front line. I just want to tell you this news. After all, this is a message that will benefit all the spirituals. Don't worry about his contribution to share this matter. All the contributions made by all spiritual capabilities can bring absolute benefits to themselves. Chenming stared at Gu for a while, and felt that Gu must know a lot about the movement of the spiritual capable of the Empire. But he just kept it to himself, as if he was not sure what to say. Anyway, they were just chatting casually, so Chenming didn't ask any more questions. Okay, then at least I know it, and I will do what I should do. Chenming responded without saying much. However, Gu brought up a new topic again. Do you have time to come with me to the headquarters? Headquarters? What are you going to do? Go meet Bai Quan. Gu said something that surprised Chenming. Bai Quan probably won't be able to come back here in the short term. You should be able to sense that. Right? I know. Chenming nodded and said. He returned to the headquarters because of the assassination of the Black Mist Psychic in Zhujiang. Logically, he should have been back when the incident in Kamo Star region started. But he didn't. That must have delayed him. There's no sign of the 14th Legion intervening on Kaimo's side. So I guess the matter of the mechanical clan is the only thing that can delay him. It just so happens that the headquarters is about to accept the Empire's order to take over the Benia Star region. Right? This matter in the Benia Star region seems to be related to Kaimo. But in fact it is related to the mechanical race. It should be the matter of the mechanical race. Gu was somewhat surprised that Chenming was able to obtain a lot of information that he had just learned not long ago while staying in the headquarters. And that Chenming could also accurately guess the truth based on the information obtained. However, from the performance of Chenming's previous performance, it is not too unexpected to do these things. Gu coughing lightly and said, You guessed it was right. It was indeed a matter of the mechanical war, which delayed Baichuan's schedule. You should also know that our 14th Legion has served as a scout and pioneer in the war against the mechanical race since we established a branch here. Bai Quan, as the actual controller of the branch, is also a lieutenant general on the battlefield. He has a lot of tasks. So before the war officially entered the preliminary battle, he should not be able to return. But he has a lot to talk to you about in person. Is that so? Chenming asked uncertainly. Is there no one in our headquarters who is worried about my psychic powers? Of course. But there will be fewer people I worry about around you. When there are fewer people, I can ignore them. Let me think about it. Chenming didn't rush to respond, because he couldn't tell whether it was Bai Quan who asked Gu to come and say this, or whether Gu said these words himself. Chenming and Bai Quan have always been in contact, just not as frequently as before. But at least during their last conversation, Bai Quan never asked him to go to the headquarters. Of course, Chenming didn't mean that Gu was lying, and Bai Quan might not be able to explain everything clearly over the phone. It's just that Chenming needs to think about it. While thinking about it, he also asked Gu a question related to what he had just mentioned. That is, does Gu have any new information about the war against the mechanical race? Although Bai Quan still sent him daily reports every day after going to the headquarters. But it is impossible for the contents of the report to explain everything clearly. There will always be some things that Chenming himself cannot see. Moreover, after Bai Quan left temporarily, Chenming had no suitable reason to get involved in matters related to the war with the mechanical clan. He had only a few months' experience in the military, and had only learned a few months' worth of military knowledge. No one would tell him any military news. Even the current branch agent Jing Xian would not be idle enough to inform Chenming of military news. So Chenming urgently needs some information related to these aspects. Although Gu was also a researcher stationed in the rear, Gu had always shown a very friendly attitude from before. So Chenming felt that he could at least know something about the situation on the front line from Gu. Gu decided to tell Chenming the news he wanted to know without much thought. Although his main purpose of coming here this time was just to trade with Chenming, he was the only one qualified to deliver 2 spiritual awakening nerves worth 10,000 contribution points. and his secondary purpose was just to help Baikwan pass on a message. The items have been delivered. The transaction has been completed. And the message has been delivered. So he can actually leave. But he didn't leave. And even revealed some information while chatting with Qinming. This is partly because the Empire's future actions toward psychics will indeed depend on how psychics perform in the machine war. Qinming, the best psychic in the 14th Legion in mechanical research and who holds the identities of both a psychic and a researcher, will definitely be an important target for the Empire to use to judge the performance of psychics. He knows a lot. But this a lot is also limited and cannot be revealed casually. That's why he acted a little secretive. Another reason why he chatted with Qinming about those things was to get closer to Qinming. Therefore, the question raised by Qinming now was not a big deal in his opinion. He did know some news about this from other people. He organized his words a little and said, "Our army has already cooperated with the nearby war zone and completed the preliminary investigation of the information around the mechanical race star field and determined the defensive forces deployed by the mechanical race on the border. After we have almost finished investigating the outer areas, we will enter the second phase of reconnaissance. We will try to infiltrate the star field of the mechanical race and obtain more detailed intelligence. Let's start from the rear of the mechanical tribe. Their defenses are relatively weak. I remember that it was you who provided this information?" Right. Qinming had gone there in order to plunder the mechanical units, so that his own mechanical hive-thinking network could reach the level where it could produce new consciousness on its own. So he happened to know a lot, and told Baikwan the news. In fact, he already knew all the news that Higu just mentioned. He needed updated intelligence. Higu seemed to have sensed Qinming's thoughts and continued. "While we were infiltrating the interior of the mechanical clan star domain, we were not stopping in other places either. The reconnaissance force is still continuing to expand its reconnaissance of the surrounding star regions to ensure the combat environment at that time. The war is not limited to the star field. The surrounding areas of the star field are also of great importance. Also, we need to confirm Yuhui's status to avoid being taken advantage of by Yuhui during our war with the mechanical clan." When Higu said this about Yuhui, Qinming interrupted and said, "Yuhui has indeed been silent for a long time. But I don't think they can make any noise." Qinming would not say much about the afterglow and his own spiritual powers. After all, he is the only one who knows the current situation of Yuhui in the Yuhui star domain. The Yuhui star domain is also his other known trump card besides the Zerg. But he can just give a hint and ensure that nothing will go wrong. That's very good. After getting Qinming's reply, Higu didn't mind saying more. This kind of feedback-based communication is more comfortable than simply expressing his feelings to Qin. Moreover, Qinming's response also made him realize that Qinming was a smart person. And a smart person who was willing to continue to communicate with him in depth. According to our recent investigations, we found that the mechanical race has undergone significant changes compared to before. Although the mechanical race was indeed powerful in the past, it was able to block the Empire's external expansion. But in fact, when the mechanides are blocking the road, the Empire can continue to fight if it wants to. There are various complicated reasons why the Empire didn't do this, which I won't go into detail. In short, compared to the past, the combat effectiveness of the mechanical race has increased significantly. It's not like they haven't developed it all over the years. They have been making progress. For example, the changes in their capital ship's main weapons. As Higu spoke, he took out a special terminal from his body, and he and Qinming Xian returned to the coffee table in the reception room and placed the terminal flat on the coffee table. Then the projection of a mechanical clan battleship, which was also the mechanical clan mothership, was projected out. Qinming immediately moved closer to take a look and found that this three-dimensional projection had extremely high accuracy. Even if he had to stick his face close to it, he could still see many details on the battleship clearly. Higu patted Qinming on the shoulder and motioned Qinming to step back a little. At the same time, he waved his hand on the projection and aimed the front of the battleship at the two of them. The mechanical clan's battleships often have different appearances. This battleship with two main-class weapons is a relatively common model. By the way, do you know what the main weapons of the mechanical clan are like? If Qinming knew this, it would save him the trouble of explaining. No. Qinming gave a decisive answer. The main weapon of the mechanical race is the spine cannon. A modular main weapon, which is divided into three modules: the spine base, the spine amplifier, and the spine cannon head. He fixed his eyes on the main gun in front of the mothership projection and asked, "Have the mechanical tribe come up with a new type of gun head?" Ming asked this question because his knowledge of the mechanical mothership and main weapons came from simulations. In the simulation, he had seen 5 types of ridged cannon bows: laser, bind laser, plasma, deconstructor, and soul killer. The first 3 are easy to understand. They are the types of weapons. Although Ming had never seen the disassembler, he had obtained the data before. This weapon is also an energy weapon, and is an energy beam weapon, similar to the tachyon lance. However, it does not fire a torrent of particles, but a type of weapon that can weaken and destroy the molecular bonds that make up the microscopic structure of the target. It is not very effective against shields, but its ability to break armor and hulls is terrifying. The Soul Killer is a psychic weapon used by the mechanical clan's mothership to attack the headquarters in Ming's simulation under the guidance of Ming's opponent in the previous simulation. An existence that can directly destroy the spirit and will of all living things on the entire planet. Gu deliberately turned the image of the mothership to the front, most likely to illustrate the situation of the main weapons. And Gu did indeed nod and reached out to adjust it again. I saw that the bows of 2 of the Ridgecrest cannons on the projection had changed. The bow of one of the Ridgecrest cannons changed from the original bow that directly fired lasers to a bow similar to that of an electromagnetic weapon. This looks like a kinetic weapon. Doesn't the spine peak weapon rely on the spine peak amplifier to amplify the weapon's energy? How can there be a kinetic weapon? Gu had no way to explain it, so he could only say, "This is the new change I mentioned. The mechanical race should be trying to use energy to transform into electromagnetic force, and finally transform it into the acceleration of live bullets to create weapons. It can't be said to be unreasonable. But this is indeed a rather special type of weapon, as far as I know. Among the main weapons, only the mechanical family's weapons are considered to be real ammunition. All other main weapons are energy weapons. I wonder how they will perform on the battlefield." It seems that the Empire has only investigated some superficial changes in the mechanical race, and has not yet conducted in-depth research. Ming did not ask any further questions. Continue looking at the other gun bow. The changes to the other ridge gun bow are quite outrageous. It has changed from its original very regular mechanized structure into a weapon that is obviously made of metal material, but gives people a unique texture. There is no barrel at the bow of the gun, only a few cracks like shark gills. The strangeness of its appearance is comparable to that of the Soul Killer. Ming felt that the mechanical race had a characteristic when designing weapons. That is, as long as the appearance is a standard mechanical structure, it is a normal type of weapon. Once a special shape appears, such as the Soul Killer, which looks like the top of a worm with tentacles, and the shark gill shape that Gu showed him now, they are all psychic weapons. 1 ordinary spine crest cannon bow, and 1 psychic spine crest cannon bow. Is this the change of the mechanical race? Anything else? Gu debugged the terminal again and said, "Some new units have appeared in the mechanical race, such as this one." The terminal projected a dog-like mechanical body. The moment Ming saw the mechanical body, he said, "There's something wrong with this thing." Gu asked in confusion, "I haven't said anything yet. Why is it that something is wrong? How did you see that?" The design of the mechanical race, at least the design of the ground units, is all related to insects. Without exception, the sudden appearance of a dog is definitely a problem. "It's really not a problem," Gu said. "This special mechanical individual appeared on a planet that the mechanical race had just begun to colonize. It is not a mass-produced individual, but a special individual. It has psychic powers." "Psychic power?" "Yes," Gu confirmed. "It is spiritual energy." It, and some other similar beast-shaped mechanical species were recorded when they were clearing out the native species of that planet. Also recorded was the scene of them using psychic energy. The terminal immediately began to project the entire video, looking at the special mechanical species on the screen moving extremely flexibly and constantly releasing spiritual energy. It seemed as if they were not machines, but a kind of living creatures. Ming couldn't help but say, "I don't think they were manufactured. Instead, they look like something transformed from psychic creatures." This is also the speculation of many scientists. Gu ended the projection of the video and said, "These mechanical individuals are special combat units of the mechanical race, and it is entirely possible that they will be used by the mechanical race to carry out some special operations. Their psychic powers will be a nightmare for all ordinary soldiers." Ming asked, "So this is why the Empire summoned psychics? To deal with these psychics of the mechanical race?" "That's only part of the reason. The main reason is that the Empire really needs to deploy psychers and let them participate in large-scale wars. Haven't psychers ever been involved in large-scale wars before? Of course there are. However, in previous wars, victory was mainly achieved through the use of warships, artillery, and various technologies. Only in extremely urgent situations would top psychics be dispatched to carry out the decapitation plan and destroy the mothership of the mechanics. The Empire's attitude has always been like this. Individual strength is often unreliable. In war, only collective strength is everything. Instead of betting on one person's success rate, it is better to find a way to defeat the enemy from other places. So generally speaking, psychers don't perform well in war. But now the Empire seems to have changed its mind. Just as I just told you, Qin Ming seemed to understand some of He Gu's meanings. The Empire may want to use this not-so-small-scale war between the mechanical races to test the pros and cons of deploying psychics in war. If psychics can demonstrate enough value in war, then the status of psychics as a whole may rise further. That's what this war will become. A war of psychers. Who knows? Maybe in the end it will be no different than before. He Gu simply said that he didn't know either. In short, the mechanic now has new main force weapons and new special operations units. We must take them seriously. These two are just the easiest to spot. Other things that need attention include the optimization of various ship designs and the improvement of the mechanical race's combat capabilities. That's about all I know. So, have you thought about the question just now? Do you want to go to the headquarters with me? Qin Ming looked at He Gu, and after thinking for a while, he gave his answer, "You can go. But I have to go somewhere else first. It will probably take you some time to get back to the headquarters." "Right. Wait for me for a while. Just one day will be enough." "That's no problem. I'll pick you up then." The two continued chatting for a while. After the mood for chatting wore off, He Gu stood up and prepared to leave. Qin Ming also stood up and prepared to see He Gu off. But just before He Gu left, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Qin Ming, with a special look in his eyes, as if he was an experienced person. Qin Ming felt something was wrong and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." He Gu shook his head, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 303 Departure. He Gu's final strange expression did not affect Qin Ming's actions. He just needs to prepare a little, and then he can go out and finish his own work. After he finishes his work, he can follow He Gu directly to the headquarters of the 14th Corps. But Qin Ming actually had nothing to prepare. Anyway, he can get most of the things he needs by hand when he goes out. The main thing is to arrange the laboratory work before leaving. This is also simple. There are still many things that can be tested on the special catalyst produced by the catalytic core that he got before. Even if he goes out for 10 days or half a month, it is absolutely impossible to finish the tests. He just needs to do this for the researchers in the laboratory. After quickly arranging the work, early the next morning, Qin Ming left the 14th Legion branch without taking anything with him. Driving a frigate he had casually built. No one stopped him, and no one even asked him where he was going. The situation was completely different from when he first arrived. The 14th Legion just left him alone. But this is not a bad thing. No restrictions are always better than having restrictions. After the spacecraft entered the hyperspace, Qin Ming directly started the hyperspace channel jump engine and set the target location. The pirate space station. He prefers to meet with everyone he knows before going on a long journey, to avoid the situation where he, or someone he knows dies suddenly, and he will never see him again. The spacecraft arrived at its destination quickly, landed steadily on the dock. As soon as Qin Ming entered the repair shop, he saw a bald man teaching something to a few newcomers. As soon as the bald man noticed Qin Ming, he immediately came over with a few newcomers to say hello. The maintenance shop still maintains a staff of about 10 people. There is still no robot, and basically all the work is done by various fixed equipment, which is enough. After learning from the bald man that the only surviving newcomer that Qin Ming had personally trained before was out on a mission today, Qin Ming did not stay in the maintenance shop any longer and headed all the way to the city in the center of the space station. Arrived at the bar that Lao Wu often went to. The security guard at the door opened the door for him respectfully as always. Old Wu still sat in the corner of the bar as before, although it is early in the morning. The reason why Old Wu is here is definitely not because he suddenly got up early in the morning and was very diligent, but because he did not sleep all night. You can tell from Old Wu's red eyes. However, Old Wu's mental state seemed to be okay, and he happened to be talking about something important on the phone, so there shouldn't be any problem. Qin Ming did not disturb him directly, but asked the bartender for a glass of orange juice and a cup of refreshing tea and walked to Old Wu. Before he even got close, Chen Ming heard old Wu angrily saying into the phone. The price has gone up? How much? 10%? Are you robbing me? A helpless voice came from the terminal. It has increased by 10% now. And it may increase even more in the future. I really can't supply you with goods at the previous price. Don't talk nonsense. That's ridiculous. The price of raw materials had already started to rise last month. I should have raised the price last month. But I originally thought it was just a price fluctuation. And you are an old customer. So I continued to give you the original price for 1 month. However, the price of raw materials has not dropped this month, but has increased. I really can't continue to pay that price. And there is nothing I can do. If you don't believe me, go check it out yourself. It's not like I don't know those things. TSK. Wait for me to go ask first. And then I'll tell you. Old Wu hung up the phone. Chen Ming happened to sit next to him. After handing the tea to old Wu, he said, What's going on? I heard you say that the price of something has gone up. Old Wu took a sip of tea and said with a depressed look, Yes. The prices of various weapons in the market have been rising recently. And the prices of the materials behind them have also been rising. Except for old buys. Old White. I can't just tell you it's the 14th Legion's way when I talk to you about this kind of thing. 2. So that means the supplier has raised the price. So you want to ask me? Yeah. I was going to call you. But I didn't expect you to come right here. So what do you say? There's really nothing we can do about the price increase. Chen Ming didn't have much to say, as the price increase was within his expectations. It can be increased. Up to 20%. If it's higher, forget it. I can find other people to use their connections to change the supply channel. It's the same with other manufacturers if they want to raise prices. We can let them raise prices a little bit. There's no problem with that. Okay. Old Wu raised his glass and drank with Chen Ming. After finishing his drink, Chen Ming whispered, A war is about to begin. Old Wu kept his expression unchanged and filled Chen Ming and himself with another glass of wine. He looked around and asked, What's going on? We are going to have a war with the mechanical race. Although our Gallo mainly borders Yue, there is also a part of the area bordering the mechanical race. Sooner or later, this side will become the front line. Old Wu lowered his head and thought for a while. Then said, I was wondering why prices have been rising so fast recently. So why did you come here this time? I want to talk to you because I need to be away for a while, and may not be able to take care of this side. Once the war starts, no one can predict what the scale will be. So I want you and the factory manager to go back to the inner star field and avoid the limelight for a while. Old Wu suddenly leaned back on the sofa and shook his head. No. This is the most convenient place for me to do things. Old Wu's intelligence network and his colony are all built nearby. I can't go anywhere else. Lao Lu may be able to go out and hide, but I definitely can't. Seeing this, Chen Ming did not force it, but just asked, Then do you have the terminal I gave you before? Old Wu reached into his pocket and took out the terminal given by Chen Ming, then shook it in front of Chen Ming. Okay. Then take this with you. Chen Ming stretched out his hand in front of Old Wu, and some metallic liquid appeared out of thin air, gradually forming an ordinary-looking men's necklace and a wristband. Old Wu took the two things and asked, What is this? The necklace can detect your heartbeat and carotid artery pulse. The wristband can detect pulse and has its own alarm device. In addition to what Chen Ming said, this wristband actually has a device that Chen Ming learned from the president to detect surrounding spiritual energy fluctuations. Once any aggressive psychic fluctuations are detected, the wristband will automatically pop out a protective film made of psychic metal to protect the wearer. I hope you don't need to use it. I'll send another set to the factory director later. By the way, you have to carry the terminal with you. These things will be the cornerstone for Chen Ming to provide support when Old Wu encounters danger in the future. Old Wu put on the glasses that Chen Ming gave him to protect him and asked, Anything else? Nothing else. Just these 3 things. Okay. Old Wu tidied himself up and hid his necklace and wristband. Chen Ming nodded with satisfaction and asked, By the way, has the boss come back? No. The hardware store is still closed, and I don't know when I'll be back. So be it. Chen Ming's time here was a bit tight. After all, He Gu was still waiting for him. So Chen Ming didn't chat much with Lao Wu and got up and left the bar. I went to the factory manager again, chatted with him for a while, and gave him the same thing. Chen Ming returned to the port, standing in front of his spaceship. He took out the terminal and called his boss. The call was connected quickly. The boss's voice came from inside. Xiao Ming? Why did you call me when you have time? I just happen to have nothing to do recently. and I have to go to the 14th Legion headquarters next, which may take some time. I wanted to find you at the space station, but you were not there, so I called you. Oh, then I'm still here at Hongmo. I have some things to do here, Chinming asked. Is it still about Kaimo? The Kaimo matter is over, and I've finished what I needed to do. The president wanted to talk to me about something, so I should be back in 2 days. You're doing well there. The fact that you can go to the headquarters shows that the 14th Legion has begun to treat you as one of their own. Well, it was Higu from the Psychic Research Institute who invited me over. Psychic Power Research Institute? The boss was a little surprised when he heard the name. Have you almost developed your psychic power? That's not the case. Higu just invited me to come over. The main thing is about the upcoming war. My psychic power can still be developed. It's not over yet. TSK. 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 The boss sighed. Your psychic power is outrageous. It can affect both machines and living things. I don't know how you do it, Chinming said very modestly. In fact, I feel that my psychic power is still in its earliest form, still based on controlling spaceships. But I think biological spaceships are also spaceships. Stop. Stop talking. I won't believe you even if you tell me. I want to see what new changes your psychic powers will have in the future. Actually, I'm also thinking about how to continue developing my psychic powers. But I don't have a good direction. Chinming's words implicitly hinted at the boss to give him some guidance. But the boss didn't do what Chinming wanted. I can't give you any advice on this. Your psychic power development has already surpassed what I initially imagined. At the beginning, I can teach you the basics, but I can no longer give you experience in the future. You have to know that a psychic power is best understood by the psychic who has it, and only the psychic himself can best develop his psychic power. So the rest depends on your own development. Unless you go the official route. That's still too early. Chinming had just learned something new from the Scarlet Dimension, and was waiting to use it to develop his psychic powers. How could he voluntarily give up the limit of his psychic power development now? I think I can continue to develop it, and then learn it systematically when I'm almost there. It seems like I have to figure it out on my own. Well, I wish you good luck. I look forward to seeing the day when you fully develop your psychic powers. After chatting for a few minutes, the call was hung up. The boss suddenly said to Chinming, by the way, you said you were going to the headquarters because of the mechanical war. Right? Right. The boss was silent for a moment, then said, well, never mind. That's all. I'm hanging up now. Ah? Chinming was stunned for a moment when he heard his boss' words. But the only sound on the terminal was the busy tone of the call being hung up. Chinming was full of questions at this time. Before, when they were talking about going to the headquarters at the end, Higu also gave an inexplicable smile. The boss here also ended with a strange question when asked about going to the headquarters. What does it mean? I don't understand. Never mind. Chinming didn't think too much about it. He found Higu in the address book and contacted him. I'm fine now. Let's go. The spaceship will be here soon. A few minutes later, Chinming's spaceship docked with a destroyer brought by Higu in the galaxy of the pirate space station. Chinming met Higu again. After a brief conversation, Higu personally arranged a room for Chinming. It will probably take a long time to reach the destination. Chinming was just about to go back to his room and lie down for a while. But before he did that, he discovered a problem. The destroyer he was on was heading in the wrong direction after entering hyperspace. It was not the direction to the headquarters of the 14th Legion. So Chinming simply asked Higu in front of him, where are we going? Bainu Star Region. Bainua? Yes. Let's go there, and use the Stargate to return to headquarters. Chinming was surprised. Being able to access the Stargate was definitely good news for him, as it was his first time trying to ride on a Stargate. If he had the opportunity to get close to a Stargate, he might be able to obtain the entire three-dimensional image of the Stargate, or even further control a Stargate. Of course, this is just a thought. Although the 14th Legion is not so wary of him now, the situation is different in other places. There was no way he would have the chance to encounter a facility as important as the Stargate to the Empire. Of course, even going to Bainua would take time. So Chinming went into the room that Higu had arranged for him to lie down, and then turned his attention to Nwupiang. At this time, the ship carrying Nwupiang had stopped at a space station connected to the colony on the planet by a space elevator. It was already morning, and although no one had come to ask Nwupiang about it or urged him, it should be soon. So Chinming made some final preparations. He used the psychic energy that he had now deconstructed to transmit a spiritual nerve in his hand to An Whooping and implanted it into his brain. Chen-Ming also asked the Queen of Insects to help assimilate this spiritual awakening nerve, so as to avoid people seeing that Qi-Ling Xinjing and An Whooping are not compatible. Then the Queen of Insects ate the Qi-Ling nerve. It was just like it had eaten up the condensed spiritual energy that Chen-Ming had originally intended to use to build An Whooping's heart. Of course, the Queen of Insects also created a new spiritual awakening nerve. Just like before, eating is also a way of learning for the Queen Insect. So Chen-Ming didn't say anything. Although this is a bit of a drain on the Queen of Insects. Creating a spiritual awakening nerve consumes a considerable amount of mental energy and a huge amount of biomass. But at least the result was good. After absorbing the complete spiritual awakening nerve, the new spiritual awakening nerve created by the Queen of Insects looked no different from ordinary spiritual awakening nerves. Of course, Chen-Ming was referring to the kind of spiritual awakening nerve sold to the outside world by various forces with psychic research institutes. That is the kind that Bai Quan personally certified as having a 0% chance of awakening psychic powers after implanting the spiritual awakening nerves. It is not easy to produce the actual spiritual awakening nerves that can be used for implantation. Although Chen-Ming always had the feeling that if he gave the Queen Insect more time, or fed her a few more spiritual awakening nerves, it might really work. But time is what An Whooping lacks right now. And Chen-Ming also doesn't have many spiritual awakening nerves. So it's better not to do anything risky. Moreover, the ordinary spiritual awakening nerves that the Queen of Insects can now produce are sufficient for camouflage. After the Queen of Insects implanted the spiritual awakening nerve emitting its psychic energy fluctuations into An Whooping's brain again, this spiritual nerve, which originated from An Whooping's psychic energy, was quickly transformed by the few psychic energy fluctuations of An Whooping's body and completely merged with his brain. Although the spiritual awakening nerve is still just a prototype, it looks like there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. He even took this opportunity to make a fake spiritual awakening nerve on Chen-Ming's other prosthesis. This spiritual nerve implanted in another prosthesis was infected with Chen-Ming's psychic energy fluctuations by the Queen Insect, and it perfectly matched the prosthesis without any deviation. All is well. Half an hour later, as Chen-Ming expected, someone knocked on An Whooping's door. He controlled An Whooping to open the door, and he saw Liang Fei and Neo Xian standing at the door. "Are we going to start?" "Right." An Whooping nodded, followed Neo Xian off the boat, signed the port registration form, and boarded a shuttle boat. The shuttle did not take An Whooping to the nearest city. Instead, it landed in the suburbs some distance from the city. There is a huge manor here, which is the base of the association. Each psychic is a guide who can make a lot of noise. Places like the suburbs with open space and few people are really nice. After getting off the shuttle, An Whooping continued to follow Neo Xian into the hospital of the base. Although the society has always adhered to the style of allowing psychics to improve naturally, it certainly has all the necessary detection devices. But Chen-Ming still had to pretend. Before lying down in the instrument prepared by the association, An Whooping asked Neo Xian beside him, "I heard that the Psychic Association has always had a laissez-faire attitude towards psychics, allowing psychics to develop on their own and will not conduct such physical examinations to avoid affecting the development of psychics." "Yes. If you are worried that knowing the nature of your psychic powers will affect you, we can choose not to provide you with this report. You can continue to develop freely. Even if we have some of your data, we will never interfere. So be it." And Whooping didn't ask any more questions and just laid down in the equipment. The inspection process is lengthy. It was not until 5 or 6 hours later that An Whooping was finally able to see the light of day again. And Neo Xian also brought good news. All the tests on An Whooping passed, confirming that everything An Whooping said was fine. At the same time, the inspection of the heart-gathering spirit pearl left by An Whooping has been almost completed. And it can be confirmed that psychics can obtain the psychic effects of others through the heart-gathering spirit pearl. After all, a face can't prove anything in this era. So Chen-Ming can completely get rid of the suspicion of being involved with Zhu Jing again. At this point, Neo Xian also formally invited An Whooping on behalf of the president. Liang Fei happened to be nearby, and he explained the nature of the association and the possibility of joining two forces at the same time to An Whooping, who probably didn't know the true situation of the association. Of course An Whooping agreed. Later, Liang Fei also extended a formal invitation to An Whooping. The result is of course the same. It was also at this time that Chen-Ming learned that Liang Fei's real name was Liang Fei. Li Weiqi, who is still lying in the hospital, is actually named Li Wei. To be honest, Chen-Ming felt a little nervous when he heard these two names. Why do these two psychics in the Odin star field also use the same pseudonyms as him? Although it was a little awkward, it also made Qin feel closer to them. And after the detection is completed, Qin did not stay here for too long, because Liang Fei hurriedly took him away from the hospital of the society's base. He wanted to return to the Odin star field. Qin asked in confusion, "Are you in such a hurry to go back? The medical conditions here should be better than those in Odin." "Right. It's better. But not too bad. Mainly, there's something going on in Odin that requires us to go back." "What's the matter?" "Prepare for the Mechanid War." "War?" And Wu Ping's identity obviously does not allow him to be involved in the war between the mechanical race. So Liang Fei explained the basic background to Qin. Then he said, "Although our Aodon Selenium drum is not adjacent to the star field of the mechanical clan, and is separated from the mechanical clan star field by 1 or 2 edge star fields, the distance is still too close, and we will definitely not be able to escape. The war is very close to us. Then I heard from my superiors that psychics can participate in this war. You may not know this, but psychics were restricted in previous wars. This operation allows psychics to join. Maybe there is some special meaning behind it. So I have to go back." Qin has heard from many people that the Empire will take some special actions against psychics in the mechanical war. It doesn't matter if I listen to one more. And that's good. He was still wondering how An Wuping would get involved in the war between the mechanical race. It seems that as long as An Wuping follows Odin's arrangements, it won't be long before he can reach the mechanical clan star field. And Wuping shouldn't have to think too much in the short term. Qin can pay more attention to the prosthesis of the 14th Legion. Just after An Wuping followed Liang Fei out of the base, Neo Xian, who was still at the base, looked at the shadow of the shuttle in the sky and said to the terminal in his hand that was contacting the president, "The person has left and went to Odin. I will synchronize the test results to you immediately. Is there anything worth mentioning?" "Have." Neo Xian looked at the terminal and said, "We still haven't been able to find anything valuable in the shadow at the location of his heart. His heart is hiding his secrets." The president said, "Everyone has secrets. What about others? His genes are also quite special. Even in his human form, he is not a pure human. And after he enters the mutant state, his genes will also undergo new changes. It can be said that he is almost two different creatures before and after the mutation. But neither is human. It's not genes that determine whether a person is a human being, but his consciousness. Is there anything else?" "No. There is no problem." "Then this is a good result. We can trust in Wuping." Chapter 304 Progress. 2 days later, the destroyer Qin was arrived at the Benia star field. And judging from the hyperspace route data coordinates of the spacecraft, it will reach the capital of the star region in another hour. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. Qin walked over and opened the door. Gu stood at the door and said, "We are almost there. Be prepared. It will be a bit bumpy when entering the star gate." "Bump?" Qin has taken the jump engine countless times and never had any bumps. "Why is there bumps when he gets to the more technologically advanced Stargate?" he asked with doubt. "How does the Stargate work? Why is it bumpy?" Gu patiently explained to Qin, "The operating principle is quite simple. It is the same as the operating principle of a wormhole. So when the spacecraft passes through, it will be pulled by the tidal force. And there will be bumps. We will have to turn off the spacecraft's gravity simulating device by then. Remember to be mentally prepared in advance and pack up any flying objects." Wormhole technology? Qin had known this a long time ago, but it was only confirmed now, and he has not yet come into contact with this level of technology, although his psychic power can already achieve similar effects. If one wants to rely on non-psychic means to create the effect of a wormhole, that is something that only top scientists can do. Wait, if the Empire's Stargate technology was modeled after wormholes, so, do natural wormholes exist? Of course there are. There were even many wormholes in the Empire before. But you probably can't see them anymore. Why? Gu turned his head and looked out the porthole, although nothing could be seen there except the deep purple background of hyperspace. Gu's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the hyperspace and see the Stargate of the Benia capital, because all the wormholes that have been discovered, their core singularities, have all become the core of the Stargates we build. This is the power of a man, not a psyker. Gu said in a calm tone what seemed extremely exaggerated to Qin. Being able to control the power of a wormhole means that the Empire at least possesses the same level of power. In other words, the battleship is definitely not the most powerful means of combat at the Empire's disposal. The Empire must have a higher level force. Qin Ming followed Higu's words and thought about it casually, but soon gathered his thoughts and asked, "Then I remember that every star field has such a star gate. That is to say, when the Empire builds a new star field, it not only chooses the site, but also considers the Stargate." "Right?" Higu said, "That's right. Stargate is the fastest way to move in this era. Star regions without stargates may be out of the control of the Empire." There were many reasons why the Empire did not continue to expand abroad, and the inability to find a suitable wormhole was one of them. Qin Ming asked again, "So now we have found a suitable wormhole?" "It has already been found, and the singularity has been obtained. After all, when developing, it is difficult to slow down and fully develop the areas you have already occupied. You will always miss some places. If you slow down the pace of development, there will be a chance, and the wormhole will be found." When Qin Ming heard this, he immediately began to consider whether its colony also needed a Stargate. If the Stargate could directly connect to the Empire, the benefits would be unimaginable. But problems will also arise. The Stargate needs to be opened in both directions. Right? Yes. Otherwise, there would be no need for Zhuijing to occupy the Stargate in Kamo's star region before. Okay. Then Qin Ming has no problem with this. It seems that things like Stargates are still very necessary. It is time to find a way to acquire Stargate technology for the sake of the colonies. When Qin Ming thought about the difficulty of this, he suddenly felt a headache again. However, he had been able to obtain the design blueprints of a battleship and an entire giant dock in the past. So obtaining the design blueprint of a Stargate was not an absolutely hopeless thing. Qin Ming once again gathered his divergent thoughts and returned to the previous topic. So, besides the lack of wormhole singularity, what else was the reason for the Empire to stop? Qin Ming learned from the era of the Empire from many people, and it was an era of hard work. As for the reason why this era is gradually disappearing, the answers vary from person to person among those Qin Ming knows, and it is unknown what Higu's answer will be. There are too many reasons for letting it stop, but the main reason is only one. Higu pointed a finger at Qin Ming. "Do you know the concept of the maximum range of a scheduled spacecraft?" Qin Ming clearly understood the meaning of Higu's words, but this maximum range of a regular spacecraft must be a special term, not the superficial meaning he understood. So Qin Ming answered directly, "I don't know. I don't know if it's okay. Anyway, this concept means that an objective means used by a spacecraft can be used to sail, such as ultraspace or phase space. But the capabilities of the spacecraft itself, such as the jump drive, cannot be taken into account. The distance a spacecraft travels in a year is the specific meaning of the farthest distance a regular spacecraft travels. Put the starting point of this distance at the center of the Empire, and the end of this distance is the limit of the Empire's theoretical maximum border." Seeing that Qin Ming couldn't understand the connection between the two, Higu added, "It means that if a rebellion breaks out on the border of the Empire, or a foreign enemy invades, if the Empire's fleet cannot reach the border from the capital star region by direct sailing within a year, then there is no way to govern such a place. The Empire's administrative management ability has limits, and things that can be dealt with at the same time are limited. With the expansion of the Empire border, the territory of the entire Empire has increased. If some things happen, they will not allow politicians to meet there. 1 year is already the greatest. This is one of the reasons why the Empire pushed the footsteps." Qin Ming roughly understood the meaning, but he still had a question. Administrative management capabilities will change. Right? Yes. So this regular 1-year period will also change. The more advanced the Empire's communication methods and administrative management capabilities are, the longer this period of time can be delayed. It's like this year's tacit understanding of the era of development. The situation is definitely different now. I don't know how long it will last, but there will definitely be more. Qin Ming suddenly thought of a point and asked, "When did the technology of that star door developed?" Higu replied quite familiarly, "A long time ago. In the pioneering era." "I know what you mean. The Stargate, as a device that can transmit over long distances, connects almost the entire Empire and can greatly extend the distance that spacecraft can travel. However, the use of the Stargate is not without restrictions. Activating the Stargate will cause damage to the singularity inside the Stargate. The singularity needs to be maintained and cannot be used without restrictions. It is not an objective thing, but a human creature. So it cannot be regarded as a complete increase in the terminal of the limited erection of regular spacecraft. So this factor cannot be taken into account. The Empire has gone through so many years of development. Sociological theories have been studied, and the improvement of administrative management capabilities is no longer what it used to be. With the breakthrough of the anti-material technology, the speed of the spacecraft sailing has also greatly improved. And the distance that the spacecraft can navigate within a time has also changed. The Empire is finally able to continue its expansion. Chen Ming completely understood how the Empire's pioneering era came to an end. Then he couldn't help but ask another question. Is it just because of the antimatter technology empire that they decided to restart the development again? Of course not. He Gu said confidently. Just like the end of the pioneering era had many impacts. The Empire's intention to restart the pioneering era will also have many impacts this time. I will not say much about the internal conflicts of the Empire and the sequelae of the Dimension infection. I say that I have a close relationship with us. The 14th Army. The 14th Legion is currently facing the main force of Yuhui as a single legion. And most of the other legions in the entire Empire have only participated in small-scale, low-intensity wars. These legions are not fighting or preparing for war, but are providing retirement care. Or the Empire is paying for people's retirement care. Would you be happy if it were you? This is one of the reasons that affect the Empire's reopening. It is impossible to let the legions that are supported by money eat for free and do nothing. Then your two technologies. Mainly the hyperspace channel technology. When Chen Ming's mind immediately recalled that before he handed over the superspace transition technology and energy crystallization technology to Baikuan, it seemed that it was not from the Institute of Yigu and Lingning. Only the results of the research mission on the relics of another civilization assigned by the later Legion were handed over to the Psionic Research Institute. However, it was normal for Yigu to know about these things. So Chen Ming did not delve too deeply into it, and just asked, "What's wrong with this technology?" Well, this technology is already known to many people, but it has only been tested in our Legion before. The effect is very good. Recently, this engine has been adapted and optimized by different models of spacecraft. It has begun to promote from our Legion to other places. However, the speed of spreading must not have anti-material technology fast. Anti-material technology is a truly epoch-making technology. And it is also a technology that truly promotes the development process of the Empire. But I remember that you also have some patents for antimatter technology. Right? And it seems that you stole it from Yu Hui. The antimatter technology developed by Yu Hui allowed this technology to overcome the final difficulty. The Empire's ability to return to the path of exploration is closely related to you. And to be honest, your technology is not bad. Hyperspace channel jump engines consume less energy and are easier to maintain than ordinary jump engines. Although there are restrictions, these restrictions are nothing in front of the Empire. And even if your technology is slower than antimatter technology, I feel that your technology has a chance to be fully deployed faster than antimatter technology. Chen Ming asked again, why is this? Because the nature of antimatter technology itself tends to be high-tech. It is always difficult to put such technology into service. Besides, it is impossible for the Empire to equip the entire Empire with antimatter technology before it is familiar with its use. Also, you know it best. The antimatter technology was first obtained from Yu Hui. And Yu Hui has not yet demonstrated the ability to possess antimatter technology that can be applied to various fields. In other words, once our anti-material technology is taken away by Yu Hui, it is likely that they can immediately get the same technology. And the mechanical race, they also haven't used antimatter technology, but as one of the heritage of another civilization. They are likely not, but lose some technologies. Once our antimatter technology is acquired by them, the situation may be the same as that of Yu Hui. This is indeed a rather troublesome point. This is also the news that Chen Ming would hear from some scientists who study antimatter when he occasionally cared about the patent fees for his antimatter technology. But not taking weapons to the battlefield because you're worried about someone picking them up is not the right approach. In response to Chen Ming's question, Gu said, this is certainly not the right approach. So I just said that it is impossible to start equipping it so early. If our antimatter technology is acquired by Yu Hui or the mechanical clan too early, then our advantage of being one step ahead will be gone. So the actual deployment of antimatter technology must be in the early to mid-term transition period after the start of the mechanical race war. At this stage, there will be a large number of ship losses, and there will be opportunities for installation. The application of all anti-material technology before this is for testing. That's why I think your technology will be deployed faster than antimatter technology. Gu put on his thoughts reasonably, and Chen Ming did not refute. There was no need to refute. After all, what Gu said was a disguised compliment to him. What about energy crystal technology? Gu looked a little embarrassed. He thought for a while before saying, it's not my research area, so I don't know much about it. But I can tell you roughly what the Legion thinks of this technology. Your technology does have great potential and performs very well. As a new type of energy storage material, it is even better than the battery array of a battleship. You should also be breeding and selecting the right energy crystal crabs. Right? The energy crystals you send over are getting better and better each time. Forehead. Qinming hesitated for a moment. Indeed. However, what he was doing was not eugenics. But the Queen Zerg had been selecting the individuals with the best quality crystals from those Zerg individuals that specialized in producing energy crystals and had been deeply repaired and optimized by Qinming. Then, they replicate these individuals and slightly modify their genes for producing energy crystals. Trying to find the most suitable Zerg individual for producing energy crystals. How could the crystals sent over be bad? However, Higu immediately changed the subject and said, however, these energy crystals cannot be used as a technology to promote the development of the Empire. They are far less important than the previous two technologies. Although energy is also an important part, there is a critical issue. Output. The antimatter battery is still under research, and it is not certain whether its effect can be comparable to your energy crystal. But as long as the research is successful, the anti-material battery can be mass-produced. So where is your energy crystal? Mass production is not as simple as building a factory. If a technology is to be applied to the entire empire, it needs the support of the industrial colonies and industrial base of the entire empire. You have currently built a planet as a breeding base for energy crystal crabs. But what can you do with the output of one planet? Even if a planet is cultivating and producing, it can't keep up with the consumption of the entire empire. It may not even be able to supply a legion. So the view of the core is to directly digest all the energy crystals sent by you and use them all on the battleship to replace the battery array of the battleship. Anyway, our army has the ability to transform capital ships. We have specially modified models of offensive class and core class ships. This technology can be used and is very useful. But it is limited by your continued expansion. Don't even think about it. Unless you understand. Qinming also knew that it was a pipe dream for an insect hive on one planet to supply energy crystals to the entire empire. Higu's meaning was very clear. As long as Qinming was willing to deepen cooperation with the 14th Legion, he would directly hand over the cultivation of energy crystal crabs to the 14th Legion. In this way, although Qinming's share in the entire production process is reduced, he can earn less money. But if the overall production scale expands, the final income may be more. The output of energy crystals. Qinming felt that he needed to think about it, because he felt that the Queen of Insects had the potential to support the energy crystal consumption of an empire. Moreover, he and Higu just talked about before you arrived at the Star Gate, and he could not count. So Qinming simply didn't continue to talk about this. Instead, he followed up on the topic of the battleship Higu had just mentioned and said, speaking of modified battleships, I'm quite interested in the Prometheus Mk.2 from the Kamo Star region. Is there any news about it? Higu couldn't help but say, your thinking is a bit jumpy. Qinming said, as if he was used to it. More than one person has said this to me. But I am like this. I just say whatever comes to my mind. So how about the battleship? But I'm not researching this. Then there must be some basic data or something. Right? Let me see. Higu thought about it seriously and said, the full name of the modified Prometheus class is the Prometheus Mk.2 Improved Fuel Transport Ship. The main weapon is different from ordinary promos, which is a weapon called Lewd Light by the left diameter. With Higu's telling, Qinming's mind immediately appeared again, like Prometheus that he had seen through his remaining fleet. When Qinming's mind gradually drew the outline of the Prometheus Mk.2's main gun, he suddenly realized a problem. I remember you said that the mechanical race has created a unique kinetic main weapon. Right? That is to say, the main weapon of this Mk.2 is not a kinetic weapon. When Qinming saw the new weapon, before he thought it was a kinetic weapon. Wasn't it? Higu admits, yes. It is not kinetic energy. Although it looks like. In fact, its weapon type should be divided into missile weapons. That is, explosive weapons. And this thing is relatively special. The transformation of the left diameter has converted that main gun into a disposable weapon. It can directly fire the main gun as a bomb, with an extremely large equivalent. Ah? Although Higu said clearly, Qinming still couldn't understand it. Higu also looked a little overwhelmed. Even if the main gun is fired, it is feasible in the calculation. But in actual operations, the main ship may need to rush to help this bomb to resist the defense of the defense. It's outrageous. But it's very consistent with Zhuo Jing's weapons. The ultimate power is also very exaggerated. If it hits the continental shelf of a planet, it will be enough to destroy the entire planet's ecosystem. Fortunately, Zhuijing is finished. Otherwise God knows what else they can come up with. Qinming suddenly stopped talking. He Gu was looking out the porthole, and didn't notice anything unusual about Qinming. Qinming thought about it, and decided not to say much about his understanding and knowledge of Zhuijing. The real brainwashing spirit of the left diameter is still hidden in the left diameter in the Empire. And he can find a suitable opportunity to tell the right person in the future. Just as Qinming and He Gu were chatting, Qinming's destroyer also gradually approached the capital of the best star domain. Then, Qinming found that in the super space, a fleet was thinking about him approaching in front of the ship. The familiar tattoo armor and the blind spacecraft made Qinming immediately realize that they were pirates. It is in the Benia star field, just a stone's throw away from the capital of Beniu. The pirate fleet saw that they only had 1 destroyer and 4 escort frigates, and thought they were easy targets. So they decided to come and cause trouble. Qinming has seen a lot of pirates, but it was the first time that the pirate Qinming was seen near the capital of a star region. Even in the marginal star regions, such as Gallo, it is impossible to allow pirates to operate so openly near the capital. All I can say is that the situation on Benio's side is chaotic. Frequent piracy and chaotic management. The elected interim government's management capabilities for the lower level departments are close to zero. And even near the capital cannot be managed. The poison left by Zhuijing is really just after Qinming discovered something wrong outside through the destroyer sensors. He Gu quickly learned from the captain of the destroyer that pirates were coming, and quickly shared it with Qinming. Then Qinming had a question. Didn't they say that the 14th Legion was responsible for taking over Benio? It hasn't started yet? It should be soon. He Gu responded, and was about to talk to the captain to deal with the pirate issue. Qinming had already taken action, and created a Rainstorm-class ship out of thin air. Chapter 305 Stargate. The rainstorm that suddenly appeared near the destroyer immediately made the pirates, who were preparing to cause trouble, realize that something was wrong. But they were originally coming towards Qinming, and had no time to turn around. The 8-terminal unmanned fighter on the heavy rain class became the red meteor directly rushed to the pirate fleet. Following closely, 3 waves of Terminator fighters appeared. A total of 24 fighters entered the extreme overload mode and flew towards them with a panic-stricken atmosphere among the pirates, and crashed into their spaceship. Less than 30 seconds, including the time it takes for the fighter plane to fly over. A spacecraft with more than 30 ships also includes 3 destroyers, which can be regarded as a bit of pirate fleet that disappeared into the super space. He Gu stopped contacting the captain just now, after confirming that Qinming had completely dealt with the matter. He couldn't help but say, "It's so fast." Qinming turned around and said, "I feel like if you do it directly, it won't be slow. But I'm generally more accustomed to doing things in a way that is more like that of ordinary people." He Gu picked up the terminal and said to the captain again, "No need to enter combat readiness. Connect to the hyperspace communication system and inform the nearest government." The nearest government? Oh, that's the Star Region capital. We can just tell them our 14th Legion's identity. The captain quickly received a response from the local government department. They will come and deal with things here later. Then there's nothing to worry about. Let's go! Under He Gu's command, the captain of the destroyer ignored the wreckage floating in hyperspace, and continued along the route towards the Star Region capital. It arrived at the designated location soon after, started the hyperspace channel engine, and left the hyperspace. The destroyer and 4 escorting frigates appeared at the edge of the Bennu star field's capital system. Through the spacecraft sensors, Qinming could already see the Stargate inside the galaxy. The 5 spaceships also accelerated again and approached the interior of the galaxy. However, at this time, the Stargate was still calm and had not been activated. The starry sky on the other side could be seen through the circular frame. Therefore, the spacecraft did not approach the Stargate, but circled slightly and came to the space station in the colonial orbit of the Bennu Starfield capital galaxy, which is the headquarters of the Bennu Starfield government. The spacecraft landed at the port of the space station. After landing, Qinming found that the situation here was slightly better than he had imagined. At least the entire space station is filled with martial law security personnel, and various security measures are also implemented throughout the space station. Even though Qinming and He Gu had disclosed their identities as members of the 14th Legion when they entered the port, they were still subjected to a wave of random inspections after landing at the space station. And the second wave arrived when the spacecraft was resupplying later. It seems that the capital of the Benia Star region is not a place for outsiders to stay now. After the spacecraft was replenished and conducted a simple inspection, it set sail again, arrived near the Stargate, and stopped at the edge of the giant structure of the Stargate. And just when the spacecraft arrived, the long silent Stargate finally began to operate. Outside the dormitory, near the porthole on the outside of the spacecraft, Gu, who was looking at the Stargate, said to Chen-Ming, who was also observing the specific structure of the Stargate, "The timing is just right. The device on the Stargate is continuously transmitting energy to the internal ring structure. I saw a layer of gorgeous mirror film starting from the inner circle of the ring structure and converging towards the center of the ring, like a sky curtain covering half of the universe in Chen-Ming's eyes. Although I have seen the Stargate activated several times from a distance, it is only when I look up close that I can realize how shocking this giant structure built by human power is. The moment when the mirror film is completely gathered together and completely covers the starry sky on the other side, the mirror surface that had been absolutely calm suddenly began to ripple like water. The ripples on the surface of ordinary water are only a few meters or 10 meters long and then disappear. The largest ripple on the open Stargate even spread over a range of tens of thousands of meters. But these ripples, with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters, only occupy 1/5 of the area of the entire Stargate. And around this huge ripple, the number of other ripples of various sizes is constantly increasing, making the Stargate like a pond during a rainstorm. Just when the ripples reached their peak, the 14th Legion fleet appeared in the Stargate. 2 offensive-class and Legion-class ships that had been specially modified by the 14th Legion were at the forefront of the fleet and rushed out of the Stargate. Thousands of cruisers also flew out of the Stargate, followed closely by countless destroyer escort formations. It is huge in scale and magnificent in momentum. Chen-Ming suddenly realized that what Gu said before, "soon," did not mean that the 14th Legion's control over the Benia star field would soon increase as he thought. But the 14th Legion is finally arriving. Just when the fleet from the 14th Legion headquarters arrived, the two of them could use the Stargate. Chen-Ming originally thought that the 14th Legion would send people to stabilize the situation first. But it's okay. He had already sensed Benia's confusion on the road. A temporary government in a place that was deeply controlled by Zhuijing could only maintain its own safety, and was out of reach of other places. Only absolute force can completely and thoroughly suppress it. Waiting for the fleet to arrive before starting to control the Benia star field is indeed the most stable option available. If the local patrols had failed to play their role during the period when the 14th Legion's fleet arrived, it might have resulted in some additional civilian casualties. This is a choice made by others, and Chen-Ming cannot change it. So there's nothing to say. At least the scene of the 14th Legion's fleet emerging from the Stargate was quite exciting to watch. A fleet of this size gave Chen-Ming goosebumps due to excitement. There will be a day in the future when he will be able to build an invincible fleet. Just as Chen-Ming was staring at the 14th Legion fleet outside, Chen-Ming's terminal suddenly rang. "Feel sorry." He greeted Gu next to him, turned a corner in the corridor, took out the terminal and answered the call. Cheng Xinghai's usual greeting came from the terminal. "Hello. Is Chen-Ming here?" Chen-Ming also said as usual, "I answered your call and you asked me if I was there? What's the matter? I should have asked for leave yesterday." "Right," Cheng Xinghai said confidently. "Of course I know you asked for leave. But I also heard that you are coming to the headquarters." "Yes. Gu from the institute invited me." "I see. I was wondering why your background changed during class 2 days ago. Are you already on your way?" "Yes. We are about to enter the Stargate. I don't know how long it will take to fly after we get out." "So fast? What's wrong?" Cheng Xinghai seemed to be hesitating about something. "It's okay. I was just thinking about what to do with my classes later. Uncle Bai has been very busy lately. Even if you come, he may not be able to help you with your classes. Do you want to come find me?" Now it was Chen-Ming's turn to hesitate. Not knowing what to say, he thought carefully for a while before saying, "I won't stay too long this time. I'll probably be back in a few days. It's mainly about the war. And Gallo is the front line." "Oh." Cheng Xinghai behaved a little strangely. Chen-Ming knew the reason very well, but he still didn't dare to say it directly. Because he still hasn't thought it through. Or rather, he hasn't thought about it since Bai Quan hinted at it last time. He had absolutely no experience and had no idea what to do. Cheng Xinghai seemed to have sensed some of Chen-Ming's thoughts, and her tone was mixed with complex emotions. "That's it. I'll be at the headquarters." "Yeah. That's it." The call was hung up. Chen-Ming stood there and stared at the terminal for a while before putting it away and returning to the porthole. At this moment, Gu looked at Chen-Ming with a smile on his face. exactly the same as in the previous 2 days. After all, Qin Ming did not deliberately walk far. With the hearing of a psychic, even if he did not listen specifically, he could still hear clearly who Qin Ming was talking to just now. Now Qin Ming knew what He Gu meant. But he did not show any expression in front of He Gu. He asked as if nothing had happened. How long will it take to enter the Star Gate? It will be soon. Once the headquarters fleet passes through the Star Gate, there will be 20 minutes for us to pass through. That's plenty of time for us to get through. Qin Ming leaned against the porthole, watching the fleet of the 14th Legion arriving outside. But his thoughts had already flown away to who knows where. He Gu suddenly came over and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Qin Ming shook his head and said nothing. He Gu just patted his shoulder and said nothing. 10 minutes later, the huge fleet of the 14th Legion finally left the Star Gate completely. Part of the fleet flew to the capital planet and took over the government departments. Another part of the fleet left the galaxy to take over the original Starfield army in the Bennu star field. After the Star Gate lit up the signal light to allow other spacecraft to pass through. Some spacecraft that were waiting at the edge of the Star Gate immediately flew towards the Star Gate. Of course, it also includes the spacecraft that Qin Ming is currently riding. The warning sound on the spacecraft kept reminding passengers that the artificial gravity device was about to be shut down, asking them to find the nearest safety fence and secure themselves with seat belts. Because there was a seat belt next to the porthole, Qin Ming and He Gu stayed there together. After the final scan before passing through the Star Gate, all the approaching spacecraft entered the mirror of the Star Gate. Qin Ming, who was looking out the porthole, suddenly had only darkness in his eyes. In the darkness, he could not see anything and could only feel the spaceship shaking constantly. Even though he was wearing a seatbelt, he still felt uncomfortable being thrown around. And because of the loss of vision, Qin Ming's other senses suddenly became sharper. A feeling of being pulled by some force filled his whole body. This made him feel a little uncomfortable, but he soon got used to it. The vibrations of the spacecraft gradually subsided. However, after Qin Ming waited for a while, he still did not see the light outside the spacecraft come back on. And time seemed to be passing very slowly. Obviously, a long time had passed subjectively on the side of the prosthesis in the Star Gate. But at this moment, for the real body outside the Empire, less than half a second had passed objectively. And just half a second later, Qin Ming suddenly felt a force acting on him that was pulling at his consciousness. Once he was pulled away by this force, his consciousness would seem to fall into the abyss. This is Qin Ming's subconscious response. After all, after entering the Star Gate, everything in front of his eyes was dark, and he couldn't see anything. Not only was his vision completely dark, he couldn't even sense the voice of He Gu, who was so close to him. This is quite wrong. However, Qin Ming's danger-sensing psychic ability did not give any sign of danger. It was completely different from when he was forcibly dragged into the Scarlet Dimension by the recipient, and the sense of danger in his mind was ringing like a bell. He also sensed this clearly. This is very contradictory. Qin Ming didn't think there was something wrong with his mental state, but the feeling was so real. Moreover, the force that was pulling at his mental strength was still growing, making it increasingly difficult for him to maintain his mental state. Although part of his consciousness in the prosthesis of the 14th Legion sank into this abyss, where he was not sure whether it existed or not, and whether it was dangerous or not, there would be no fatal problems. But he continued to concentrate and resist this strange force. His mental power was being consumed rapidly. No, his mental power was not being consumed. The feeling from the main body was very clear. His mental strength had not changed at all except for a slight increase in daily consumption. It was the part of the consciousness on the prosthesis in the Star Gate that felt that its mental power was being consumed. The pulling force came from all directions, making him the center of all the forces pulling at him. It was as if his consciousness was located in the eye of a typhoon, and every corner of his consciousness was being blown by this force that was constantly pulling at him, giving him this illusion. Wait, the eye of the typhoon, the vortex, wormhole. Qin Ming probably understood where this power came from. But how are things like stargates and wormholes related to consciousness? And what about this inexplicable consumption of mental energy that only exists in perception? Qin Ming didn't understand, but still insisted on fighting against the power from the wormhole. But that involved increasingly chaotic, more and more distorted. It seemed as if it was going to tear his consciousness into a whirlpool. Qin Ming had to concentrate all his attention while constantly distracting himself and controlling different parts of his consciousness to resist the pulling force. But no matter how he resists, this power is becoming more and more difficult to resist. and Qinming's subconsciousness has become more and more tired. Fortunately, Qinming's awareness, that is, the ontology, is still outside the Stargate. So every time his consciousness on the prosthesis was about to collapse because of the tearing force in the Stargate, as long as this part of the consciousness temporarily returns to the main body, the fatigue of being immersed in the Stargate will immediately dissipate. He can continue to fight against that force with all his might. There is constant resistance. Finally, Qinming discovered that the spaceship around him began to vibrate violently again. The darkness in front of his eyes was no longer complete, and the starry sky appeared in front of him through the porthole again. He-Gu was still beside him, looking out the window silently. And behind the spaceship he was on was the Stargate with rippling waves. Through the surrounding starry sky, Qinming quickly determined his current location. He is now in a star field that is directly controlled by the 14th Legion. A star field that is directly named 14. Qinming vomited deeply. Although objectively speaking, the entire process of the spacecraft passing through the Stargate just now only took 10 seconds in reality. But he had just been feeling the prosthesis for half an hour. He-Gu next to him suddenly asked Qinming, "How do you feel?" Originally, Qinming was still thinking about whether his situation was special, which led to this kind of thing when passing through the Stargate. But looking at He-Gu's problem now, it should be that everyone or all psychics will encounter this situation when passing through the Stargate. So Qinming asked directly, "What happened just now?" He-Gu was not surprised that Qinming realized the problem behind his question so quickly. He immediately explained, "This is what will happen when teleporting over long distances through a Stargate. The wormhole singularity in the Stargate has the power to warp time and space, teleporting us to the other side of the Empire in just 10 seconds. During this process, this distorted force will certainly be noticed by people. It's just that ordinary people's consciousness is too weak to detect it at all. And because psychics have extremely sharp perceptions and strong thinking abilities, when they pass through a Stargate, the time that should have passed quickly for ordinary people will be dragged out for a long time." Qinming listened to He-Gu's explanation and recalled it carefully. When he just entered the Stargate, perhaps nothing had happened yet. But after half a second, the vibration of the spacecraft gradually disappeared. And at this time, his consciousness had actually left his body. It was just because the surrounding environment was too dark. He concentrated all his attention to his consciousness, and no abnormalities were found at all. In fact, when the vibration of the spacecraft disappeared, he should notice it. Qinming covered his head and said, "So during this period of time, if you want to get through this easily, just relax. Don't resist the feeling of your mind being pulled away. That's just an illusion caused by the distortion of time and space. It's human instinct that allows you to enter an unconscious state as quickly as possible so that you can quickly get through meaningless events. It doesn't matter. But I feel like if I relax I'll fall into the abyss. That's the instinct of a psychic." He-Gu explained, "The most important thing for a psychic is consciousness itself. So if the spiritual person is in an unconscious state, then this time is the most vulnerable time of the spiritual ability. Of course, if you enter the state of unconsciousness when you pass through the Stargate, don't worry too much. You wouldn't go through the Stargate on the same ship as your enemy, would you? Of course, you can resist that feeling if you insist. Just think of it as training your spiritual power. The effect is very good. It can make psychics feel mentally exhausted, but it actually has no substantial impact. In addition, its source of power is very special. It is a good way to exercise the control of psychic abilities. If it is not too high, it will have been promoted." What He-Gu said is indeed correct. Qinming could feel the restrictive effect of the space-time force that He-Gu mentioned on his mental power during that period of time. And under such a limitation effect, the spiritual power must insist on not allowing the consciousness to be pulled away from the body with great willpower. And it is really very exercise, especially training the ability to control mental power in extreme situations, as well as the ability to refine mental power. Perhaps he persisted for a long time, and he continued to use Ling to compete for every subtle force. Qinming sure was able to feel his control of Lingning's control again, especially at the micro level. Qinming looked down at his palm. In the center of your palm there is an iron atom. Although he couldn't see the naked eye, Qinming's eyes were not just limited to iron atoms at this time. He had been able to see the protons and neutron that constituted the iron atom. As long as his spiritual power continues to grow and continue to be trained, he will be able to control deeper existences sooner or later. He-Gu deliberately did not tell Qinming about this in advance. After all, once someone says it, we are prepared in advance and know that nothing will go wrong. Then, when the psychic energy at the center of the space-time force can't bear it anymore, it may not try desperately to find ways to resist. and the effect will naturally be poorer. However, if the spiritual person in it does not know that consciousness is okay, it will naturally do his best to persist until he can't hold it completely. Chen Ming is an exception, because the consciousness he had when he entered the Star Gate was only part of it. Therefore, the effect of mental strength is not ideal. But the control of spiritual power is more meticulous. It allows him to see more clearly at a more microscopic level. So how did you come here? He Gu asked curiously. How long have you persisted? I held on for a while. About 15 minutes. And then I relaxed when I couldn't take it anymore. 15 minutes? He Gu repeated what Chen Ming said in surprise. Chen Ming suddenly realized that the time he had been talking about was a bit too long. However, Ho Gu felt that it was not surprising after the accident. After all, this was Chen Ming. 15 minutes is good. Next time you are prepared, you won't have such a good opportunity to practice. Speaking of which, Chen Ming suddenly reacted. And he came over with the Star Gate. The Star Gate was open because the main fleet of the 14th Legion passed through. So if he wanted to go back, when will the next Stargate be activated? In a week. The next Legion's fleet will arrive. And we can just follow them then. Oh! Just as Chen Ming's side finally left the Stargate, a private meeting has just been held on the 14th Legion's headquarters network. In a conference room on the virtual reality network. About 20 people's virtual projection was located at the table of the conference room. Everyone's appearance was in the dark, and it was unclear who they were. But all participants knew each other's identity. At the very front of the conference table, there was a projected photo. That was a photo taken near the Stargate. In the center of the photo is a destroyer waiting at the edge of the Stargate. The photos kept zooming in. When zoomed in to the highest precision, the photo locked onto He Gu and Chen Ming through the destroyer's porthole. Finally, the view focused on Chen Ming's face. Chen Ming has entered the Stargate and has arrived at the 14th star region. He is coming to the headquarters. Chapter 306, Secret Meeting. In a virtual conference room located in the 14 core network, there were about 20 people sitting around the round table in the center of the conference room. There was a number plate in front of each seat, marking each person's number. When Chen Ming's photo was fixed on the projection screen next to the conference table, the initiator or host of the meeting with the number 1 sign in front of him spoke first. The main purpose of this meeting is to discuss the purpose of Chen Ming's visit to the headquarters and prepare countermeasures. I invited all the participants to this meeting, so they can probably guess who they are. But as long as you are careful with your words, your specific identity won't be discovered. So please feel free to speak your mind. As soon as the host finished speaking, number 2, who was sitting next to him, immediately said, "Isn't Chen Ming's purpose very clear? It is definitely related to Bai Quan. Bai Chuan's momentum is so strong that even the higher-ups have offered to let him stay at the headquarters for further training. Chen Ming came here at this time. It must be because Bai Quan was unwilling to have his momentum suppressed and wanted to continue working. So the important thing is how to deal with it, and discuss the way to deal with the alliance between Chen Ming and Bai Quan." Number 2 did not give the others a chance to speak and continued to express his opinion. There are 2 connections between Chen Ming and Bai Quan. One is their long-standing cooperation, and the other is the marriage. Chen Ming and Bai Quan now have an absolute interest relationship, and it is impossible to find a loophole in the cooperative relationship. So I think it's best to start with the marriage. If we destroy the marriage, there will definitely be a thorn left between Chen Ming and Bai Quan, and we can take the opportunity to tear open the wound. Figure number 2 clenched his fists tightly, as if he wanted to crush the possibility of a powerful alliance between Chen Ming and Bai Quan. But immediately, a rather broad figure with a number 9 in front of him said, "It's a bit too mean. It's despicable. Do you have any better ideas?" Number 9, who had raised the question, immediately perked up and said, "I prefer to look for opportunities elsewhere." "How do I find it?" "We don't have to start with Chen Ming and Bai Quan. They have another target that cannot be touched. The branch in the Gallows Star region." Chen Ming left the branch and came to the headquarters, which means that the branch has lost another backbone. "We can start from there." What he said sounded reasonable, but he couldn't avoid being questioned by others. Number 6 said, "The branch is now no different from Chen Mingquan's base camp. Ever since Bai Quan resisted the pressure and carried out a large-scale purge, Bai Chuan's control over the branch has been absolute. And there is also the effect of Chen Ming's psychic power. It has long been confirmed that his psychic power can not only control spacecraft, but can also control all metal and mechanized structures. No one knows how close the relationship between Chen Ming and Bai Quan is. The entire branch may already be under Chen Ming's control. Of course, number 9 would not accept his proposal and let someone find loopholes. He immediately retorted, even if the entire branch is controlled by him. Can his psychic power reach so far? Number 6 directly brought up the previous example and said, it has only been a short time since the Kamo incident. Right? Qin could already be in the headquarters, and the spaceship is in Kamo. So why can't he control the branch from the headquarters? Number 9 continued to refute. The distance between Kamo and Jialua is quite different from that between the headquarters and Jialua. Moreover, Qin spaceships in Kamo are all Afterglow spaceships, which must have Afterglow cores installed. We cannot be 100% sure that Qin can control everything, unless you ask Qin directly about this kind of thing. No one can get an answer before Qin actually takes action. Number 6 knew he was not in the right, so he softened his tone and said, at least we should compromise. When Qin used spacecraft at long distances, he used Afterglow spacecraft with Afterglow cores. Then we will assume that as long as Qin is in control, he will be able to know the situation around the controlled spacecraft. However, if he wants to control it, he can only do it through the Afterglow core. I think this is a reasonable guess. Right? At least it matches Qin current performance. Number 9 did not pursue number 9 relentlessly. After all, what number 6 said did make some sense. So he followed number 6's idea and said, if you think so, it's impossible for all the branches to have Afterglow cores. Both key figures, Qin and Bai Quan, have left the branch. So the defense will definitely be empty. We can indeed do something over there. Number 10, who was next to number 9, suddenly spoke up. I don't think it's necessary to go to great lengths to attack this branch. We have already sent out our mission from our headquarters, and the spacecraft has already passed through the star gate. The Benia star field will definitely fall into our hands. The scale of the Benia star field is not even on the same level as the Baiquan branch that couldn't even occupy a star region. As long as we can fully occupy Benia and turn it into a new branch of ours, the branch of Gallo will not be worth mentioning. At that time, the branch over there will become the branch of Banyo. Number 9 knocked on the table and interrupted number 10, who was about to continue speaking. The branch in the Gallo star field has a geographical advantage. The Benu star region is not a prosperous star region. It is not developed enough. Nor is it a marginal star region. It occupies a favorable position for external development, and cannot completely replace the position of the Gallo star region, which borders Yue and the mechanical clan. More importantly, you want Baiquan to spit out what's in his mouth? Have you forgotten what he was like before because Baiquan has entered the political arena? A person's character will affect the way he does things. Once he becomes thoroughly familiar with politics, he will bring in his previous brutal ways of doing things. If anyone tries to take the meat in his mouth, Baiquan will definitely tear off a bigger piece of flesh from that person. What if we make Bayonet a completely better branch? The branch in the Gallo Star region will still be a branch of the headquarters, and will also be the headquarters of Baiquan. We must take action against the branch while Baichuan's power is still weak. Don't forget that we also have people in the fleet that just set out. Although the Benia star field has been built into our branch, it will not affect Baichuan's control over the Gallo branch. But we can use some external means to change this situation now. No one had any comments on number 9's speech. But just when the more than 20 people attending the meeting were about to start discussing specific measures against the Gallo branch, number 17 suddenly poured cold water on everyone. There are people from the supervisory department in the fleet that went out. The conference room was silent for a moment. And number 1 asked, Supervision department? Yes. Although it has not appeared openly, it is definitely there, with them watching. All our outbound fleet can do is to carry out their missions honestly. If you want to extend your reach beyond the 2-star regions, it depends on whether they agree or not. So either we should directly send people from the headquarters to the Baiquan branch, or we should not even think about using Banyo to deal with Jialua. The fleet we sent to Benia can only exert some influence secretly. Any overt means, including military or economic interference, will not work. No, that's fine. Just have someone come and help take the blame. Who's coming? No one spoke. No one dares to be too presumptuous in front of the supervisory department. The supervisory department of the 14th Corps does not belong to any faction and only serves the Corps commander. The Legion commander does not have his own faction and exists purely for the benefit of the Legion. Qin joining is beneficial to the entire Legion. Baiquan made his way through the battlefield and rose all the way to the rank of Lieutenant General. And he was also a powerful figure. Qin joined because of Baiquan. So the connection between Qin and Baiquan is also beneficial to the Legion. So he will definitely protect Qin. The Legion commander would never allow anyone to do anything that would be absolutely detrimental to the Legion's interests. Of course, protection is protection. And there can be competition within the Legion. But the competition cannot be excessive. Last time someone went too far, which led to the intervention of the supervisory department. As a result, a lieutenant general and his faction retired early. Therefore, everyone present was quite wary of the supervisory department. And no one wanted to be the next person to be retired. So that means Bei Nio's side has no effect at all? Number 17 thought about it, and didn't say anything final. It's not completely impossible. As long as we wait until the war with the mechanical race begins, the supervision of us by the supervisory department will definitely decrease. And then we will have a chance. In the future, we can only rely on the actions of the headquarters. Let's take this opportunity to arrange someone. After number 17 finished speaking, number 6 said, as if he was very familiar with Baiquan. Baiquan has grown very quickly after we targeted him a few times. He is no longer the same Baiquan as before. People who are directly sent there won't be effective. Especially those who came from our headquarters. Baiquan will not let down his guard at all. If there is no way to get help from the fleet in the Benia Star Field, then I would rather withdraw my proposal. At this time, number 9 sang a different tune from number 6, but Baiquan is not in the branch. There is still a chance. Number 6 shook his head and said, there is a chance. But it certainly cannot be used as the main method. We still have to look back and see if there is any way to dissolve the connection between Qinming and Baiquan. Number 2, who first proposed the idea, immediately said, aren't we back to the beginning? Let's start with the marriage alliance. We must not let Qinming and Cheng Xinghai get married. A strong alliance is definitely not a good thing for us. Seeing that no one disagreed with what he said, number 2 continued, then, there are 3 directions to start with for the marriage: Qinming, Cheng Xinghai, and Baiquan. Baiquan is currently learning command techniques for the mechanical race. He is under protection, and there is no chance for contact. It is impossible to start with him. That, just as number 2 was expressing his thoughts, number 13 suddenly said, in fact, Baiquan's wife should also be able to influence Cheng Xing. Before he finished speaking, the conference room, which had been quietly listening to number 2's speech, suddenly became noisy. Are you stupid? Roll. Kick him. The figure of number 13 disappeared in the conference room in an instant. After all, those who can participate in this meeting are not too young. And basically they have wives and children. They can fight as they please. But everyone agrees that their wives and children will not be harmed. If one person breaks the rules, no one will be happy. Of course, Cheng Xinghai's situation is different. Although Cheng Xinghai is Baiquan's adopted daughter, she is a soldier, and a soldier who has been on the battlefield. This is the difference. Since you have chosen to join the army, you must be prepared to face attacks. After confirming that number 13 had been kicked out, number 2 continued, since we can't attack Baiquan, we can only attack Cheng Xinghai and Qinming. Qinming's psychic power is there. No one wants to get in touch with it. Right? So I prefer Cheng Xinghai. Does anyone know Cheng Xinghai's location? Number 1 immediately replied, it's the end of May now. Cheng Xinghai is a junior. He must be in school. No need to guess. Good. Number 2 nodded to number 1 and said, the way to stop Qinming and Cheng Xinghai from getting married is very simple. Just find a better one for Cheng Xinghai. Qinming is 26 this year, and Cheng Xinghai is 19. There is a 7-year age difference between them. We should be able to find a lot of suitable people based on their age alone. A young person who is within 7 years of Qinming and is better than him. Or not better. Young people. Who has any recommendations? Number 8 raised his hand slightly and said, Cheng Xinghai is a student majoring in military command at the military university. There are indeed some outstanding students in this major in her class. But let's put it this way. Almost all the opposite sex, who are of the right age for Cheng Xinghai, have already been introduced to Baiquan by their respective families. No one was left out, whether they were the same age or 2 or 3 years older, as long as they had some ability. In the end, none of them succeeded. No one usually talks about the failure of a marriage proposal, so you probably don't know about it. But I do. I can also say that it is impossible to find someone from Cheng Xinghai to replace Qinming. Looking at the entire empire, there may be someone, but there really is no one suitable among the people that the 14th Legion can contact. Number 8's tone of acting like a matchmaker made number 2 very unwilling. He insisted on his own idea and asked, what if we don't look at ability, but only look at the identity that is suitable? Number 8 immediately said, Cheng Xinghai is the adopted daughter of the Lieutenant General of the 14th Legion, and she is also a psychic. It is impossible for her to marry someone of a lower status. The person she wants to marry must be at least one level higher. Or if the other party is also a psychic, then we can relax the restrictions appropriately. That is to say, if the person you are looking for is not a psychic, then he must at least be the admiral's son. But as far as I know, most of the admirals in our army have grandchildren. Grandchildren are the next generation, and have nothing to do with Shanghai. Only the general's youngest son can be considered as being of this generation. It's true that the general didn't get involved in the factional struggle, but who can persuade the general? And the general's son is only 15 years old. Is it appropriate? Number 2 still didn't want to give up. What about the other legions? I can see that what number 2 says is becoming more and more outrageous. Number 6, who had been resisting number 2's idea, couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted. Stop talking nonsense. We've heard what number 8 said. At most, we can start with Ming. Come to think of it, has Ming not been very active recently? This incident at the headquarters is the first influential thing he has done recently. Right? That's not the case. Number 20 said. Just because Ming hasn't made any moves recently doesn't mean he hasn't done anything. He has been publishing various research and development results, especially the extraordinary laboratory he opened there. The research results on the mechanical race can be published in a few days. His psychic power can control the mechanical race, so the supplies given by the higher-ups are quite a lot. Many old-fashioned laboratories that study the mechanical race may not be as powerful as theirs. After all, if they want to do any experiment, Ming can just use the mechanical family to do it. It would be strange if the efficiency is not high. There are still some relics of that civilization that have been given to Ming for research. Those things are also very exaggerated. And he also has a patent on some antimatter technology. Don't think he's not working just because he's not making any big moves. Number 1 was very surprised and asked number 20, who seemed to be from the scientific research department of the Legion, is there such a thing? Not everyone cares about the patents of the technology they use. Don't think that he is just an ordinary person without vision after joining our army for a while. To introduce a suitable one to Ming, we must not only consider Ming's psychic power, but also Ming's own abilities. This time, number 2 was not bothered by what number 20 said about Ming's situation. He said decisively, then let's not consider his ability for now. People always look up. If they have something good, they will definitely not want the bad one, especially when the bad one hasn't even reached their hands yet. Number 8 suddenly couldn't help but interrupt. Wait a minute. Do you have any misunderstanding about good and bad? Who can make Ming give up his relationship with Bai Quan and choose someone else? Who can give Ming more benefits than Shanghai? You're thinking the wrong thing. Number 2 said confidently. We don't have to let Ming choose. Let Bai Quan choose. If Ming was not a good man, but a scumbag who flirted with women everywhere, would Bai Quan hand his daughter over to him? Number 8 didn't understand what number 2 meant. But he knew one thing. Ming is not a nice guy. As long as you understand what I mean. Ming is definitely a capable and good person. So my idea is not to let Ming choose someone else, but to let Ming do something irrational, so that Bai Quan can't marry Ming with his bad reputation. Whose daughter or granddaughter is of the right age? The prettiest ones go first. Number 10, who had not spoken before, finally spoke up at this time. This makes it much easier to find. Although the important people in the conference room were all speaking against Ming and Bai Quan, they actually did not have any deep hatred towards Ming. If one could use one's own daughter or granddaughter to exchange for a relationship with a level 5 psychic, or even a psychic with a much higher upper limit, many people would not mind even if it is just a relationship at the very top. However, some people fell silent. All the people present were from the 14th Legion, and were all military men. Some people can accept using political means to achieve their goals, but selling out female members is a rather shameful way to achieve it, which is unacceptable to them. Originally everyone would occasionally express their opinions in the meeting room, but suddenly only half of the people were discussing the feasibility of the plan proposed by number 2. The rest of the people remained silent. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became weird. The people who were talking about this immediately noticed this, and the discussion about choosing the right person to use some improper means to deal with Ming immediately stopped. But everyone knows that what number 2 said is indeed a feasible method, and someone will definitely try it. There are always people with flexible moral bottom lines. The meeting room was silent for a while. Finally, it was number 1 who opened up the situation. Maybe there is another person we can look for an opportunity with. Who? Shanghai. He had conflicts with Ming before. They had a conflict in the Gallo Star region, and were captured by Ming. Later, He was redeemed by Baikuan, although their conflict seems to have been resolved by Baikuan. Those who understand know that those who are proud and arrogant will definitely not accept someone of the same age as them being superior to them. We can find a way to exert some influence on the people around him, and let them use Cheng Xinghe's defeat to Qin to pressure him. Create some conflicts between him and Qin. Try to bring up the old matter again and magnify the conflict between Qin and Cheng Xinghe to the point of a life and death feud. Cheng Xinghe and Cheng Xinghe are siblings no matter what. As long as the relationship between Qin and Cheng Xinghe continues to deteriorate, it will definitely create a rift between Qin and Cheng Xinghe. This proposal caught the attention of the participants, and the meeting continued. At the same time, the spaceship Qin took arrived at the headquarters colony, which was not a military colony located on a volcanic planet, but a comprehensive colony belonging to the 14th Legion. Although the military base is built on a volcanic planet, but since the 14th Legion controls a star field alone, it must have a matching administrative team. So the administrative team naturally falls on this comprehensive colony. When the spacecraft Qin was on landed at the space station connected to the ground by a space elevator, Qin felt a psychic energy fluctuation directly locking onto him. Of course, this psychic energy fluctuation did not show any hostility. It simply locked onto him, warning Qin not to do anything bad in the headquarters. Of course Qin would not seek death. Follow Higu silently. Anyway, Higu came here at Baikuan's request, so he would naturally help him arrange everything that follows. Then, Higu did not take Qin to see Baikuan immediately, but took Qin to a building, in a corner near the building where no one would notice. Higu said to Qin, "Disguise a little." Camouflage? Qin rubbed a medical mask with his hands, put on a pair of slightly dark glasses and said, "Okay." Higu looked Qin up and down, and confirmed that since he was not someone he knew well, and would not notice the problem, he would not be able to find the problem. He took Qin into the building, and entered a room located in the corner of the first floor. This room was not empty, but a huge lecture hall with about 300 or 400 people sitting in it. Chapter 307 Management Regulations. There are a lot of people in the lecture hall, but no one cared about Qin brought in by Higu. After all, not everyone recognizes Qin face, even if he is disguised. At the same time, most of the people who knew Qin thought that Qin would definitely give priority to meeting Baikuan after arriving at the headquarters. No one expected that Higu would dare to bring someone into the lecture hall, so at least for the time being. When Qin entered the lecture hall, he didn't feel that anyone was looking at him. Qin moved a little closer to Higu and asked in a low voice, "What is this lecture hall doing now?" Of course, the lecture hall is for holding conferences and giving presentations. Higu seemed to be focusing on other people. He responded subconsciously before he realized Qin's thoughts and explained, "It's about the conference in the Benia Star region. We have sent such a large fleet, and there will be new reinforcements later, so the rear will definitely have to make timely adjustments." Adjust what? You have to know that the Benia Star region is a star region, and our army is going there to control the entire star region. One star region can fully support an entire army. This is an opportunity to expand the 14th Legion's military strength, but it is also a place where problems can arise. Qin probably understood what Higu meant. The Benia Star field is too far away from the headquarters of the 14th Legion, but an army supported by a star field can completely break away from the headquarters and become independent. Therefore, the 14th Legion must pay considerable attention to guarding against splitting, and must never allow the separated part to become a new independent legion. Worried about division? Higu nodded slightly and said, "Yes, but that's not all. You can see that the 14th Legion is now very powerful. We are the most powerful in the entire empire. If the higher-ups want to split our legion, Bainyo is the best opportunity. So we must be prepared to deal with this possibility. Even if the higher-ups really want to split our army into two, we must do something to minimize the impact. This report meeting is to announce the management policy of the Benia Star region discussed by the top leaders of the Legion. It's probably about setting up a rotation mechanism for the management of the headquarters and the Bainu branch. You should understand the reason." Of course Qin understood. The situation of the management after the Benia Star field is absolutely that the top-level 14th Legion has full coverage, with the 14th Legion occupying most of the senior levels, and a small number of Benia natives remaining. The middle and lower levels are a mixture of the Legion and the Benia indigenous people. This means that if the management in the Benia Star field does not rotate, there is a high probability that Benia will be controlled by the same group of people during the process of the Legion's control of Benia. There will definitely be big problems. Therefore, when Banyo was completely controlled, most of the forces of the 14th Legion digested and infiltrated Banyo completely. This is something that must be done before ensuring that the two separated star regions will never become independent. He Gu did not confirm Chen Ming's thoughts with him, because he knew that Chen Ming would definitely be able to guess it. In addition to what I just said, all that remains is to announce a few new internal management regulations applicable to the current situation. Management regulations? Chen Ming was just about to ask what the management regulations were. He Gu had already signaled Chen Ming to sit down next to him at the seat with the sign of the Psychic Research Institute department. The people from the Psychic Research Institute were even seated at the front of the entire lecture hall. After all, this department is considered one of the most important civilian departments in the Legion. Other research departments that can compete with the Psionic Research Institute are the Ship and Weapon Design Institutes. Of course, the research department is important, but it is irrelevant when it comes to the movements of the Legion. Therefore, when the Legion arranged the location of the Psychic Research Institute, it placed it relatively forward, but also relatively close to the side. It is equivalent to being in a corner of the lecture hall, and is unlikely to attract the attention of others. What regulations? You'll know in a moment. He Gu sat on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. It seemed that it would take some time before the meeting began, but Chen Ming still had several questions to ask. What he wanted to ask most was what He Gu meant. Why did He Gu bring him to this lecture hall to attend this conference? Under normal circumstances, even if he wanted to come, He Gu would first take Chen Ming to Bai Quan's side, and then Bai Quan would bring him here and sit in the seat of Bai Quan's faction. The Psychic Research Institute that He Gu belongs to has nothing to do with any factions, so there is no need to bring him here. There must be some reason why He Gu did this. But He Gu was sleeping now, so Chen Ming had nothing to say. I might as well take this opportunity to look around. It's okay if you don't watch it, but just take a look. Chen Ming saw the front entrance of the lecture hall, and Bai Quan's old boss just walked in and was about to take a seat. And just as Chen Ming looked at his old boss's gaze also passed over him. Chen was sure that his old boss also saw him, because his gaze paused on him for a moment before moving away and slid smoothly across He Gu. But he pretended he saw nothing. Without any physical pause, he sat in the first row of the lecture hall surrounded by others. And it is located in the middle of the three columns on the left, middle and right of the lecture hall, which is closer to the center, sitting with several admirals. The other lieutenant generals that Chen Ming saw were basically sitting at the side. Chen Ming looked at Bai Quan's old boss for a while, and then looked away, without any special expression. After waiting for about half an hour, more than 100 people arrived one after another, bringing the total number of people in the lecture hall to about 500. When it was exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, Earth time, the report meeting officially began. He Gu also opened his eyes immediately. An admiral walked onto the stage from the first row and began the meeting. The conference is just a report meeting. All you have to do is listen. Chen Ming simply pretended to do it, picked up the pen and paper prepared on the table in front of him, and started scribbling. Of course, he was listening with his ears pricked up. Even listened very carefully. This report of the 14th Legion will concern the Bennu star field, which is very close to the Gallo star field. Therefore, the Legion's actions in this star field will inevitably have some impact on the branch in the Gallo star field as well. He had to listen. The more he listened, the more Chen Ming's brows furrowed, because what was said at the conference was indeed the same as what He Gu had just briefly said. It's about the management rotation system in the Bennu star field. To put it in more detail, the headquarters must regularly station additional staff in the branch. At the same time, some managers of the branch need to rotate with the headquarters to ensure that the branch maintains close contact with the headquarters at all times. At first Chen Ming didn't think there was anything wrong, but as he listened further and connected it to several management regulations announced later, it seemed that something was wrong. Because in addition to the personnel scheduling of the top management, the management regulations also require that all military ranks and personnel changes above a certain position in the branch must be reviewed and approved by the headquarters. A new department established after receiving the imperial order to enter Benia. This regulation is used to limit the appointment authority of the branch. Specifically, it restricts officers at the colonel level and positions at battalion level and above. At the same time, the branch's administrative management logs also need to be fully backed up and archived, and sent back to the headquarters regularly. This sounds reasonable. The administrative log includes some things like reward and punishment systems, and the headquarters should indeed be informed of it. The movement of high-level and above military supplies or large quantities of military supplies in the branch must be made known to the headquarters. Chen Ning remembered that there was a list of this high-level registered military supplies. He has seen it too. It can only be said that any supplies used by cruiser level and above ships can be considered high-level supplies. The headquarters only needs to know the destination of the supplies. There is no need to write down clearly where each piece of material is used. It is enough to have a general inference and understanding of the situation of the branch. It can be seen that the purpose of this report meeting is to make the branch be subject to the headquarters in all aspects. There is no problem with these management regulations being applied to the Bennu Star region. Chen Ming had no objection either. But everything that was said at the entire conference. All the management regulations mentioned refer to the branch rather than the Bennu branch. That's the biggest problem. Although this conference was held because of Bennu, all regulations will be immediately applied to the Bennu branch. However, the Gallo branch is also a branch of the 14th Legion. And everything said in the entire conference will also apply to the Gallo branch. Let's take the simplest example. If there was such a regulation in our department before, then the branch will have managers from the headquarters, who will become the management of Baiquan. Everything Baiquan does will be influenced by the management of the headquarters. The previous internal purge was likely to have come to nothing due to the influence of this person. Although there is a loophole in this regulation, it allows the headquarters to send people from the same faction over. But other conflicting factions within the headquarters will certainly not miss this opportunity to cause trouble. If other factions infiltrate the management, there will definitely be big problems. The 14th Legion has just moved into Bennu, and there are multiple factions competing at the same time. So it doesn't matter if they have more people. But if other people were crammed into this small place as the Gallo branch, the situation would be completely different. It's scary to think about. And there is another situation that may happen, and that is Chen Ming's position issue. According to the current requirements, Baiquan does not have the authority to directly give Chen Ming, a psychic, the same power as a captain-level officer. He must obtain permission from the headquarters. And Chen Ming's psychic power is there. Before the headquarters showed full trust in the 14th Legion some time ago, there were many excuses and reasons why Baiquan could not give enough authority to Chen Ming. Of course, Chen Ming was later promoted to the same level of officer rank after joining the Legion from an external tactical instructor, and was even promoted to the next level based on his research results. This was reviewed by the headquarters, so there is no problem with this. Moreover, the current rules will not affect previous events. Chen Ming will be in whatever position he is supposed to be in. Otherwise, Chen Ming would not have been able to get the spiritual awakening nerve and the several thousand contribution points that Gu sent him. Just thinking about it, Chen Ming remembered what Baiquan had done before at the Gallo branch that was not in compliance with current management regulations. If these regulations are really implemented, Chen Ming raised his head and looked towards his old boss Baiquan. Although the people in the front row did not make any changes in their movements, they certainly would not show it even if they had any thoughts in their minds. But the expressions on the faces of those who sat a little further back were quite ugly. On the contrary, some people sitting in other seats were staring at their old boss with an amused look. And it was obvious that they also knew what the regulations were about this time. At this time, Gu also turned his head slightly and glanced at Chen Ming. He saw Chen Ming's serious expression, so he knew that Chen Ming had understood the importance of this conference. In fact, when Gu knew that this conference was going to be held, he had already roughly guessed what would happen. The 14th Legion had no branches before, and Baichuan's branch is considered a new attempt by the Legion. And this attempt now appears to have been a clear success. Even if the Bennu incident didn't happen, once Baiquan expanded the Jialua branch, the headquarters would also introduce corresponding rules. So it is only a matter of time before the contents of this conference appear. This conference is not only aimed at Bennu, but also Baiquan and his faction. Gu felt that Chen Ming needed to know about this matter. But Baiquan couldn't come, and the time just now was not enough for Baiquan to arrange Chen Ming into the lecture hall. Only if he applied for an additional position in advance could Chen Ming get the news first. And that news had not been processed by anyone else. First-hand information allows people to think and analyze without being interfered with by anyone. Although Chen Ming and Baiquan would know about this sooner or later given their relationship, the fact that he brought Chen Ming here in advance showed his attitude. He wanted to make peace with Chen Ming. He is willing to invest with Chen Ming. He hoped that Chen Ming would be able to temporarily join the Psychic Research Institute at the request of his goodwill, because he really needs Chen Ming's spiritual power to do things, especially things related to the mechanical race, as the legacy of another civilization. The mechanical race itself possesses a large number of psychic-related equipment and devices. And even mechanized psychic creatures have appeared recently. They are inseparable from psychic power. So their Psychic Power Research Institute certainly has a research room dedicated to studying the psychic properties of the mechanical race and the psychic weapons of the mechanical race. The mechanic war is about to begin. The benefits of Qinming, a psychic who can control the mechanical race, to the war are obvious. Of course, this does not mean that Qinming is not good enough in his own research institute, but that they can promote the research results more quickly. And their Psychic Research Institute is supported by the entire Legion. The resources he has are not on the same level as Qinming's. If Qinming's Research Institute needs something, it still needs to apply for it. And it all depends on Bai Quan's methods. Although it does have some support from the Legion, it is definitely not as good as the Psychic Research Institute, which is itself a storage place for large amounts of psychic supplies. Even if Qinming does not want to join the Psychic Research Institute and only wants to cooperate temporarily, it will be of great benefit to both parties. So He Gu's idea was to temporarily move Qinming, or even Qinming's entire Extraordinary Research Institute, to the Psychic Research Institute, at least during the war between the Empire and the mechanical race. Of course, there are indeed some problems with his own behavior. After all, the Institute of Psychic Energy itself is absolutely neutral and does not participate in any factional struggles, whether it is the rules of the Institute of Psychic Energy or the rules of the Legion. However, it is impossible for the Corps and the Institute to completely prohibit all researchers from having any contact with people from any faction. Even researchers within the Research Institute often cannot be without affiliation, and will always be close to people from certain factions. For example, He Gu is actually close to Lu Wei. Before, Lu Wei asked He Gu to help determine Qinming's psychic condition, and he came over immediately. But this did not affect his watching the show later, nor did it affect his friendship with Qinming, who had a conflict with Lu Wei. At the same time, it did not affect his ability to continue working in the Research Institute without any problems after the fall of Lu Wei's faction. The 14 Legion was a huge legion, a legion that controls a star region. The relationships within the entire legion are inherently complex. In any case, more than 10 years have passed since the legion was rebuilt. A full generation. It is impossible to completely prohibit people from the completely neutral department of the Institute of Psychic Energy from interacting with people from other factions. Of course, the participation of the people below is their own. But the rules absolutely prohibit the use of the Institute's resources. What He Gu is doing now is just to kindly help a lost soldier to go to the lecture hall to attend a lecture. If you really look into it, he does have excuses and reasons. Anyway, his purpose has nothing to do with any faction. He just wants Qinming to work in the Psychic Research Institute. No matter how severe the punishment is, it would be at most a salary deduction. But for psychics, salary deductions mean nothing. That's why He Gu made such a choice. Brought Qinming here. The presentation is still ongoing. The admiral above continued to speak, and his speech became more and more in-depth and complicated. However, Qinming had studied with Bai Quan for a long time and could understand some professional terms. So after listening to the following words, Qinming found that there was still a chance of a turn for the better, because the Legion's intention is to use the Benia star field as a pilot for this management regulation, and then gradually expand its scope of application. Just like what He Gu said at the beginning, these regulations are not targeted at anyone, but are a preventive measure. But the Legion's point is that if we can change a few words and solve the possible problems with Bai Quan, why not do it? Although it is reasonable to allow small places to pilot and test the rationality of the regulations first, Banyo should not be allowed to start first. But special situations require special responses. After all, this conference was convened because of Banyo, so it must start with Banyo. And there are indeed special circumstances now, because Gallo is the front line. How is it possible to let the front line pilot the experiment for the rear? So generally speaking, the limitations of these legions will only gradually become apparent after the fleets that go out from the legions take control of Bainu. It will not have much impact on Bai Quan for the time being. No matter how you look at it, Bai Quan is now the vanguard of the 14th Legion's war with the mechanical clan. So it is impossible to really let Bai Quan feel disappointed. The reconnaissance before the war and the confrontation in the early stages of the war all relied on Gallo's branch as a fulcrum. Therefore, at least on the surface, the consensus among everyone in the Legion was to support Bai Quan, and all internal dissenting voices were suppressed. However, Qinming also believed that there would always be people who would do something out of hostility towards Bai Quan and him. If the pilot program of this management regulation is effective, it will be used in Gallo sooner or later. He has to go ask Bai Quan. The presentation will be concluded shortly. Chen-Ming stood up and followed He-Gu. He-Gu took Chen-Ming away as usual without saying anything. Anyway, now that he has brought the person here, what he needs to do is done. Chen-Ming and Bai Quan are both smart people, and will quickly understand the purpose of his actions without any further explanation. Soon, He-Gu took Chen-Ming to a parking lot near the building where the conference was held. Of course, it is called a parking lot, but it can actually also be used to park shuttle boats. He-Gu took Chen-Ming to a shuttle, opened the hatch and motioned Chen-Ming to get on. The shuttle is bright white in color, and has a streamlined appearance. It has decorative tail fins extending on both sides, and the style is very nice. Is this your shuttle? No. It's from the Research Institute. He-Gu patted the shuttle's hull and said, "It really looks good." Chen-Ming looked at the shuttle twice before walking in. He-Gu followed closely and got into the cab, driving the shuttle and taking Chen-Ming out of the city. It was delivered to a military base some distance away from the city. Landed inside the military base. As the shuttle's hatch opened, Chen-Ming saw Bai Quan already waiting at the door. He-Gu, who was in the cab, turned to Chen-Ming and said, "We've arrived. Let's get off the boat. I'll have to prepare a new instrument for you to detect psychic properties. I'll contact you later. By the way, I've also sent you the address of the Psychic Research Institute. Come and visit us when you have time." Chen-Ming waved to He-Gu, got off the shuttle. The shuttle turned around and disappeared into the military base. Chen-Ming also walked up to Bai Quan and said, "Long time no see. It has been a while indeed." Bai Quan looked at Chen-Ming for a while and said, "Let's go." Chen-Ming followed and asked habitually, "Where are you going?" "This is the teaching park. I am currently learning the key points of commanding the mechanical race. There's actually a place like this in a military base. And you want to learn it?" "Of course there are such places. Not everything is taught in school. People who graduate from school come here to learn more before going to the battlefield. As for me, I'm used to fighting against Afterglow. I need to learn some techniques to fight against the mechanical clan here, and change my previous habits of fighting against Afterglow." Bai Quan quickly took Chen-Ming to the teaching campus. Chen-Ming was quite sharp and noticed that there were indeed quite a few young faces in the classroom in the distance, as well as some older people who were listening to lectures given by officers who were younger than them. However, the two did not stay here for long, but went all the way to the dormitory building and entered Bai Chuan's dormitory. After the dormitory door was closed, Bai Quan said, "Okay, now we can talk about what was discussed in the meeting. I guess it should be related to the branch." "It really is." Chapter 308 Promise. Chen-Ming sat down on the sofa in the dormitory. After taking a sip of the bottle of purified water handed over by Bai Quan, he asked, "By the way, did you ask He-Gu to bring me to the debriefing meeting?" Bai Quan sat down next to Chen-Ming and replied, "Of course not. I just asked him to bring you to me." "And what does he mean?" Bai Quan said without thinking, "Of course, I want you to help me with the Psychic Research Institute. What else could it be?" As he spoke, he also took the opportunity to explain to Chen-Ming the situation at the Psychic Research Institute and his speculation about He-Gu's thoughts. This made Chen-Ming completely understand what He-Gu meant. Then Chen-Ming had nothing to say. Anyway, he had to meet He-Gu later, and they could talk in detail next time they met. Now, I still have to talk to Bai Quan about what happened at the conference that just ended. After Chen-Ming became a psychic, his enhanced mental strength also gradually improved his memory. Now he can repeat everything the Admiral said at the conference verbatim, without mixing in any of his own understanding. There is no need to read a script or consider the participants. Chen-Ming continued speaking in one breath in front of Bai Quan. He would only stop for a moment when Bai Quan signaled. In less than half an hour, he had spoken out the entire content of the meeting, which had just ended in almost an hour and a half. After listening, Bai Quan lowered his head and thought for a while before saying, "I think I understand. The content of the meeting is similar to what I thought. It is aimed at Bai Nyo and us at the same time. This is also the reason why I asked He-Gu to find you." Bai Quan anticipated that the Legion would take action against the branch, so he found an opportunity to call Chen-Ming over so that he could discuss some more complicated topics with Chen-Ming face to face. "So what do you want me to do?" "Well, although the Legion intends to protect the Gallo branch temporarily, someone will eventually take action. It will not be good for us if the branch suffers. But even if you don't tell me, I will find a way to protect the branch." Bai Quan shook his head and said, "Your protection is military protection. But this kind of protection alone is not enough. I need you to help me manage the situation in the branch. Isn't Jingxian here? Not enough. He can't handle so many things. I have to rely on his assistants to manage the entire branch. Let alone him. So what do you want me to do? I will teach you some administrative regulations in the next few days. You don't need to have a deep understanding of them. As long as you have a general understanding of some management strategies. Is this enough? Bai Quan just said that he and Jing Xian could only barely handle the situation in the branch together. Even if Chen Ming and Jing Xian learned administrative management knowledge, it might not be useful. Bai Quan denied again, of course not. My idea is that when you return, don't hold back and use your psychic power to fully control the entire branch. Chen Ming opened his eyes wide in surprise and looked at Bai Quan and asked, Are you sure? Sure. Bai Quan confirmed. You definitely know a lot more about your psychic abilities than I do. Even from my perspective. As long as you have a little knowledge of administrative management and have someone who can fully cooperate with you, such as Jing Xian, you can manage the entire branch well. For Bai Quan, it is definitely better for the branch to be completely controlled by Chen Ming than to be infiltrated by others. He had worked so hard to build this piece of iron plate, and he must not let anyone take advantage of it while he was away. And there is the most critical point. Chen Ming's spiritual power is there, and it is a deterrent to everyone. This kind of thing is not a loss for Chen Ming, as his relationship with Bai Quan is already there. He is in the 14th Legion and belongs to the same faction as Bai Quan. And there are various interests involved. If Bai Quan suffers a loss, he will definitely suffer a loss too. He cannot just stand by and watch Bai Quan suffer. Bai Quan got a satisfactory answer and said again, It's not just the branch office. You have to be careful yourself too, because someone might come and cause trouble for you. It may not necessarily be a direct conflict. There is a high possibility of a sinister plot in the dark. You may have to hold on until I finish learning new command techniques, and until troops from our headquarters are transferred to the Gallo branch. Only then can I go back with you. Chen Ming certainly had no objection to this. The more Bai Quan learns about the mechanical clan's command techniques now, the greater the possibility of surviving on the battlefield will be. But there was one thing Chen Ming didn't understand. The Legion has a fleet in Banyo that has just gone there to take control of Banyo. He Gu told me that another fleet will go to Banyo in a week. Then, there is a fleet on the nearest front line fighting with Yue's main force. The Legion can actually spare a fleet to fight the Mechanons? Bai Quan said, as a matter of course. What do you think? If it weren't for the fact that our army's military strength has exceeded many people's estimates, why did everyone at the conference hint that our army would be divided? This is the strength of our 14th army. Exaggerate. After Chen Ming's sigh, neither of them spoke any more. But it wasn't even 2 seconds. That? Chen Ming and Bai Quan suddenly spoke at the same time, interrupting each other. Bai Quan immediately said, Then you speak first. Okay. Chen Ming sorted out a word and said, I want to take part of the energy crystallization technology of Crystal Crab. Chen Ming thought about it before. He Gu was okay. He was working on the energy crystals by himself. And even with the help of Yue and the Zerg, he really couldn't meet the needs of all places. Not to mention supplying the energy crystals to the entire empire. He might not even be able to fully provide it in just one star region. Although at present, because the number of energy crystal crabs themselves needs to expand. The number of energy crystals supplied by Chen Ming to the 14th Legion has not reached the upper limit. It is impossible that Chen Ming stole tens of thousands of them from Yue, and within a few months they were spread all over the planet. But even if we simply rely on the Queen of Insects, who only have one planet now, and the Afterglow that is still in the process of development, the upper limit of the energy crystals that can be provided in a short period of time is just that. But if the process of breeding and developing energy crystal crabs is sold to the 14th Legion, the situation will be different. Energy crystals can definitely significantly increase production. Chen Ming had been relying on the patent fees for antimatter, the patent fees for hyperspace channel jump engines, and the money he earned from selling some energy crystals to maintain a balance between income and expenditure with the fleet he had developed outside. You will definitely be able to make more money. That's great. What are you going to do? First of all, the energy crystal worms must not be given away. If the bugs are let out, there will be big problems. Chen Ming could only give the 14th Legion energy crystal crabs. As for the energy crystal crab, although Chen Ming didn't pay much attention to the energy crystal crabs after he let the queen insect eat a few energy crystal crabs and bred the energy crystal insects with the energy crystal crab genes. Fortunately, not all of the crystal crabs were eaten. It is still being cultivated. Although the output and quality of the energy crystal worms specially created by the queen insect for converting energy crystals far surpass those of energy crystal crabs. But the crystal crabs are natural creatures after all. After special breeding, they may mutate into some interesting things. Chao Fan and the queen of insects have left behind quite a few. Qin Ning can give these energy crystal crabs away. In addition, Qin Ning also plans to let the queen of insects use her ability to control genes to transform some energy crystal insects into energy crystal crabs. Relying on his psychic powers and the abilities of the queen of insects, it is very easy to modify genes so that people cannot tell. This can also indirectly explain why the goods that Qin Ning sold to the 14th Legion during this period were of different quality from the energy crystal crabs that Qin Ning provided. I can directly give the seeds I cultivate here to the Legion, but I don't know if the Legion can cultivate them in large quantities. Absolutely okay, Baikuan said. The limitation on the development of energy crystal crabs by the army is the quantity. What you gave me before were only 2 adult crystal crabs and 2 eggs. There are 4 crystal crabs in total. They can't do anything. It's okay to raise them as pets for viewing, but it's a pipe dream to think that you can cultivate them with 4 of them. But if you are willing to help, we can significantly shorten the breeding time by stimulating various growth hormones. You don't have to worry about that. How many are needed? Baikuan thought of a rough number, at least 100,000. With this number, we can start. The more we can provide later, the better. No problem. I'll drive a Colossus to the branch office. The headquarters is a bit far away. It turns out that Jing Xian is in charge of this. You can just talk to him when the time comes. I will help you get through the relationship, and you won't lose out on your share. Qin Ming nodded, and reached a verbal agreement with Baikuan. Okay. I'm done. What did you want to say just now? Baikuan's face suddenly turned red. He planned to shamelessly explain Cheng Xinghai's affairs thoroughly. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. If it is delayed any longer this time, it might be a few months before he and Qin Ming meet again and can talk about this kind of thing. By that time, the war with the mechanical race might have already begun, and he definitely wouldn't have time to talk to Qin Ming about these romantic matters. So he must take advantage of the matter clearly now. Baikuan coughed dryly and said, How have you been doing in learning conducting recently? Do you have any questions you want to ask? Qin Ming immediately understood what Baikuan meant. He actually felt that the time was almost up, and could not delay any longer. Baikuan has been talking about this matter for a long time, and has given plenty of hints in all aspects. He had to at least give Baikuan, no, give Cheng Xinghai an answer. As Qin Ming thought about this, he subconsciously recalled the recent time he had spent with Cheng Xinghai. In his impression, there is a comfortable feeling when getting along with Cheng Xinghai. Cheng Xinghai's personality is not like that of an ordinary 19-year-old girl. How could a girl in the army be like an ordinary girl? But she is not too strong and overbearing either. Her personality is very delicate. Or in other words, she is very good at expressing herself differently according to different situations. Qin Ming had this feeling when he first came into contact with Cheng Xinghai in the simulation. At that time, he was still wondering whether everything that happened between him and Cheng Xinghai was deliberately performed and was false. But later Cheng Xinghai changed his mind, and she showed her truest side. That's when we talk about games. In his spare time, Cheng Xinghai would chat with Qin Ming about many things in the game. If it was just 1 or 2 days, Qin Ming might still be suspicious. But if Cheng Xinghai talked about it every day, even when Qin Ming was not too interested in or knowledgeable about the game for various reasons, she would still keep talking to Qin Ming, and keep trying to sell him the game she often played. And even if Qin Ming really took the time to play, since he didn't understand anything about the game for the first time and Cheng Xinghai was so angry that her face turned red, she would still try her best to explain it to Qin Ming. This feeling is definitely not something that can be faked. The excitement of being absolutely interested in the game, and the willingness to devote most of my free time to it are not fake. That feeling of closeness, that real feeling, was something Qin Ming had never experienced before, and would never forget. Of course, later on, she and Qin Ming became more and more familiar with each other, and she didn't mind saying a few words to Qin Ming when he made a pig nose move. But this does not affect Qin Ming's deep love for this feeling. In addition, when Cheng Xinghai taught him, he did not use Baikuan's approach of forcing all knowledge into Qin Ming. But the lesson plans were obviously made after careful consideration. Although Cheng Xinghai recently discovered that Qin Ming's learning efficiency was a bit abnormal, he also felt that he was getting closer to Baikuan. But it also makes it difficult for Qin Ming to give up this feeling. Although he doesn't care much about some things, it doesn't matter to him whether he does it or not. But if you get used to some things and then lose them, It will really make you feel empty inside. Chung Xinghai, a girl he knew a little bit about, was a very good choice. Chen Ming has made a decision in his heart. But there is a problem. What does Chung Xinghai think? Bai Quan seemed to see a glimmer of hope and said, "She agreed a long time ago. She came to ask me about your attitude about a month ago. I was too embarrassed to ask you directly. So I made up an excuse to ask her to help you teach you something and let her confirm it herself. Didn't she ask?" Chen Ming recalled what happened before. Maybe there was a hint. But I wasn't sure what I was thinking before. But as for now, I can. Bai Quan paused as he looked at Chen Ming. Then immediately stood up and patted Chen Ming's shoulder affectionately. Okay. His face was filled with an uncontrollable smile. Then let's pick a suitable day for you and Xinghai to get married. Ahem. Chen Ming interrupted Bai Quan with a cough and said, "Wait, isn't this a bit too fast? Xinghai is only 19 years old. Right? But you're already 26. I'm not too late at 26. She 19 has also surpassed the age that can be married 1 year old." Bai Quan sat next to Chen Ming again and said to him, "You and Xinghai's situations are very special. It is impossible for you to slowly develop feelings before talking about marriage. It's a little early to get married. But we can have the engagement party first. Right?" Bai Quan was telling the truth. Chen Ming is now a level 5 spirituality. And it is impossible to say who to talk about it slowly. The situation on Chung Xinghai's side is much more difficult than his. After all, Chen Ming himself has the ability to decide his future. And Chung Xinghai is the adopted daughter of a lieutenant general. Although she is also a psychic, her ability is obviously far from Chen Ming's level. She didn't really have much choice. In fact, Chen Ming's hesitation had actually had such a trace of thought that he didn't want to take advantage of the crisis. But in his interactions with Chung Xinghai, Chen Ming confirmed that Chung Xinghai did not have any particular aversion to him. And now he has confirmed Chung Xinghai's attitude through Bai Quan. So Chen Ming will have no suitable reason to resist again. He doesn't need a good reason. He just can accept such a result. Engagement party. This is fine. Good. Bai Quan stood up again excitedly. It's definitely not going to be done within a week. So you may not be able to catch up with the opening of the Stargate by then. I have to tell you this first. It's okay. I can drive the cruiser all the way back. It will only take a few days at most. You came here in a cruiser? No. But I can drive a cruiser. Okay. It is no longer that Bai Quan's effect can be seen by Chen Ming's spirit. Where are you going to live first? You can live in my dormitory. Or somewhere else. That's good enough. Chen Ming just saw that there were 2 empty rooms in Bai Chuan's dormitory. I don't have high requirements for the conditions of where I live. Bai Chuan's apartment has 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen and 2 bathrooms. It is also a dormitory at the headquarters military base. And the conditions are very good. Okay. Then I'll contact Xinghai and tell him about this. Etc. Chen Ming quickly stopped. Let me go to see her. Bai Quan was stunned for a moment before he realized that he was a little too obsessed. It is indeed most appropriate to let Chen Ming meet Chung Xinghai in person. She is at school. She should be in the library at this time. I just heard my wife complain to her 2 days ago that I gave her the task of teaching you, which forced her to go to the library every day, and she had no time to play games. Does this make her feel bad? If she really hates it and doesn't want to do it, would she waste her time playing games and go to the library? I can just teach you according to the lesson plan I gave you before. But there's no need to do it yourself. I see. Chen Ming nodded to Bai Quan, got up, and left the dormitory. And after Chen Ming left, Bai Quan immediately took the terminal. In the address book, I found the communication code marked with the word wife and called her. Do you have any good news to hear? At this time, Chen Ming, who had just gone out, was already standing outside the dormitory building. The metallic liquid was lingering in his palm, gradually building the structure of the shuttle. And the style of this shuttle is the same as the one he drove before. Although Chen Ming doesn't care about many things, he cares more about food among his daily necessities. After all, he was afraid of being hungry in the past. But most of the time, other people don't look at what he eats, but what he wears, uses, and drives. He still has to be a little careful when meeting people. He agreed to Bai Quan and was willing to bear responsibility. So when doing things, we should consider the attitude he should have after he agrees. Chen Ming had gone to check it out before. The shuttle of the Psionic Research Institute is a model specially supplied to the military and is sold publicly by Tachyon Technology. The value of one of these shuttles is roughly the same as that of 2 ordinary escort ships. I can only say that the shuttle of the Psychic Research Institute is worthy of being so luxurious. At least such a shuttle boat will not lose its status when it is used. As for the clothes on my body, Qinming looked down at himself. He was wearing a fairly neat white coat. It's okay to wear this kind of clothes in the Research Institute, but it's not suitable to wear anywhere else. It's best to go to the city and buy a set first. Wait. Qinming suddenly realized that he didn't seem to have either a shuttle boat license or a shuttle boat driver's license. It's not a big deal. We'll deal with it after we get caught. At this time, Bai Quan suddenly stuck his head out of the dormitory window and said, I almost forgot to give you something. Qinming immediately looked up and asked, What is it? However, Bai Quan suddenly fell silent, his eyes fixed on the shuttle that inexplicably appeared next to him. He immediately took back the shuttle key that he was about to throw to Qinming, and swallowed the words he was about to say to tell Qinming where his shuttle was. It's okay. Just change the license plate to mine. Then take this away. Bai Quan turned his head, took out his driver's license, and threw it to Qinming. After taking the things, Qinming boarded the shuttle and left the military base. Although the colony on this planet is the headquarters of the 14th Legion, many family members and staff still live there. Therefore, the necessary supporting infrastructure must be available. So Qinming successfully changed into a set of clothes worth about 500,000 yuan in total at a shopping mall in the city, and also took some extra care of himself. Then we went to the military university, which was also in the city. Relying on Baichuan's license plate, the car landed safely in the school parking lot. The landing of Qinming's shuttle attracted the attention of many students. Those who can study at the headquarters are basically qualified to know about the Institute of Psychic Power. And of course, they also know the value of the Institute of Psychic Power's standard spacecraft. Although the shuttle was not marked with the Institute's logo, it was enough to attract people's attention. Of course, Qinming ran very fast, and not many people noticed his whereabouts. Following the map, he quickly found the library. The first thing Qinming saw when he entered the library was Qinghai, who was sitting by the window. His eyes, slightly obscured by his short hair, were full of concentration. At this moment, she was flipping through many textbooks just as she had complained before. If she wanted to teach Qinming, she had to pick up a lot of previous knowledge again and thoroughly integrate it. She kept flipping through the book and taking notes, completely unaware that Qinming was looking at her. Qinming walked over slowly and sat down in front of Qinghai. Qinghai, who had been concentrating on reading, only noticed at this moment that there was someone sitting in front of her. She raised her head and was about to get up and change her seat to avoid being disturbed. She saw Qinming's face. They looked at each other in silence. The two looked at each other for a long time. Qinming finally said, That Bai Quan and I told me basically. Qinghai pursed his lips, silently packed up the books and notes in front of him, and said softly, Let's talk inside. The school was quite busy at this time, and the seat Qinghai chose was close to the window, so it was indeed easy for people to see him. So Qinming had no objection and followed Qinghai into the depths of the library. After walking to the corner of the library, Qinghai stopped, turned to look at Qinming. Qinghai is very smart, and her psychic powers make her smarter than her peers. But she is only 19 years old after all, and she is in school now, not on the battlefield. Such an environment allows her to reveal her true inner self. She held her hands behind her, and her slender fingers moved uneasily, and she opened her lips slightly and nervously with some careful and nervousness. So, what about your attitude? Qinming answered without a moment's hesitation. I'm here. What Qinming was referring to here was not the headquarters, but Qinghai's school in front of her. If you agree, be decisive. Qinghai found that her face was slightly hot. Qinming's attitude was already clear to her, but Qinming suddenly turned his head slightly to the side. Qinghai immediately noticed that Qinming's attention was not on her and asked, What's wrong? Nothing. Qinming shook his head. Although Qinghai took him to the corner of the library, there were still people there. In the direction Qinming just looked, there was a person watching the two of them, his eyes full of shock. I should know Qinghai, and I did not expect that Qinghai would show the expression in front of him. Qinming didn't pay much attention to that person and looked at Qinghai again. Do you want to go out for dinner? It's noon now. Good. Chapter 309 Accident. While Qinming and Qinghai left the school, in the corner of the school, in a building with the words Computer Room, Building written on the outside, Qinghai had just climbed out of the simulation device subsystem equipped by the school, with a somewhat unhappy look on his face. He pushed open the door of the small room where the simulation equipment was placed. Someone pushed the door out of the door. He is about the same age as Chung Xinghe. He said to Chung Xinghe, "It's 6 to 5. Come again next time." Although Chung Xinghe's face looked a little ugly, he still forced a smile, nodded politely, and then turned around to leave. It was almost noon local time, and he had to take a break. However, as soon as he turned his head, a tall figure appeared in front of him. He was stopped. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Chung Xinghe, do you have time to play again?" Chung Xinghe frowned and raised his head slightly to look at the big guy in front of him, who was nearly 2 meters tall. This man's name was Liao Hongsheng, and Chung Xinghe was deeply impressed by him, because when he was a freshman, he and Liao Hongsheng participated in a competition together. The final was a 2-on-1 match between them, and he won. Liao Hongsheng had been arguing with him since then, and would often challenge him to simulated battles. Although Liao Hongsheng was indeed quite capable, Chung Xinghe was only 60 to 40 against him at best. Fighting with such a person would really help improve himself. And Chung Xinghe didn't mind playing simulated battles with other people, just like the one who just went out. He was the one who took the initiative to find him for a simulated battle. But Chung Xinghe didn't want to fight with Liao Hongsheng. His situation is different from others, because he talks a lot of trash and really likes to taunt. Every time they met, he could hear a bunch of completely unpleasant words, and the attitude was quite bad. At the beginning of the beginning, Chung Xinghe thought that Liao Hongsheng just couldn't get used to winning his competition, and wanted to find some players back. So he agreed to Liao Hongsheng's invitation several times in a row. After all, if he played normally, he would always lose. This is indeed the case. It is impossible for Chung Xinghe to be without mistakes, and he lost several times to the captain Liao Hongsheng. At that time, Chung Xinghe thought that Liao Hongsheng's attitude would become better. However, it did not happen. Liao Hongsheng's attitude even became worse. Instead, he started to use Chung Xinghe's defeat in front of others to say that Chung Xinghe's previous victory in the competition was just luck. After Chung Xinghe heard the news, he went to check what was going on. Then, he was ridiculed for a long time by Chung Xinghe, who had long known that Liao Hongsheng was from a faction that had conflicts with the Baikuan faction. Since then, Chung Xinghe has been too lazy to pay attention to Liao Hongsheng. He doesn't want to socialize with him, but trouble always finds him. So Chung Xinghe's choice at this time. He took out a pair of earphones from his pocket and put them into his ears. He turned up the volume of the song playing on the terminal to the maximum, so that even Liao Hongsheng, who was several meters away, could hear it. And he turned sideways and walked around it. But Liao Hong was completely ignored. When Chung Xinghe walked across him, his voice yelled loudly, "I heard that you went to the Edge Star domain to be captured some time ago." Although Chung Xinghe was listening to music in his headphones, he did not completely block out all other sounds, so he could certainly hear Liao Hongsheng's revealing words. But his first reaction was not anger. But why did Liao Hongsheng know about this? Why did he say this in public at this time? Chung Xinghe is not a fool. Although he had done something stupid before, which led to his arrest by Chen Ming. But the news at that time should not have been known to other students. After all, his capture involved other star fields, as well as Yu Hui and Chen Ming. It was impossible for ordinary students to know about this and spread it at will. Of course, it was understandable that Liao Hongsheng knew this. After all, Liao Hongsheng had started targeting him a long time ago, and it was normal for him to learn about his dark history from his elders. But when Liao Hongsheng brought this matter up at this moment, something was wrong. The floor he was on at the moment was a floor dedicated to housing the sub-equipment of the simulation device. Most people generally do not enter deep consciousness frequently when using simulators. In other words, people in the surrounding rooms who are undergoing normal simulations can hear what is happening outside. Therefore, although only the person who had just fought with Chung Xinghe stopped in the corridor to watch the show, there should be quite a few people paying attention to this place. What does Liao Hongsheng want to do? Chung Xinghe was not sure, but having been influenced by Baikuan, he knew how he should deal with it. Chung Xinghe took off his headphones as if a sore spot had been touched, and cursed at Liao Hongsheng in a low voice. "What the I do you mean? Nothing. I just feel like you seem to be falling further and further behind, and you don't even have the courage to fight me anymore." Chung Xinghe sneered. "Then I suggest you find someone to fight with first before coming to me. You are such a villain who likes to take advantage of others. Don't tell me. I did just have a fight with someone. So you don't dare to come? Come." Chung Xinghe didn't waste any more words, turned around and walked back to the room and started the simulation equipment. However, more than an hour later, Chung Xingha's face climbed out of the simulation equipment and opened the door. After slamming the door open, he said to Liao Hongshan outside, "The last match in your simulated battle record was the day before yesterday." Chung Xingha had just fought with someone and his mental state could be described as exhausted. But Liao Hongxing's mental state was different. Of course, his final victory was not easy. But at this moment, his face was full of mockery. And he said in an extremely deliberate tone, "Oh, maybe the equipment is broken. Haven't you learned that all is fair in war?" At this moment, Chung Xingha seemed to be completely crazy in front of Liao Hongsheng. After all, he lost 2 games in a row, was ridiculed continuously, and was tricked by him with a little trick. It would be strange if he didn't get angry. Chung Xingha also said what he wished, one more time. "A defeated general is worthy of fighting me?" As soon as Liao Hongsheng finished speaking, he saw the anger on Chung Xingha's face that was suppressed to the point of being distorted. However, he still took the opportunity to speak before Chung Xingha ran away in anger. "You can fight if you want. What should we bet on?" "What's the bet?" "You win. I will bow and apologize to you in front of the entire school during morning exercises." "You lost. So is it okay for you to write down your previous defeat and post it on the school bulletin board?" "I don't even know what happened exactly." "Can." Chung Xingha agreed decisively. "Anyway, if I lose, all I can do is post the part that can be said about the fight with Chen Ming." But Chen Ming is a level 5 psychic. He once lost to a current level 5 psychic, and it was not a crushing defeat. So it was nothing and not shameful at all. He immediately turned around and returned to the room behind him. But Liao Hongsheng suddenly said, "That's right." Chung Xingha stopped moving, turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Liao Hongsheng looked like he was thinking about something. "How did you come back after being captured before? Who do I hear from? You seem to be in exchange for talents, who sell your own sister and sister?" All expressions on Chung Xingha's face disappeared instantly. He said nothing and just turned around and punched Liao Hongsheng. Liao Hongsheng reacted and blocked it. But Chung Xingha did not hold back at all. Another punch hit him squarely in the stomach. Liao Hongsheng also wanted to resist, and Chung Xingha's knee hit his lower abdomen. When he was hunched over in pain, Chung Xingha's third punch came from bottom to top and hit his chin. The violent impact knocked Liao Hongsheng unconscious, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. Chung Xingha kicked Liao Hongsheng, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and cursed, "Idiot." Although there was a lot of money on Chung Xingha was even better. The sound of punching to flesh in the corridor can be familiar with the ears of the military school students in other rooms. And immediately a group of people were attracted. Following closely behind was the teacher who received the news from the monitoring room. Several teachers appeared out of nowhere and immediately took control of Chung Xingha, the only one still standing at the scene. The surveillance footage just now was quite clear. The verbal conflict turned into a physical conflict, and confinement was absolutely necessary. Just after Chung Xingha was taken away by 2 teachers, the medical staff, who arrived soon, provided first aid to Liao Hongsheng, who was lying on the ground. However, Chung Xingha only punched him in the chin, causing him to fall into a brief coma. Liao Hongxing immediately climbed up with the help of others. He wiped the blood from his lips that had just been bitten by his teeth, stared at Chung Xingha's back as he was taken away, and laughed disdainfully. The teachers who stayed and dispersed the students heard his voice, and immediately pointed at him and said, "You can wait for me to explain what you are doing." New. At this time, Chung Xingha had been taken out of the computer room building by the teacher, and was about to be taken to the confinement room. And after he came out, he found that outside the computer room building it seemed to be the end of get out of class time or something. And there were quite a lot of people pointing at him from a distance. From a distance, he could hear people discussing what was happening in the computer room building. Of course, the news of his fight with Liao Hongsheng spread quickly. Fighting is definitely prohibited in school. However, they don't report the fights in private, and no one will report it. It was just because Chung Xingha and Liao Hongsheng just played in the corridor, and the impact was too great, so he attracted the teacher. Of course, the news that Chung Xingha was caught because of the fight was spread. Of course, the reason why Chung Xingha fought was also being spread. It was just that when the news was spread, it was adapted by his head, and became Chung Xingha's simulation of the battle with people. He chose the physical PK. Of course, this is actually nothing. After all, it is a military academy, and after playing many simulated battles, many people have fought back through offline PK. This kind of thing is usually treated as a joke, and will pass in 2 or 3 days. But along with this reason came another piece of news. That was the news that Chung Xinghe was captured. Somehow, the news spread quickly among the crowd. It has begun to say that Chung Xinghe was poked at the pain, and was so angry that he hit a little bit. Chung Xinghe heard all of this, and kept it in mind. But he kept his head down and said nothing. After all, even if he says he can't change anything, it may cause some anti-effects. Anyway, the current situation means nothing to him. He had been beaten by Bai Quan before, scolded, and approved. All these things happened in front of a bunch of uncles, and even people of his age whom he knew. It's just something people talk about. It's not a big deal. Later, Bai Quan even assigned him the task of taking care of the aftermath of every soldier who died as a result of his orders. He went to many places, did many things, and met many people. Not all those who lost their loved ones could remain rational. At that time, all he could do was to let himself be beaten and scolded. And that was all he dared to do. What he wants to bear is not only physical pain, but also seeing the cries and sorrows of the family members of the soldiers who died because of his order. But he resisted and supported him now. He did not fall at all. His mentality is quite stable. Even though the teacher was parading him through the streets, he didn't feel uncomfortable. Until he heard the rumor that he was spreading his sister to sell his sister. Chung Xinghe raised his head and looked at the crowd. Even in the noisy crowd, he easily locked the people who took the lead in spreading rumors. He memorized the appearance of these people and lowered his head again. Although the news seems to be a pure fake news to those with brains. But his brother's anger would not decrease when he heard the news. What's more important is that this rumor came at this time. He didn't know the things of Chung Xinghe and Chen Ming. Nor could he not see Bai Chuan's thoughts. He had no opinion on Chen Ming and Chung Xinghe, but was very supportive. His situation is slightly better than Chung Xinghe's, but not much better. So he can understand Chung Xinghe's difficulties. He had already seen from his simulation that Chung Xinghe was already considering Chen Ming as a possible marriage partner at that time. Therefore, even if he captured Chung Xinghe in the simulation, he was only excited for 2 days in the past 2 days. And he basically did not go to his sister to make a demon in the back, giving Chen Ming and Chung Xinghe the opportunity to get along alone. In his opinion, Chen Ming is definitely a capable person. After all, Chen Ming was able to talk to Bai Quan and laugh. And he was even larger than him. As for his character, Bai Quan is in charge. So there will definitely be no problem. Even he was happy to see the psychics, who had previously had conflicts with him, make peace. Of course, before, Chung Xinghe specially organized the cooperation of him, and Chen Ming Zhang through her special organizing a combination of fighting against him. But now some people are bringing up old things again, and even going so far as to make up new rumors. This is definitely a problem. He could feel that something was very wrong with what happened today, and it was very targeted. He just wanted to take this opportunity to tell Bai Quan or Chung Xinghe. But his terminal had been confiscated just now, and it seems that he will have to stay in the confinement room for 2 hours, and wait for the results from Liao Hongsheng. After all, Liao Hongsheng slandered him first, and he should not stay in the forbidden room for too long. But I do not know why he had a bad premonition before Chung Xinghe entered the closed room. 2 hours later, Chen Ming and Chung Xinghe returned to the shuttle, and were preparing to return to school. Chung Xinghe's face was full of gentle smiles. She knew that her life didn't have much choice. Her life and her marriage must be accompanied by many interests. Among the countless interests, Chen Ming is the one who is still the best after giving up all the interests. She is ready. Although she knew that her relationship with Chen Ming was at most in love, she had not been to talk about marriage, because Chen Ming is willing to accompany her to do things that other people think are bad, such as playing games. When it was simulated before, Chen Ming was a person who could use research as an entertainment. He could invest a lot of time in research, but occasionally spent some things about playing games with her. At the end of the teaching after the end of the day, Chen Ming could take out time to play with her for a while. She didn't ask for anything more to have someone like this to accompany her. And there is another point. That is when she went out just now. She asked Chen Ming about his attitude towards her going to the battlefield. Chung Xinghe is also a very strong-willed person at heart. Otherwise, she actually had many opportunities to rely on her status to make Bai Quan agree to his marriage proposal and live a rich life at her fingertips. But she didn't. Instead, she has been studying in the military school. She has completed all the credits of her majors in her junior year. She also went to a small-scale battlefield several times, obtained the war, and obtained the rank of the lieutenant. She wanted to climb up on her own. But if she wants to climb up, it means she will lose many rights that women have. There are very few candidates she can marry, or almost no one may continue to be on the battlefield after getting married. If she married someone else casually, her final fate would most likely be to stay at home and take care of her husband and children. She could only choose one between the battlefield and family. She didn't want to leave the battlefield, leave this path that would make her strong. But she also doesn't want to live out her life alone. So even after agreeing to Qinming's request, she was still very nervous. But just now, Qinming made it clear that he didn't mind this. And he also gave her something. A bracelet emitting psychic energy fluctuations. The color is close to pure white and looks like metal. But some parts feel like some kind of SHL when touched, as if it is a mixture of two materials. In that deep simulation, Qinming also gave her a bracelet. However, the bracelet was used by Qinming to restrict her. And now this is used to protect her. Cheng Xinghai's fingertips rubbed it on the bracelet, and then quietly moved Qinming's side of Qinming on the driver's seat, slowly holding Qinming's hand. The shuttle returned to the school, just landed in the parking lot. At the edge of the parking lot, a girl hurriedly ran to the shuttle. Her gaze lingered on Qinming at the edge of the open shuttle door for a moment, then turned to Cheng Xinghai. She easily saw that Cheng Xinghai's wrist had the same bracelet as Qinming's wrist, but she was not tangled in this regard, and immediately said to Cheng Xinghai, "Xinghai, you can return." Seeing that the people who were known, Cheng Xinghai's face was slightly red, and she quietly blocked her and Qinming's hand behind her. After shaking his hand vigorously, she loosened his grip, jumped off the shuttle, and walked towards the girl. At this time, Qinming quietly put his hands behind his back and shook them. All he could say was that today he saw the side of Cheng Xinghai as a girl. But he forgot the scene in the simulation where Cheng Xinghai almost kicked him in the head. The power on Cheng Xinghai can far beyond ordinary people. It should be the effect that she has developed by her own spiritual development of the brain. Qinming's prosthesis was made according to Qinming's own physical fitness, so he cannot compare to Cheng Xinghai in terms of physical strength. Qinming thought about it in his mind. He looked at Cheng Xinghai and asked the girl to ask the girl, "What's wrong? Your brother may be arrested. He seems to kill someone." The smile on Cheng Xinghai's face disappeared. She was still very happy because she had decided her future. But as soon as she came back, she heard the shocking news. Qinming was about to say goodbye to Cheng Xinghai and leave, because he still had to look for Bai Quan and Egu. But after hearing this, he immediately jumped off the shuttle with Cheng Xinghai. What happened? The girl looked at Qinming, as if she thought of something, and swallowed nervously. That is on the school forum. You can check it out for yourself. She immediately turned around and left in a hurry. Cheng Xinghai has already taken out the terminal, opened the school forum managed by the student, and saw the whole process of what happened 2 hours ago. And the status of the man named Liao Hongsheng who was beaten by Cheng Xinghai was just updated about 10 minutes ago. He had been sent to the hospital at this time, and was diagnosed with a severe concussion. His brain was displaced and skull fragments were pierced. He was lying in the intensive care unit, and could die at any time. Of course, he and Cheng Xinghai also saw the fake news spreading on the forum. I now understand why Cheng Xinghai beat people to that extent. Qinming was speechless at this time, because this kind of thing is really not pleasing to the eye, and is not up to standard. It can be solved very easily. But the key point is, why did Cheng Xinghai beat people to that extent? The person who spread the rumor could have just been beaten up. How could he accidentally beat someone to the point of nearly death? Qinming knew Cheng Xinghai quite well, and he didn't believe that Cheng Xinghai would be so crazy. As long as you figure out the reasons behind this, you will basically know what is going on. To be honest, Qinming's first reaction was that this was just a minor fight among students. But he thought about it carefully, and found that something was wrong. Cheng Xinghai got into trouble just after he arrived here. It couldn't have happened earlier or later. But it had to happen now. It's such a coincidence. It seems like there's something wrong. It's better to pay a little attention to it. Anyway, if there is a problem, investigate it thoroughly. If there's no problem, just think of it as finding something to do. Anyway, Cheng Xinghai is Cheng Xinghai's brother, Qinming's nominal big brother. The conflict between them had been resolved long ago, and it was reasonable for him to help. Chapter 310 Strategy. Cheng Xinghai's eyes gradually turned cold. She took Qinming's wrist and walked towards the school. Where to? The detention room. I saw on the forum that Xinghai was taken to the detention room by the teacher. I want to find him to confirm what happened. Cheng Xinghai was in a hurry to meet Cheng Xinghai. But Qinming felt that finding Cheng Xinghai was not the first priority. The first priority should be to find the person that Cheng Xinghe beat. Because Chen Ming always believed that based on his performance, when communicating with Cheng Xinghe in the simulation last time, it was impossible for him to beat people to that extent directly because of the reasons currently circulating on the forum. This rumor is just a rumor, and it is nothing at all. On the contrary, the key questions are why Liao Hongxing's injury was so serious. Is it really that serious? However, we should be able to get some clues about finding someone from Cheng Xinghe. So it won't be a big deal if we go there. Chen Ming followed Cheng Xinghe. The detention room is also located in a corner of the school, and is also one of the school's backup guard rooms. According to Cheng Xinghe's explanation, the backup guard room here is usually not open to the public, and is basically used as a detention room. If there is any incident inside the school, people usually go to a fully functional police station near the main entrance of the school. However, it also has almost all the functions of a normal police station, except for external reception. This surprised Chen Ming a little. Of course, what is surprising is not the function of this guard room, but the fact that there is a police station here. He is now at the headquarters of the 14th Legion, and there is actually such a place. But if you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, the headquarters is not a military base, but a complete integrated colony. The powers of the military and those of local administrative departments should be appropriately separated. In fact, before coming here, Chen Ming wanted to confirm whether Cheng Xinghe was not here. After all, there was news on the forum that the man beaten by Cheng Xinghe had a broken skull and could die at any time. This means that the situation has escalated from a physical conflict to a bloody conflict, and Cheng Xinghe may no longer be in the confinement room. But since Cheng Xinghe said that this guard room has all the functions it should have, it should also have things like an interrogation room. It is indeed possible that Cheng Xinghe is still here. So Chen Ming didn't say much. Soon, Cheng Xinghe brought Chen Ming to the destination. It was called a guard room. But Chen Ming saw a two-story building from a distance. It is obvious that there is more than one room here. It can't be called a room at all. It can be called a police station at the very least. At this time, there was a young-looking man, probably a student, sitting in the hall of the guard room. He looked up when Chen Ming pushed the door open. However, he only saw Chen Ming, and did not see Cheng Xinghe, who was blocked behind Chen Ming. So he lowered his head again, waved his hand to Chen Ming and said, "This place is not open to the public. Please go out. I'm looking for someone." "Who?" "Cheng Xinghe." The student, who was lowering his head, had a slightly changed expression. He immediately raised his head, and saw Cheng Xinghe, who followed Chen Ming in. His expression changed more obviously for a moment. Chen Ming walked a few steps to him, and asked the person sitting behind the front desk condescendingly, "Is he here? He can't see anyone during lockdown. He's still in detention?" The student in the class hummed twice ambiguously, and it was unclear whether it could be considered as an answer to Chen Ming's question. Even the family members can't meet? This is not allowed in principle. Please understand. Chen Ming glanced into the depths of the guard room. Some of them are eager to use their spiritual powers, but the psychic energy fluctuation that had locked onto him long ago was still locking onto him. That psychic energy fluctuation had been briefly active when he was building the shuttle just now. Although there was no problem at that time. He was now in school, and in the school guard room. Once he used his psychic power, he would definitely be noticed by the psychic. It is not easy for him to use psychic power to explore directly now. Chen Ming could only turn around and ask Cheng Xinghe, "Will your belongings be confiscated when you are in solitary confinement?" "Will do." After receiving a positive answer, Chen Ming turned to the student again and asked, "What about his things?" The student looked embarrassed. "This solitary confinement is one thing. But why can't you keep the prisoner's belongings properly? Does this count as dereliction of duty?" Faced with Chen Ming's questioning, the student's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word. Chen Ming still wanted to see if Cheng Xinghe would leave any records on the terminal, but it seemed hopeless. Then where are the people on duty here? It's impossible for a student like you to stay in the guard room all the time. Right? The student's voice became softer and softer. The teachers just went in. Let me stay here for a while. The interrogation has already begun. Right? Chen Ming is now standing in the lobby of the guard room. His psychic perception ability allows him to clearly hear the sounds of the entire building. Although he couldn't hear the breathing sound. If someone was talking, he would definitely hear it. Chen Ming felt more and more that something was wrong. Cheng Xinghe had just been detained for less than 2 hours. And the forbidden room had only this student, who didn't know anything about watching the door. Chen Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with this student. So he simply took something out of his pocket and slammed it on the table. This? Can you let me see, people? The thing Chen Ming slapped on the table was a military rank badge. Colonel level. He is not a colonel because although Bai Quan had previously arranged an identity for Chen Ming, he was an external tactical instructor, equivalent to a colonel. But after Chen Ming officially joined, thanks to his important contributions in scientific research twice in less than a month, Chen Ming was promoted to the rank of colonel. This is the highest military rank he can obtain so far. The next level up is the general level. It is impossible to be promoted to the general level without staying in the 14th Legion for a few years. But the rank of colonel is enough for a student. If it was a teacher or some other old-timer sitting here, Chen Ming would definitely not use his military rank badge to pressure him, because it would not have any effect. Rules are rules, and Chen Ming has to abide by the rules even if a general is here. He cannot see people if he cannot see them. But the person sitting in front of him was just an ordinary student. And it was obvious that the student in front of him knew the headquarters of the 14th Legion. No one dared to forge such a thing. He was sure that what Chen Ming was taking out now was the real thing. Chen Ming had already seen his calves shaking. After all, Chen Ming is a person who has survived many battlefields. Even if he has a prosthesis. When he gets serious, the pressure he brings to the students who are still in school is enormous. Sweat kept dripping from the student's forehead. After repeatedly confirming what Chen Ming had slapped on the table, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. I'll take you in. He stood up, took a bunch of keys, and walked out of the front desk, taking Chen Ming and Chang Xinghai to the back. However, when the three of them arrived at the confinement room, it was empty and Chang Xinghai was not there. What happened? The student who pushed open the door of the detention room in the front said in great panic, I don't know. Maybe the person was taken away by the police just now. A teacher told me not to let anyone come to the back and to drive them all away, especially those who wanted to see Chang Xinghai. The teacher said that they were all reporters and asked me not to let them in. But then I heard a big commotion over here. As the student spoke, his tone began to become less confident. He actually let the cat out of the bag. He must have seen the police taking the man away with his own eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said right away that he was taken away by the police. But Chen Ming was too lazy to argue with him about this matter at this time, and asked, which police station? The student quickly replied, I really don't know. I was always in the front, and don't know what happened in the back. I'm just guessing. You can imagine that the man was beaten like that. So he must have been sent to the police station. Then why was he sent to the detention room in the first place? If there's a fight, then you have to send it over. That's the rule. Why didn't you send him directly to the police station? Why wasn't it apparent at first that his injuries were so serious? Instead, he was sent here first, and then to the police station? I don't know. Chen Ming did not ask the question a second time because he could not find an answer. He continued with the next question, who saw him fighting? No one really saw it. People from other places heard it and went over. Then, they saw Chang Xinghai standing there, and the other one lying there. Then someone called the guards. The surveillance camera captured Chang Xinghai making the first move. So we took him to the confinement room first. If there's a fight, it usually takes 6 hours to be locked up. He could have been released in 4 hours. But after being locked up for just over an hour, I heard a loud noise in the back. And then the teacher came out to explain what happened to me. He also walked around the place where the things were kept. I think that's when he took the person away. Chen Ming glanced at the other end of the corridor, outside the confinement room. Around the corner there was the back door of the guard room. The person left through the back door. Is there any surveillance here? Only the guard room at the gate can view the surveillance. There is a database backup here, but it requires school administrator privileges to access it. I don't have that privilege, so I can't show it to you. Hearing this, Chen Ming subconsciously wanted to use psychic power, but he immediately remembered the psychic energy fluctuations that were locking onto him. The headquarters of the Legion is really restricted everywhere. Normally, I can just use my psychic energy to handle things directly, but I have to do it step by step in the normal way, which is really troublesome. But there's nothing I can do. When you are on the Legion's territory, you have to follow the Legion's rules. Anyway, it seemed that someone at the school had come up with a smooth little combo and sent Chang Xinghai, who could have been released from solitary confinement for a few hours, to the police station, as if they were going to file a case against him. You could only look for the specific police station one by one, without the assistance of Ling Ning. Things can only be done through serious means. Fortunately, Chen Ming still has a choice. He took out the terminal and called Bai Quan. Chung Xinghai immediately came to Chen Ming's side and whispered, "In addition to contacting Uncle Bai, I think we have to find the police station where Xinghe is being held, and the hospital where Liao Hongsheng is staying. Only after we find them can we do the rest." Chen Ming responded and waited for the call to be connected. However, a minute later, there was no one-handed busy sound on his terminal. I couldn't get through to Bai Quan. I don't know if he was in class or busy with other things. The result was the same when dialing again. Chung Xinghai also used his terminal to make a call, but was unable to get through either. She suddenly asked Chen Ming with some concern, "Could this be related?" "I don't think that's the case. Even if someone wants to cause trouble, it can't affect Bai Quan now. It should be that he has something wrong." Although Chen Ming said it was, his tone was certain. Chung Xinghai chose to believe him. And at this time, in a teaching building in the military base teaching park, Bai Quan, who was learning tactics against the mechanical race from a retired admiral specially found by the Legion, suddenly felt the terminal created by Chen Ming's psychic power vibrate. Bai Quan's face changed, and he immediately took out the terminal given by Chen Ming. He set his ordinary terminal to silent mode during class. After all, the person who taught him private lessons was an old general, so he had to maintain some necessary respect. Moreover, since the old admiral's health was not very good, the time he could take classes was not fixed every day. Bai Quan had specifically mentioned this to Chen Ming before, so if Chen Ming couldn't contact him at normal times, he would usually choose to call him at another time. Well, since Chen Ming chose to use a special terminal to contact him, something must have happened. Bai Quan opened the terminal, and when he looked down, he saw a series of events that had just happened written by Chen Ming in the notepad of the terminal. His expression was serious at first, but soon calmed down. He didn't know the news, but it is impossible for other people in the headquarters not to know. Even if he is in class now, there are many people and many ways to pass on the message. The only person who could stop the news from reaching him was his old boss. In other words, the faction behind him must have started to take action. So he doesn't need to worry too much. So he directly gave Chen Ming a contact method and asked Chen Ming to contact the people in their faction. It was also time for Chen Ming to contact other people in his faction in the headquarters. In the message Chen Ming sent to him, he complained that he was restricted everywhere in the headquarters. But at the same time, there were certainly other more convenient places. For example, the connections he is now going to hand over to Chen Ming. At this time, Chen Ming and Chung Xinghai had already walked out of the guard room and were heading towards the parking lot. Chen Ming received a response from Bai Quan regarding the current situation, and he had a rough idea in his mind. This matter will definitely not develop in the worst direction. He just needs to do what he should do. He then glanced at Chung Xinghai, who was thinking about something. "What do you think?" Chung Xinghai shook his head slightly and said, "I'm not sure. I feel there are many places to start, but I'm not sure where is the best place to start. So I want to ask what you think?" Chung Xinghai did not necessarily boast that he would solve the problem himself. This is a good thing. If you are capable of doing something, do it yourself. If you are not capable of doing something, notify capable people to do it as soon as possible. This is the most appropriate approach. As for the question about Chung Xinghai, Chen Ming answered quickly, "My idea is very simple. Take Chung Xinghai away from the police station. Send the slanderer to prison. Completely erase the rumors, and find out the mastermind behind the scenes." At the same time, in an online conference room on the 14th Legion headquarters network, Number 2 asked Number 1, "Chung Xinghai has been taken to the police station. What's next? Didn't I tell you not to do anything? What do you think our purpose is?" Before Number 2 could answer, Number 1 said, "It is based on the conflict between Chung Xinghai and Chen Ming. They want to sow discord between Chung Xinghai and Chen Ming. Take the opportunity to make the conflict between Chen Ming and Chung Xinghai erupt, and rely on the relationship between Chung Xinghai and Chung Xinghai to destroy the marriage. A simple provocation is just the beginning. Chung Xinghai was raised by Bai Quan after all, so he shouldn't be that stupid. It's impossible for him to get so angry as to have a conflict with Chen Ming just because of a provocation. He can't figure out who is the troublemaker. It's us. So how do we find a way to create conflict?" Although this was a question from Number 1, he was not in a hurry to continue speaking, but waited for someone to offer some opinions. Number 9 asked, "Are you really going to convict Chung Xinghai?" Number 1 responded, "It is indeed possible, but it is not very meaningful. If there is no real death, there is absolutely no way to determine the death of a person. The people over at Bai Quan are not stupid and can't see what we are doing. But if someone really dies, the supervisory department will come down. Number 9 spread his hands and said no more. Others also put forward some ideas, but they were all refuted by number 1 one by one. After confirming that no one had any new ideas, he said, all direct means are unlikely to have sufficient effect. So we have to use some indirect means. We need to instill in Cheng Xinghe the feeling that what he encountered was because of Chen Ming. How do you do it? Like I just said, don't do anything. Ignore Cheng Xinghe the whole time and leave him there. He is nothing. He is just a tool used to target Chen Ming. Disdain him. Ignore him. And make him feel that he is not respected, not valued, and not even regarded as a real person. We need to let him know that we are not targeting him. Everything we did there was to target Chen Ming. Only in this way can Cheng Xinghe feel annoyed with Chen Ming even though he knows that we are the ones who are doing it. We want to give him the feeling that he did nothing and did nothing wrong. And all the mistakes were due to Chen Ming's existence. Of course, it doesn't mean we should do nothing. Remember to send 2 people to talk to him occasionally. Just don't talk about Cheng Xinghe himself. Also, remember to delay it for a while. Young people will always want to write about random things when they have free time. Let them have some free time. After a long time, they will have enough time to think. Just after a brief discussion in the online conference room, Cheng Xinghe was still locked in the interrogation room of the police station. He's been locked up for quite a while. But no one came to see him. It was as if everyone had forgotten him. Apart from occasionally hearing people outside talking about Chen Ming, he could hear nothing else. The anxiety in his heart was gradually growing. At the same time, Chen Ming and Cheng Xinghe have already boarded the shuttle. After the shuttle set sail, Cheng Xinghe already had a rough idea. She said to Chen Ming, it shouldn't be difficult to get Xinghe out of the police station. If the situation is true, then there is no need to send the slanderer to prison. The person is almost dead, so there is no need to send him to prison. If the situation is not true, that is another matter. Those rumors. A blush appeared on Cheng Xinghe's face. It's also easy to solve. The key is to find the person behind the scenes. I know which faction Liao Hongsheng belongs to, but I don't think it was necessarily someone from that faction who did it. No one would openly involve their own faction in this. We have to start with the people around him. Cheng Xinghe's thoughts were similar to what Chen Ming had just thought. After she finished speaking, Chen Ming immediately handed over his terminal. This is Liao Hongsheng's message. Cheng Xinghe saw the content on the terminal, but she did not take the terminal immediately. Instead, she blinked uncertainly and asked with a hint of confusion, where did this come from? Someone in the faction gave it to me. Which faction? Our faction. Cheng Xinghe suddenly fell silent. Chen Ming sensed something from Cheng Xinghe's silence and asked, didn't you think of contacting people in the faction just now? Those uncles basically treat me like a child, even though I've been to the battlefield. It's the same. There was a hint of sadness and loneliness in Cheng Xinghe's eyes, which came from not being taken seriously. Chen Ming put down the terminal, reached out and pressed his hand on her clenched fist on her knees and said, but I won't. Cheng Xinghe pursed his lips, and the lost expression gradually disappeared. She grabbed Chen Ming's hand, picked up the terminal, and studied the information on it. Chen Ming reminded him, we still don't know whether Liao Hongsheng is dead or not. So let's just assume he is dead first. But we can now be sure that Xinghe would not have beaten someone to death, because he was in the detention room before. This means that Liao Hongsheng's condition was definitely not that serious at the time. It must have been after Xinghe was taken to the detention room that something went wrong. The teacher who sent him away, the doctor in the infirmary, and the doctor in the hospital can all go check it out. We need to find out what caused him to become like that. If you figure this out, you figure everything out. But with so many people, it will be a bit time-consuming. So we have to go find Cheng Xinghe first. His location has been determined. Chapter 311 Restrictions. Chen Ming was driving the shuttle. He went to the police station where Cheng Xinghe was located according to the news that someone had just given him. His mind was full of thoughts about his next move. This matter is now half clear, because so far only Cheng Xinghe has been truly involved. But in fact, the purpose of the person who created this incident was definitely not Cheng Xinghe. The simplest truth. If they really wanted to punish Cheng Xinghe, there shouldn't be so much news spread on the school network. And Cheng Xinghe shouldn't have been sent to the confinement room like he was being paraded through the streets. These unrestrained actions, which are intended to make the news ferment, reveal something. That is, these news were released deliberately. Moreover, Chen Ming also believed that even if he was not there, even if he didn't care at all, Chung Xinghe would be able to come out of the police station safely. Someone was attacking Chung Xinghe as a target, and then tried to take the opportunity to attract the attention of others. This other person may be from the Baikuan faction, or maybe Qin Ming himself. It should be myself. Qin Ming thought so. After all, this timing is too coincidental. But what was the point of doing this? What was the purpose of attracting him here? Where is the person behind the scenes? What exactly do he want to do? It seems to be targeted at Chung Xinghe. But in fact, it is targeted at Qin Ming. However, after targeting him, they didn't come to find him. What were they targeting? Never give up halfway through a task. There should be next steps soon. Qin Ming should go to the police station first and meet Chung Xinghe. On the way to get through, Qin Ming took out the terminal and called He Gu to tell him that he would not be able to go to the headquarters of the Psychic Research Institute until at least tomorrow. Originally, He Gu should have been able to wait for him today. But now it is definitely not possible. After hanging up the phone, Qin Ming noticed that Chung Xinghe beside him lowered his head slightly, and his expression was still a little nervous and worried. Although she had been to the battlefield, for the middle and lower level officers, all they had to face on the battlefield were the simplest life and death struggles. What's happening here is obviously a bit more complicated. Qin Ming didn't have much to say, so he could only comfort him. Don't worry. Chung Xinghe will be fine. The shuttle arrived outside the police station shortly afterwards. Qin Ming strode to the front desk of the police station. The female receptionist at the front desk immediately asked enthusiastically after seeing Qin Ming's outfit, "Hello. What can I do for you?" Qin Ming also looked at the receptionist and confirmed that she did not know him and was not involved in this matter. So Qin Ming didn't do anything extra. He just said, "Find someone." "Excuse me. Is it because I can't get in touch with you, or it is not unable to contact? It should be caught here." The receptionist stopped registering on the computer, looked up at Qin Ming, and asked uncertainly, "What did you say?" "He was captured here. His name is Chung Xinghe. We want to see him as a family member." The receptionist suddenly became flustered. However, a police officer immediately came from behind the front desk and motioned for the receptionist to go somewhere else. The new police officer looked at Qin Ming with an apologetic look and said, "I'm sorry. Chung Xinghe is not available for you to meet for the time being because he is an important suspect in a serious injury case. We can't reveal too much else." When he stretched out his hand, Qin Ming didn't get aggressive without coming up, but asked along the normal logic, "Is he a suspect? What did he do?" "It's just a beating that caused serious injuries. The injured are still in the hospital for treatment. It's inconvenient to go into more details." "Is there any evidence? Surveillance or what?" "There is definitely evidence, but it is not convenient to talk about the specifics." "Can't you disclose even family members?" "Even if we are with our family members, we can only explain the situation at most." "Even if I just want to check the surveillance?" "No." The police officer was getting impatient with the constant questioning. "It is indeed inconvenient for us to show the evidence to others. Even if we have it, we can't show it to you." Finally, after a clear answer, Qin Mingping nodded blandly and turned to answer the phone. The people from the Baikuan faction on the other end of the phone were just helping Qin Ming, relying on the people inside the police system. They gave Qin Ming a temporary investigation authority to participate in this matter in accordance with the law. That is the criminal case involving the family members of the soldiers and the reserve soldiers. Relevant military departments can apply for an access authority to supervise the progress of the investigation of this case to prevent pseudo-testimonial situations and ensure that there is no problem. These permissions are generally not too high, but it is enough to understand the whole picture of the entire case. Under normal circumstances, this authority will not be given to people who are related to the person at that time. However, Chung Xinghe is indeed a family member, but Qin Ming is not. At least before marriage, Qin Ming is an outsider, and he can assume this responsibility. The faction also told Qin Ming where Liao Hongsheng was at the hospital. Keep monitoring at all times. After finishing the call with Qin Ming, the police officer in front of him also quickly answered a call. During the response, his gaze towards Qin Ming gradually became suspicious. A few hours later, he put down the phone and said to Qin Ming, "What do you want to do?" "Like I said, I want to see the evidence." "What type of evidence?" "The most direct way is to monitor it." The police officer thought for a moment and said, "We don't have any surveillance evidence." Qin Ming slammed his fist on the table. He really wanted the psychic energy fluctuations to spread out and control the entire police station. He personally searched the entire police station to see if there was any surveillance evidence. But the spiritual power of the entire planet suddenly locked him again. Apparently felt the change of Chen Ming's spiritual fluctuations. TSK. Chen Ming had no choice but to take out a recorder from his pocket and press the play button. This is the audio he recorded in the school guard room just now. Everything the gatekeeper student said is in here. Although he usually prefers to use psychic powers in a simple and rough manner, Chen Ming will never lack the necessary preparations. Do you need me to help you find that person? The police officer was slapped in the face without even blushing. Facing Chen Ming's questioning, he didn't seem to realize that he had just told a lie. Instead, he said to Chen Ming, "Wait a moment." After speaking, he turned around, reached the back of the front desk, and picked up the phone. About 10 minutes later, the student who was watching the door just rushed to the police station. His face showed tension, panic, fear and terror, not only to Chen Ming, but also to the police officer in front of him, and some other people who were not present. He came to Chen Ming and the police officer, trembling and speaking in pauses. I actually don't know anything. But he used his status as a colonel to threaten me. So I got scared. So I thought about making up something to get him to leave. Everything I said before was a lie. Chen Ming knew that what the student said at this time was the words taught to him by others. He was just an ordinary student, and it was not his problem. But he still had to say, "You'd better think it through." But before the student could speak, the police officer next to him stopped Chen Ming and said, "Mr. Chen Ming, even if you do have this authority now, and you are a colonel, you can't threaten others in front of us." Chen Ming snorted coldly and said, "If a word of warning is considered a threat, then I would like to ask you what you mean by that?" The police officer had a black face and did not dare to answer Chen Ming for a while. Chen Ming didn't want to look at the police officer, turned towards the students, and hung the colonel's army in his chest. "Tell me, what is the real situation?" "Me." The student who was called and had stiff limbs and dared not move at all. His face was filled with fear, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence. At most, Chen Ming had scared him a little before. But at that time, the student could at least communicate with him fluently. And now, he even stuttered when he spoke. He must have been threatened by others. And the threats made by Chen Ming are even more serious. Chen Ming has already thought of many of the best ways to threaten a student. Seeing his tears welling up in his eyes, Chen Ming couldn't bear it and said, "Forget it. Go now." Chen Ming no longer asked the student questions, and no longer forced him to give truthful answers. He was just an unlucky student who was assigned to be a gatekeeper and was threatened. There's really no need. But even after hearing what Chen Ming said, the students did not dare to move at all. Instead, they looked at the police officer. The police officer immediately stepped forward, held his shoulders, and escorted him out of the police station. After a while, he turned back and said to Chen Ming, "I'll help you find the surveillance camera. Please wait a moment." "Why? Do you feel guilty?" Chen Ming doesn't think such a thing would happen in the world. The police officer did not respond to Chen Ming and disappeared inside the police station. Let Chen Ming wait outside. Time flies. The police officer never returned. Even though Chen Ming kept urging him, he only returned to Chen Ming with empty hands nearly an hour later. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen Ming. The storage device for surveillance evidence is broken." Now Chen Ming knew why the police officer suddenly felt guilty. But he was not angry. Instead, he followed the logic of the evidence being damaged and said, "So the evidence is gone." "Right. The evidence that Chung Xinghe was sent in is gone. Can we release him now?" The policeman, now a complete rogue, said, "That still won't work." Chen Ming laughed and said, "How did Chung Xinghe get sent to the detention room?" "Because the surveillance camera caught him starting a fight first." "Why can't you let Chung Xinghe go?" "Because the surveillance is broken." "Is this human language?" The police officer said with a stern face, "I should be speaking human language. But you don't seem to understand." Chen Ming would not tolerate sarcastic remarks. And surging spiritual energy waves instantly surrounded him. At the same time that Chen Ming made a move, the psychic energy fluctuations that had locked onto Chen Ming when he entered the space station also responded immediately. They also wrapped around Chen Ming's body, locking Chen Ming's spiritual energy and preventing the spiritual energy fluctuations from being released. Chen Ming did not relax, but he did not go any further and directly call upon his spiritual power, maintained within the original range. However, the psychic energy fluctuations did not accept this result. Instead, they further compressed Chen Ming's mental power and oppressed Chen Ming's consciousness, trying to force Chen Ming to give up using psychic energy. This kind of mental pressure I feel like even an ordinary level 5 psychic may not be able to withstand it. But Chen Ming is not an ordinary person. The quality of his mental power is quite terrifying. Having relied on various extremely powerful negative effect spirit stones for training for a long time, and having experienced the half-second experience of the Scarlet Dimension, the quality of his mental power is absolutely beyond reproach. Even the pressure from a level 6 psychic can be easily endured by Chen Ming. But Cheng Xinghai can't do that. She had been following Chen Ming since the beginning. When Chen Ming was targeted by a level 6 psychic, she could also feel the terrifying power from the outside world on Chen Ming. Even the aftermath of this force made her face turn pale. Her current strength was not enough to resist it. Just when Cheng Xinghai was about to collapse, Chen Ming's mental power instantly enveloped Cheng Xinghai, protecting her from the oppression of this mental power that came from nowhere. As for the others, even if they did not need Chen Ming's protection, they did not feel the effect of this psychic power at all. This is what the level 6 psychic is targeting. Cheng Xinghai felt better immediately, but she looked at Chen Ming nervously. Although Chen Ming looked relaxed, her worries did not diminish. Chen Ming waved at her, indicating that he was fine. He just stood there, resisting the oppression of the psychic. 3 minutes later, Chen Ming's terminal suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. Chen Ming answered the call immediately, and a deep voice asked him, "What are you doing? Check the surveillance?" "Just the surveillance." "Can." The call was hung up. The restrictions on Chen Ming's spiritual energy fluctuations also disappeared. But Chen Ming could feel that the psychic was paying more attention to the situation here. At this point, Chen Ming roughly understood why he was invited to the headquarters. Someone must have been collecting intelligence on his psychic powers. And now it has finally been confirmed that his psychic powers can be detected and blocked when they first take effect. As long as everyone keeps an eye on the whole process, Chen Ming's psychic powers will certainly not be able to burst out without any defense. So when he came, there would be such a level 6 psychic waiting for him. And it would definitely not be a psychic like Yin Xiong and Hui who had just entered level 6. Such a psychic is absolutely vigilant towards Chen Ming. Of course, this level 6 psychic is not so unreasonable. He should know what is happening here. But he obviously had no intention of getting involved. Let the people below compete. It has nothing to do with him. Anyway, he just needs to watch until something crosses the line. After the restrictions on his psychic energy were lifted, Chen Ming finally let out a deep breath. Comfortable. He had never felt so comfortable. How uncomfortable he felt when he was restricted before. How comfortable he feels now that the restrictions have been lifted. But he knew that this was only a short-term feeling after the level 6 psychic had released the restrictions. Even if things were over, the restrictions would continue to come. Unless he has enough power to fight back. He must abide by the rules set by the stronger one. He has to get stronger. Chen Ming had some more insights in his mind. However, he did not show it, but said to the police officer in front of him, who seemed to have noticed something, "Take me to the damaged equipment. Don't tell me that the equipment has turned to ash in just a few hours." The police officer's expression suddenly became tense. The order he received was to delay. To delay by any means. To use any excuse. To tell any lie. As long as it could delay the time. Anyway, the higher-ups don't expect to be able to keep Cheng Xinghai. As long as they can delay the time, it will be fine. That's what he did. And just now, he had deleted and overwritten the data related to the database, and finally destroyed the operation of the device. However, in the face of Chen Ming's psychic power, nothing can be concluded about the mechanical equipment. So he was still a little flustered. But he now had no other options to delay any further. He could only take Chen Ming slowly into the police station. "This is it," he said, pointing to a damaged data storage device on a table in his office. Chen Ming walked into the office, looked back at the police officer who did not avoid him, and said nothing more. Anyway, this person must know a lot, including things about psychics. The key issue now lies in whether Chen Ming can restore the device. Chen Ming had no doubt whether this could be restored, because his psychic power had been blessed by dimensional power before. The effectiveness of repair powers has also been enhanced. Chen Ming had tested it specially, and at least for now, even if the equipment turned to ashes, as long as the ashes were still there, he could restore it to its original state. Even if the data is deleted or overwritten, he can still recover all the lost data. Chen Ming's spiritual power acted on the device in front of him, and metal liquid appeared from the void and entangled it. In a few seconds, the appearance of the entire device returned to normal. Chen Ming also easily saw the images in the surveillance video. The impact caused by the power of Cheng Xinghai's punch. Liao Hongxing's posture after falling to the ground was a self-protection reaction. All of this can prove that it is absolutely impossible for Chung Xinghe to seriously injure someone, especially a serious brain injury. This video alone can largely prove that Chung Xinghe is innocent. If you insist, there is an excuse. For example, Liao Hongsheng had some brain disease, which was knocked out by Chung Xinghe's punch. But far-fetched reasons cannot be used as evidence for conviction. Chen Ming can easily produce the surveillance footage to prove his innocence. But he didn't do that. Chen Ming also frowned and placed the storage device, which seemed to have been restored to its original state, on the table, and shook his head slightly. If things were over so quickly, there would be many things he wouldn't be able to do. He wanted to show weakness and make people think that he really didn't have enough evidence, so that those who were targeting him would continue with their next action. Chen Ming turned around and asked the police officer, if the surveillance video is broken, then what evidence is there to prove that it was Chung Xinghe? The police officer finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this question. The case of Chung Xinghe is still under investigation. As the only person at the crime scene, he is a major suspect. So even if there is not enough evidence, we can ask him to cooperate with the investigation. Major suspect? That means no matter what, Chung Xinghe must be kept here for at least 24 hours. Right? The police officer said nothing, which was considered as his agreement. Okay. Then let me go in and see him. I also have the right to investigate now. You can investigate. But if you want to meet the suspect, only the team leader has the authority to do so. There's no one in the bureau right now. I don't have the authority to release anyone. Nor do I have the authority to let anyone in. That's the rule. Chen Ming has rules that must be followed. Although he gained the identity to participate in this incident through a rule that was in his favor. However, the authority of this identity obtained through the rules is not high. After all, it is impossible for the Legion to allow the army to completely suppress the police. And the police cannot be just a vassal of the army. Otherwise, the foundation of all government systems will no longer exist amid the chaos of power. What Chen Ming has now is the authority of an ordinary police officer involved in investigating an incident. If only the team leader has the authority to find the suspect. Chen Ming really has no way to get around this. This feeling of being restricted is really not good. Just now, Chen Ming was physically restricted by the psychic energy fluctuations of the level 6 psychic. And now, he is restricted by the rules again. Chen Ming had nothing to say about this. So he could only ask, when will the team leader come back? I don't know. Maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow? If a serious crime occurs and someone is not at the police station, does that count as being absent from duty? Not really. Because he went out to investigate. To investigate with the victim. Chen Ming frowned and asked, are you sure? Maybe somewhere else. But he must have gone to investigate. Pity. Chen Ming turned his head. If only the police officer had been a little braver. There are people from their faction in the hospital. And they can be sure that there is no such team leader sick in the entire hospital. If the police officer dared to say that the team leader was there, Chen Ming would dare to directly use evidence to question the team leader's absence from his post, and seize the authority to do things. But now, what a pity. Chen Ming could only ask for a current investigation report, and did not stay in the police station any longer. When Chung Xinghe saw Chen Ming coming out, he immediately asked about Chen Ming's situation with concern. Because she was a relative of Chung Xinghe, she had no authority to investigate, and could not get a word in. Nor could she follow Chen Ming into the police station. Besides, she had never experienced this type of thing. So no matter how smart she was, it would take her time to adapt. Now she could only follow behind Chen Ming, and listen and watch silently, trying to analyze feasible ways of doing things from the clues she could see. Although Chen Ming was watching at this time, he was still thinking about how to contact Chung Xinghe. Anyway, force means is absolutely impossible, and that level 6 spiritual ability will not let him do so. So how do you touch Chung Xinghe? Chen Ming leaned back in a chair near the lounge inside the police station, shaking his legs impatiently, and tapping the ground with his toes. The fingers on the armrest also hit the metal armrest. Chung Xinghe, who had been paying attention to the report in Chen Ming's hand, gradually noticed Chen Ming's little movements. She seemed to have heard some hidden patterns in it. Just as she looked up at Chen Ming's face, Chen Ming immediately made a gesture to her to keep quiet. Chapter 312 Lost Patience. Decisive action. The interrogation room is not far from the police station lobby, and is not completely soundproofed. Some sharp sounds or sounds that are transmitted directly through the walls can be transmitted into the interrogation room. At this time, Chung Xinghe was still handcuffed in the narrow interrogation room. He didn't know how much time had passed. Nor did he know the current situation outside. And he couldn't do anything. But the original cause of all this was himself. So he had nothing to complain about. Even if he was affected by the small and dim environment. He had to bear it. At least he could occasionally hear the noises outside. So that he wouldn't be so disgusted by the environment that he would have a headache. At this moment, he seemed to hear a special rhythmic voice. It was the sound of something being knocked. However, just as he was about to listen carefully, a sharp cry suddenly came from outside, completely covering up the sound. It seems to be Liao Hongxing's relative. At this time, police station lobby. Chen Ming, who was sitting in the corner closest to the interrogation room, was just about to pass some message to Chung Xinghe through the secret voice code. Outside the police station, two middle-aged people, a man and a woman, came to the police station and cried and found the policeman that Chen Ming had just talked to. He shouted, "My son," while crying to the police. He even cried and cried, kneeling on the ground. The middle-aged man next to her didn't behave like that. He just kept comforting her. Occasionally, some people pass by outside the police station and can see what is happening here. This middle-aged woman, who was crying loudly, immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. However, Chen Ming looked very tense. The news he got from others can confirm that Xiao Hongsheng is still in the hospital's rescue room. Not to mention whether little Hongsheng is really seriously injured or fake. But saying that his son was seriously injured in the hospital. And normal parents were also accompanied by the hospital. At least wait for the life signs to be stable. And let's talk about it. There are two situations, whether it is really stable or the heartbeat is stable. But it won't be too late to come to the police station to mourn by then. Now crying? Is it a bit exaggerated? It's really kind of deliberately disgusting. It's not just the fake death and crying that Chen Ming is seeing now. Another thing is that from the beginning, Chen Ming encountered everything that was arranged. Chen Ming wants to find out who is behind the scenes. But so far most of his actions should be within the expectations of the person behind the scenes. After all, the rules are there. And that's the most Chen Ming can do. Clearly capable but restricted. Although Chen Ming barely accepts restrictions, there is also a depressed emotion in his heart. Now someone comes to provoke him. And the sharp crying really makes it difficult for people to keep a calm mind. Even middle-aged women over there were crying and crying as if he heard something from the police. He turned to look at Chen Ming and Chung Xinghe, who was sitting next to Chen Ming and also looking at the document with his head slightly tilted. There was a very obvious flash of resentment in the middle-aged woman's eyes. "It's all because of you, little bastard." She suddenly found strength from nowhere, got up from the ground and wanted to pounce on him. The policeman and the middle-aged man next to her couldn't stop her for a moment. However, Chen Ming's response was fast. 2 steps were in front of Chung Xinghe. He pulled out a revolver, Ming, from the holster at his waist under his clothes and put it directly to her forehead. Think about it carefully. This is to protect Chung Xinghe and also to protect this middle-aged woman. Otherwise, Chen Ming didn't know whether the middle-aged woman would die on the spot if Chung Xinghe accidentally used a little force. At the same time, this somewhat extraordinary behavior was also Chen Ming's disguised way of venting his dissatisfaction caused by the limitations of the rules. "Why? Lay down your weapon." Several policemen immediately drew their guns and pointed them at Chen Ming. Several police officers from the police station were just warning and did not shoot directly. And Chen Ming just turned his head and glanced at them and did not listen to them. He even pushed the gun towards the middle-aged woman's forehead. Unfortunately, these policemen had no intention of shooting and still did not take any further action, but just continued to give verbal warnings. They just regard the gun as a deterrent tool, or they simply know that a few ordinary pistols cannot hurt a spiritual ability. If they shoot first, Chen Ming could have used this as an excuse to directly counterattack and do something small, because that way he could still argue later. But if they didn't shoot first, Chen Ming would have no good reason to cause trouble. Quite uncomfortable, the middle-aged woman reacted quickly and burst into a sharp roar in front of Chen Ming, then crawled away from Chen Ming. Chen Ming also slowly put away his gun, then took out his gun license from his pocket and showed it to the police around him. "She was the one who broke down first and tried to attack me. You should have seen that. Right? That's the rule. If it is the Edge Star domain, there are not so many things. But in the prosperous star field, this kind of thing is still somewhat necessary." Chen Ming accepted this rule, but did not like it. At least, he didn't like to be on himself. The police officers quickly put away their guns and calmed down some ordinary people who were also doing business at the police station. It's as if nothing happened. Chen Ning sat back in his position and continued to watch the information of those who had been in contact with Rare Hongsheng. At the same time, we have to continue waiting. Waiting for the team leader that the police officer mentioned to come back. And waiting for the deadline for Cheng Xinghe to cooperate with the investigation to expire. He didn't continue hitting the handrail because he felt bored. The waiting process was making him, who was originally calm, gradually lose his patience. The waiting process was making him, who was originally calm, gradually lose his patience. He just concealed the fact that the surveillance had been repaired by him. And at the same time, he was planning to communicate with Cheng Xinghe. He was planning to let Cheng Xinghe cooperate with him in acting out a little bit to lure out the mastermind behind the scenes. Because there are only a few sources of information now. The people in the faction have not obtained any new information for the time being. And they have tried their best. Under the restrictions of the rules, information can only be obtained by actively falling into traps. Chen Ning couldn't stand it anymore. So at this point, that was already the original idea. He had a lot of other things to do, and he didn't have time to waste on this kind of thing. This is not in color ink. At that time, Kaimo could only wait. Wait for the president's help. Wait for Zhuo Jing to send him to his destination. And wait for the right opportunity to stab Zhuo Jing. But now he obviously doesn't have to wait. Why should he waste time here? The more Chen Ning thought about it, the angrier he became. At the beginning, he really wanted to solve the problem. Just like when he first went to the branch. He will take the initiative to use his abilities and cooperate to do things. Which is good for both you and me. On the side of Bai Quan in the branch, the result of cooperation is that Chen Ning's relationship with Bai Quan is inseparable. And even goes further. Available at this headquarters. His friendliness and cooperation were rewarded with someone targeting him by taking advantage of the headquarters rules. No comparison. No harm. With the comparison, the more Chen Ning thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He had to find evidence to deal with the matter. And to find evidence, he had to use psychic power. However, the prerequisite for using psychic power is that there must be sufficient evidence first. It would be time-consuming and laborious to find evidence without psychic power. The rule states that if there is no evidence, you cannot use psychic powers, which is a vicious circle. It's disgusting to go around in circles. Rules, 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 all rules. Chen Ning has been trying to do things according to the rules. But he follows the rules and gets along with others. But others are trying to use the rules to mess with him. We should respect each other. What's wrong with me giving you face? Chen Ning wondered if it was because he hadn't taken any action for too long that some people thought he was easy to bully. Why did he always want to become stronger? Why did he seek to break away from the empire and survive on his own? It's for freedom. To not be restricted by rules and regulations. This was the idea that came to him after he first understood the rules within the empire. In order to achieve this general goal, it is acceptable to occasionally abide by the rules. For example, on Baichuan's side, it is good for him to abide by Baichuan's rules. But being restricted by rules without any meaning is a waste of time. Chen Ning suddenly realized that he saw through it. He has the ability to do things directly. So why should he think so much? He had spent half a second in the Scarlet Dimension and nearly killed himself. But he didn't want to be suppressed when he came to the headquarters after gaining the power of the dimension. Chen Ning suddenly stood up and put a small USB flash drive that he had just made into Cheng Xinghai's hand. I have something to do. Please wait for me for a moment. I will be back soon. Good. Chen Ning left the police station and boarded the shuttle. Quickly left the scene. Inside the police station, the police officer just turned around for a moment and suddenly found that Chen Ning was missing. He quickly got up and went to the back to report to his superiors. They tried to track Chen Ning's location. But Chen Ning's shuttle had already disappeared over the city. He is gone. Where did he go? When the police officers were panicking because they lost Chen Ning's location, Chen Ning's shuttle has arrived at the hospital where Liao Hongsheng is. The moment you step into the reception, the liquid metal was already flowing under his feet towards the entire building. However, the level 6 psychic, who had been locking on to Chen Ning, did not notice this. The reason is very simple. The composition of these metal liquids is silent alloy. When Chen Ning once controlled and whooping to enter the internal environment of Zhuijing Space Station, which was completely isolated by silent alloy, he was still able to continue to control him. This shows that his spiritual power can penetrate the blocking effect of silent alloy to a certain extent. Although in the past, Chen Ning was indeed unable to control the silent alloy. All the mental power and psychic energy fluctuations that he is responsible for will be blocked. But after entering the Scarlet Dimension, things changed. He himself is connected to the Scarlet Dimension, and his psychic powers that can penetrate the barrier effect of the silent alloy have been further enhanced. His psychic energy can penetrate into the interior of the silent alloy through the power of the dimension. Just like Chen-Ming needs the help of the Scarlet Dimension to transport things over long distances, he can now also use the Scarlet Dimension to control the silent alloy. The silent alloy, known as the natural enemy of psychics, can only be controlled by the power of the dimension. Although these silent alloys may not be fully suitable for making some equipment, they are sufficient as liquid metal. The metallic liquid that entered the hospital building penetrated the hospital's monitoring system and took control of the database system. This allowed Chen-Ming to follow the information about Liao Hongsheng that the people from the previous faction had helped to investigate and confirm the bed information of Liao Hongsheng's emergency room and intensive care unit. All this information was displayed before his eyes in great detail. However, Chen-Ming did not find the data that should exist in the hospital database. That is, the drug outflow registration data of the hospital's drug management center when Liao Hongsheng was being rescued. This is a rescue that requires no medicine. There was no need for Chen-Ming to go to the front desk. He glanced at the map of the first floor of the hospital and walked straight to the emergency room. The door of the emergency room was closed and the operating light was on. There was no one at the door. After all, Liao Hongsheng's parents were still in the police station mourning. Without hesitation, Chen-Ming walked towards the door of the emergency room and kicked it shut. The door was kicked open. What caught my eye was not the doctors anxiously working to save lives. Instead, they sat next to the operating table and chatted leisurely with each other. Chen-Ming's sudden arrival stunned several doctors. As soon as a doctor finished speaking, Chen-Ming took out a gun and pointed it at his forehead. Keep talking. I'm listening. The doctor who was pointed at by the gun quickly raised his hands and dared not move. The other doctors also stood up and retreated to the corners of the room, showing their full cooperation. Chen-Ming didn't feel comfortable at all when he saw the scene, because if he were to investigate through normal channels, these doctors would definitely not cooperate, and Chen-Ming might not even be able to meet these doctors. Guns are sometimes more useful than other things. Chen-Ming came to the operating table. There was a corpse on the operating table, but it was not Liao Hongsheng's corpse. Although they look similar, they are definitely not. Chen-Ming reached out and pressed the corpse's cheek, while pretending to confirm the information of the corpse. A little bit of the queen worm's tissue in his palm had quietly devoured a small amount of the corpse's cells. The time of death was confirmed to be in the morning. The time of conflict between Cheng Xinghe and Liao Hongsheng was noon. As for the real owner of this corpse, the gene sequence was compared with the hospital database, and soon a person who died in an accident today was found. Although the photo of the deceased is completely different from the corpse. However, cosmetic surgery technology is now quite advanced. It doesn't matter if you look different. What's important is genes. Since the genes don't match, Chen-Ming can officially confirm that the body is not Liao Hongsheng. Chen-Ming raised his head from the corpse. Just at this moment, the security guard who heard someone say there was a loud noise in the emergency room finally arrived at the door of the emergency room and saw Chen-Ming holding a gun and threatening the doctors. Put your hands up. Chen-Ming turned around and shot the gun out of the security guard's hand. He then turned around and said to the doctors as if nothing had happened, "Give me your terminals." Several doctors looked at each other, and one of them bravely said, "Before entering the emergency room, our terminals are placed in the preparation room next door. You can go there to find them." Okay. Chen-Ming did not continue to use violence and turned around and left the emergency room. In the preparation room next door, Chen-Ming easily took the doctor's terminals, although there are no clues inside. But as long as something has existed in the terminal, Chen-Ming can reproduce it again. After all, these doctors need to communicate with people. It is impossible for the people above to give orders for everything personally. So Chen-Ming also found the record in this terminal of the doctor negotiating with people from other departments to get a corpse to replace Liao Hongsheng. The source.is the director of the medical and health department of this department. It's quite a big deal. But Chen-Ming has already come this far, and doesn't care how high the status of the person he is looking for is. Chen-Ming left the preparation room again, came to the hall outside. In fact, the gunshot just now did not attract much attention. After all, the headquarters has been peaceful for too long, and there are very few criminal incidents, let alone violent incidents involving guns. Also, because the emergency room was not very close to the medical treatment. Many people had no idea what was happening nearby. They only saw the security guard urging them to leave. So when Chen-Ming came out, the people in the hospital were still being evacuated slowly. There are always people who don't take dangerous things seriously until they see them with their own eyes. Of course, there are also people who are truly ill and cannot leave. When Chen-Ming came out with a gun, those people finally realized something was wrong, and the crowd began to move to the other side, where Chen-Ming was not. Between Chen-Ming and the crowd, there were 5 security guards surrounding him, pointing guns at him. "We've called the police. You better not move." Chen-Ming glanced at him and continued walking out. He didn't want to delay treatment for other patients. Under the ground, liquid metal made of silent alloy flew out and destroyed all the guns in the hands of several security guards. There was no gun, and Chen-Ming also used psychic power that they could not understand at all. The security guard didn't dare to catch up with Chen-Ming. They could only watch Chen-Ming board the shuttle and disappear near the hospital. Chen-Ming's shuttle burst into the air at a speed far exceeding the speed stipulated by traffic laws, and flew all the way to the headquarters of the medical and health department. News about the hospital spread quickly. The terminal in Chen-Ming's hand was soon called by several people, but Chen-Ming ignored them all. He had reached his destination, the office of the Minister of Health and Medical Affairs. The shuttle elevator hovered outside the Ministry of Health and Medical Affairs building in the blink of an eye. After a shot shattered the glass, Chen-Ming jumped directly into the office. The Minister of Health and Medical Care was currently speaking to someone through the terminal. The moment Chen-Ming came in, the other end of the terminal said, "What's that noise? You just said that Chen-Ming suddenly started to go crazy? Isn't that a good thing?" Just as the minister was about to say something, Chen-Ming's gun was already pointed at him, and his other hand raised his index finger in front of his lips. The minister nodded nervously, but otherwise did not dare to move an inch. Even if he wasn't killed by this shot, he wouldn't be able to escape from a psychic. The person on the other end of the terminal still didn't realize what was happening and continued to speak. "Hello? Hello? Are you still there?" While he was speaking, Chen-Ming had already touched the terminal. His spiritual power had controlled the terminal and locked the location of the communication signal. Chen-Ming released his index finger from his lips and said to the terminal, "Good thing? I will soon let you know what is truly good." The call on the terminal was hung up. Chen-Ming sneered and said to the minister, "Let's go." The minister said tremblingly, "Where to?" "Come on board. I have some people I want to see." Although the minister was quite reluctant, he still jumped onto the shuttle with the help of Chen-Ming under the threat of a gun. The shuttle continued to fly towards the location of the next person who was talking to the minister. It was not until Chen-Ming's shuttle left that the security finally arrived at the office. But the office was left in a mess. At this time, Chen-Ming was on the shuttle, checking the information he had just obtained. If he remembered correctly, that place was the Military Supplies Management Department of the headquarters, and the identity of that person was hidden when he was talking to the Minister of Health and Medical Affairs. But Chen-Ming has also confirmed the man's voice through interview videos of some important leaders of the entire huge Military Supplies Management Department. He is the director of the Specialty Materials Management Department. On the way to the destination, Chen-Ming also checked the minister's terminal. Chen-Ming was not interested in the records of bribery, but he found something interesting: an identification code for an online web conference. There are 23 participants, numbered 1 to 23. The Minister of Health and Welfare is number 18. The record of the online meeting must have been deleted in the terminal, but as long as the information has existed in the terminal, Chen-Ming can completely restore it using his psychic power. 23 participants, 23 people. No one can escape. Chen-Ming's shuttle was roaming between cities at a terrifying speed that no other vehicle within the atmosphere could match. Soon, he arrived at the building of the Military Supplies Management Department. This is a huge office building. After all, the types of military supplies are quite complicated, and the number of management departments is quite large. And this is just a civilian department. The overall material dispatch, distribution and management must also start from other places. Of course, this is not the point. The point is Chen-Ming's goal. The Special Materials Management Department is a subordinate department of the higher-level Military Supplies Management Department. However, due to the nature of the management objects, its status is relatively high. This sector is the main sector controlled by a faction of a general named Han Gu, and Liao Hansheng is from this department. Since the office of the Special Materials Management Department was not near a window, Chen-Ming found a window seat and broke into the building directly. The employees working here have been evacuated, But there are no tight security teams or combat robots here. There is only one person in military uniform here. At the same time, he is also a psychic. Chen-Ming. He's here as expected. It's almost time to end this. This headquarters is not your branch. It's not a place where you can act wildly. In my opinion, this department is a place where people who have mastered the rules can act wildly, and even urinate and defecate anywhere. The psychic in front of him seemed to still have the time to chat with Chen-Ming, and was not in a hurry to take action. Yes. But this is the rule. I don't like this kind of rules. But in this department, you must abide by such rules. As soon as the words fell, spiritual energy fluctuations were stimulated. The body of the psychic in front of Chen-Ming was gradually becoming wet, and even the entire floor of the building was becoming damp. At the same time, the psychic fluctuations of the level 6 psychic in the headquarters, which had been silent for a long time, finally began to move. A pressure surged around Chen-Ming. Finally come, Chen-Ming said secretly in his heart. It is impossible for a level 6 psychic to keep an eye on Chen-Ming the whole time. He also has his own things to do. So if Chen-Ming is the level 6 psychic, then he will definitely use psychic fluctuations to lock onto his own psychic fluctuations. And only lock onto psychic fluctuations. Other times I take a look occasionally. After all, as a psychic, Chen-Ming's greatest ability lies in his psychic power. As long as he focuses on his psychic power, everything else is fine. So Chen-Ming was using silent alloy just now, which would not be discovered by psychics. But it was only a delay of a short while. Although the level 6 psychic may not always pay attention to him, and it is not always convenient to contact him. But Chen-Ming had caused quite a stir. And it was almost time. He began to suppress Chen-Ming's spiritual power. And this time, he will definitely not hold back. The surging psychic energy fluctuations were squeezing Chen-Ming's psychic living space. He wanted to cooperate with the psychic in front of Chen-Ming who should have the ability to control water to take down Chen-Ming. However, a stubborn spiritual energy fluctuation was still taking effect on Chen-Ming's body. A layer of metallic liquid covered his body. A complete set of Locust power armor is being manufactured. It looks like this is just an ordinary set of Locust armor. But if you look closely, you will find that this power armor is made entirely of psychic materials. In addition, the surface of the power armor also has an additional layer of silent alloy SHL, which blocks the power from the outside world for Chen-Ming. The oppression of the level 6 psychic on Chen-Ming disappeared in an instant. From this moment on, no one can stop Chen-Ming. The huge amount of psychic materials on his power armor brought about a huge amount of mental power and mental strength, which made Chen-Ming's consciousness active to an unprecedented level under normal conditions. Behind Chen-Ming, outside the building, a tachyon spear was gradually being manufactured. Go away. Chapter 313 Results. In front of Chen-Ming, the water vapor on the entire floor was gradually becoming thicker. Chen-Ming could clearly feel that it was becoming difficult for him to move in this water vapor. This is not a limitation of psychic power, but a change in the physical properties of his surroundings. Although the psychic power of a psychic cannot affect the silent alloy, the physical effects extended from the psychic power can still have an impact on the silent alloy. And as the water vapor deepened, Chen-Ming's vision was gradually obstructed. This place will soon become a dungeon. I don't know whether this psychic is from the Special Materials Management Department or someone sent by the headquarters to restrict him. But this is not important. What is important is that the speed spear behind Chen-Ming has taken shape. The power of this thing is so great that not only a psychic could be destroyed, but the entire building where Chen-Ming is, and even an entire city area would be destroyed under this firepower. Enough to deter most people. But the psychic in front of Chen-Ming didn't seem to care. Instead, he said to Chen-Ming, "You wouldn't do such a thing. We know you very well." Chen-Ming's expression darkened. "You really take his kindness as weakness, don't you?" Chen-Ming did not respond a word, but activated the main control of the tachyon spear and let it start charging. The surging energy and violent particles are gathering on the energy beam of the tachyon spear. When the energy accumulates to the limit and the particles are compressed to the extreme, it is time for the tachyon spear to fire. The water mist psychic in front of him finally realized that something seemed wrong. Chen-Ming's condition today was different from what he knew about Chen-Ming. He seemed very angry. In this situation, the water mist psychic could not possibly bet on whether Chen-Ming would open fire or not. If he lost the bet, thousands of lives would be at stake. Calm down a bit. Facing the persuasion of the water mist psychic, Chen-Ming responded, "I am very calm. And I know what weapon can calm you down. Let me ask you, are you calm now?" The energy glow behind him has already overshadowed the light of the star that illuminates the planet below him at a close distance. Chen Ming, with his back to the tachyon spear, was left as just a dark shadow emitting a ferocious aura in front of the water mist psychic. Okay. I'm calm. I'll make way for you. Do whatever you want. The water mist psychic quickly restrained his psychic fluctuations, and the surrounding water mist gradually dissipated. Unless he had the ability to directly control Chen Ming, it was impossible for him to provoke Chen Ming at this time. But Chen Ming's outermost layer of power armor with silent alloy is also a problem. Now he could only attack Chen Ming through physical attacks that use psychic power to influence reality. Under normal circumstances, the spiritual energy that can directly affect the opponent is completely unusable. I don't know how Chen Ming managed to make this thing. And the water mist psychic's gaze turned to the tachyon spear behind Chen Ming, which was slowly dissipating energy. That thing is the biggest trouble. He shook his head, stepped aside, and signaled Chen Ming to do whatever he wanted. And under Chen Ming's feet, the liquid metal expanded again. The entire building was now within his field of vision. The director of the Special Materials Management Department, who had just found out that he was Chen Ming's next target, was taking the elevator to the underground. But it was obviously too late for him to get there. Under Chen Ming's control, the elevator slowly slowed down, changed direction, and returned to the floor where Chen Ming was. The elevator door opened. Several bodyguards immediately opened fire outside the door. However, the strength of the power armor on Chen Ming is there, and ordinary firearms cannot have any effect at all. The director of the Special Materials Management Department shouted at Chen Ming in a timid manner, "I'm warning you." Chen Ming completely ignored his words and took a step towards the elevator. After knocking out a few bodyguards, Chen Ming dragged the howling minister, as if he was dragging some garbage, to the window of the building that he had just smashed when he arrived. The water mist psychic was leaning against the wall, talking to someone on the intercom. He saw Chen Ming dragging someone over, and after identifying who it was, he asked Chen Ming, "Is this what you want to do? What exactly do you want to do?" Chen Ming was too lazy to pay attention to him, and just threw the man out of the window, and onto the shuttle, and in the air farther outside the building. A cruiser based on the tachyon spear that Chen Ming had just made was being constructed. Although the speed is a bit slow, the mental pressure of a level 6 psychic still has a certain effect. Chen Ming himself no longer felt the pressure under the protection of the silent alloy power armor, but his psychic power would still be restricted. That's why the speed at which he made the tachyon spear just now, and the cruiser now, was a bit slow. But slowness is not completely suppressed, and the concept of slowness is also relative. In just 3 minutes, a complete Brilliant class cruiser, which had the strongest comprehensive combat capability among the cruiser models Chen Ming had control of, appeared above the city. After sending the people via the shuttle boat to a small manned cabin on the Brilliant class ship that Chen Ming had specially modified, Chen Ming also boarded the cruiser and continued to the next destination. At this time, he had also obtained the terminal of the director of the Special Materials Management Department and confirmed again the network addresses of the 23 people in the online meeting. Even though this online meeting is a secret meeting where everyone's identity is hidden, the participants all know each other's identities roughly. The approximate address was confirmed through network data, combined with some chat records on the terminal that were deleted after the meeting. Cross-compare the communication content between the two terminals. Chen Ming has confirmed the identities of everyone. These people have to pay the price for disgusting themselves. Chen Ming's expression was quite gloomy as he flipped through the information of each participant that he had obtained. Just start from reverse order according to the numbers. The Minister of Health and Medical Care is number 18. And the Special Materials Management Department he just arrested is number 23. So the next one is number 21. Number 22 is not at the headquarters. He will not take care of Chen Ming, who is not in the headquarters for the time being, but he will personally arrest those who are in the headquarters. But just when Chen Ming was about to go to the next location, the cruiser sensors detected a shuttle approaching rapidly. When Chen Ming looked at the shuttle, he suddenly felt a sense of terror, and a sense of danger that seemed to oppress even his nerves lingered in his heart. Here comes the level 6 psychic. Chen Ming immediately activated the tachyon spear and let it start to accumulate energy. The approaching shuttle boat hesitated for half a second and then began to slow down and no longer approached Chen Ming. The terminal in Chen Ming's hand also received a new message. It was the number that spoke to Chen Ming when he wanted to use his psychic powers in the police station. "I want to talk to you." Chen Ming turned off the terminal directly. Talk about shit. He had been busy with Cheng Xingha's affairs for 2 hours and hadn't even seen some key figures. Now, if he took the initiative, a level 6 psychic would be in his face within 10 minutes. This obvious gap made Chen Ming resist any communication with others. If his kindness and friendliness are not treated equally, he can only do what he thinks is right. He will never talk to anyone until all the people are captured. Because as long as it hasn't reached the last step, there will always be people who are hoping for luck. No one can stop him until he has done what he is going to do. This is true even for level 6 psychics. He must have taken civilian casualties into consideration on the surface. And without large-scale destructive force, it would be impossible to harm Chen Ming himself. This is Chen Ming's biggest advantage now. To be honest, as long as Chen Ming is willing to abandon his bottom line, he can do many things easily. Chen Ming is usually willing to stick to the bottom line, because sticking to the bottom line is his moral self-cultivation. And sticking to the bottom line can get the same rewards. But now? Hold on to your shit. If he did not use the civilians in this city to threaten the people in the headquarters now, he would be immediately arrested by the arriving level 6 psychic. Everything he did, and all his demands would be buried by those people. Even if he was just a prosthesis here, he would never want to see such an ending. Chen Ming stood at the edge of the porthole of the Brilliant-class ship and glanced at the shuttle. Then started the jump engine and disappeared near the building. The next moment, Chen Ming appeared at the edge of the colony. There is a logistics center here. The person with the highest authority here is the next one Chen Ming is looking for. Number 21. The cruiser appeared above the logistics center. Chen Ming did not rush down to arrest people directly, but released more than 20 shuttle boats in succession. The arrival of the level 6 psychic did make him feel some urgency. Therefore, each of these shuttles is exactly the same as the one Chen Ming drove before. Each shuttle has an armored outer layer covered with silent alloy and anti-scanning materials. No one can be sure whether the person under this power armor is Chen Ming or a mechanical core. More than 20 shuttles immediately dispersed and headed to different places in the city. This could be regarded as a way to distract some of the level 6 psychics from Chen Ming and speed up the progress. A level 6 psychic can only lock Chen Ming's position through psychic fluctuations. But if he really wants to take action, he obviously needs to come in person. Otherwise, he could have captured Chen Ming from a long distance when Chen Ming first took action. But since he didn't, it meant that his abilities would still be limited on the surface of the planet, at least within the scope of the colony. It was impossible for him to track all the shuttles that Chen Ming had sent out. So this is what Chen Ming is going to do. Although there are certainly many psychics on the headquarters side, no one dares to chase the shuttle. The pursuers will have to face at least one robot made of silent alloy. It is a robot controlled by Chen Ming himself, or controlled by the alpha-level afterglow cores behind Chen Ming. Without the strength of a level 5 psychic, the pass would have been wasted. However, the combat effectiveness that a level 5 psychic can exert on the surface is also limited by the environment. This is our headquarters. Who dares to use too much force? What's more, Chen Ming's shuttle has the fastest speed in the atmosphere when it is overloaded by psychic energy. Unless you prepare in advance, basically no one can predict where the shuttle will go. Of course, participants in secret meetings can also proactively report what they have done, giving the headquarters a reason for Chen Ming to go to their side and make preparations in advance. But the things they discussed in the secret meeting should not be known to others. As for the feasibility of directly causing trouble for Chen Ming's cruiser, all we can say is that the cruiser is flying over the city, and a random attack from a large weapon can take away countless lives. Even if it is destroyed and falls, it will cause countless casualties. Unless the cruiser can be destroyed directly, and all subsequent matters can be handled within the short dozen seconds when the cruiser falls, it is absolutely impossible for our headquarters to do so. But this approach is obviously beyond the capabilities of many people. No one would dare to attack Chen Ming's cruiser in a short period of time. All these combined give Chen Ming the confidence to do things. After an hour, Bai Quan finally finished his class with the old admiral, and was leisurely preparing to go to the cafeteria in the teaching campus to solve the problem of dinner. Although he is not in a hurry, there is always someone more anxious than him. Someone took him to a conference room in a military base without even giving him food. The level 6 psychic, who had been tracking Chen Ming from the beginning, appeared here. His expression was calm, and no specific emotion could be seen. And on his chest hung a badge of the rank of general. He glanced at Bai Quan, who had just come in, asked Bai Quan to sit down, and then reached out and tapped Chen Ming's photo on the projection behind him. Chen Ming has achieved his goal. He has arrested 19 managers from different departments. I tried to stop him. The admiral glanced at the corner of the room, where there were 2 power armors surrounded by several researchers. It is obviously a robot modified by Chen Ming. Several researchers were apparently quite interested in this robotic power armor. But I couldn't stop him. Chen Ming is here now. As he spoke, he pointed to the map next to him. The location he pointed to was the building where the lecture hall, where Chen Ming had attended the conference before, was located. He locked down the entire building and let everybody go. Then he detained all 19 people he had captured in the lecture hall. What do you think? Everyone here? Although he was asking about everyone who was working, it was obvious that he was asking Bai Quan, who had just come in. Bai Quan glanced at the general in front of him and thought about it seriously. Oh, don't you have anything to say? Bai Quan spread his hands and said, What can I say? I didn't do this. Nor did I cause it. I just want to see what he wants to do next. He doesn't need to do anything anymore. The regulators have already stepped in. Those he took away would be stripped of whatever color underwear they liked to wear within a few days. No matter how he did it, his goal must have been achieved. Bai Quan asked in surprise. The regulatory authorities didn't actually target Chen Ming? He had already prepared to find a way to rescue Chen Ming and throw him to the branch office, so as not to give Chen Ming any chance to contact the headquarters in his lifetime. However, he did not expect that the regulatory department would not go looking for trouble with Chen Ming first, but instead go looking for the people caught by Chen Ming. The general explained, if a psychic fight breaks out here, the impact will be too great. We can't just suppress it violently. We must first find out why Chen Ming did this, and then see whether to appease Chen Ming or forcibly control Chen Ming. At this time, a lieutenant general sitting opposite Bai Quan suddenly said, How many years has it been since this kind of thing happened in our headquarters? Another lieutenant general echoed. Yes. After all, we would never allow a level 5 psychic who poses a threat to our headquarters to come in. Who would have thought that Chen Ming would be like this? Bai Quan could of course hear the two people's sarcasm, and immediately said, Yeah. Who would have thought that Chen Ming would be disgusted on his first day at the headquarters? The general immediately stopped the quarrel among the people present and said, We have analyzed why Chen Ming is like this. All the people he took away were the ones who came together to plan a plan to influence Chen Ming through Cheng Xinghe. They were partially successful, and it did have an impact on Chen Ming, but they also brought back more blows than they imagined. Bai Quan added, Chen Ming just told me today that he is engaged to Xinghai. Someone is targeting Xinghe and spreading rumors about Xinghai. Who wouldn't be angry? A man who has been here for decades may not be like that. But Chen Ming is obviously not an old man. He still has sharpness and arrogance. Usually he keeps it hidden, but today he let it out. No one would think that a person who could survive in the Yuhui Star region and stab Yuhui would not resist. Right? Those who have the means can avoid the sharpness. But if they can't avoid it, they will have to bear its wrath. The general continued Bai Chuan's words and said, So we need to appease Chen Ming. At this time, even the regulatory authorities are biased towards Chen Ming. To be precise, it is biased towards you and your entire faction. This is a special time. And they were indeed the first to take action. Bai Quan asked, Does that mean we should treat these individuals as examples? Yes. To scare the monkeys. The two lieutenant generals, who were sarcastic to Bai Quan just now, looked a little unhappy. But Bai Quan's expression immediately relaxed a lot. So what's the matter with calling me here? I need you to contact Chen Ming and find out what kind of result will satisfy him. Bai Quan said with a look of surprise. It actually satisfied Chen Ming? I thought they sent me to appease Chen Ming and make him surrender. Okay. Don't yin and yang strange. This matter is my responsibility. I thought this should have been a competition of conscience, so that Cheng Xinghai and Chen Ming could experience the filthiness of political struggle. I shouldn't have let this matter continue. I misjudged Chen Ming's psychological bottom line. Resolve this as soon as possible. There's a cruiser parked on top of the downtown area. No matter how hard we try to block the news, it won't work. Bai Quan nodded and stood up. At the same time, Chen Ming was in the lecture hall he had visited before. He stood on the podium, and the 19 people he brought with him all sat in the conference hall. The entire building was now under his control, and no one could enter here without permission. Chen Ming really had never thought that there was such an easy way to solve the problem in the world. He doesn't need to consider any rules at all. He is just a rookie in the rules field, and the experience of others is too rich. Bai Quan was able to spend a lot of effort to learn and integrate into this class. Once he realized the truth, he relied on his own abilities to eliminate a hostile faction. That is Bai Chuan's ability. Chen Ming doesn't have this ability, nor does he want to have such ability, and he doesn't want to have anything to do with anything in this regard. He only needs to solve the problem as quickly as possible. As long as the problem can be solved, everything else is empty. Chen Ming inserted a data storage chip into the computer connected to the huge projection screen behind him. It contains all the evidence he has collected. The entire logic of the matter is listed according to time. And everything is written clearly. There is no point that is worthy of questioning. Although all the methods of obtaining evidence may not be reasonable and legal. After all, they were all evidences that were forcibly obtained by Chen Ming through direct and violent means. But at least the evidence is real. Anyone can clearly understand the whole picture of the whole thing through these documents. Including these people sitting on the stage. After organizing all the information files. Save, and back them up again. He was even considerate enough to make 19 copies, and gave them to each person in the audience. Asking them to hold them in their hands. Originally, Chen Ming started dealing with this matter at around 1 p.m. local time. But he stayed at the police station until almost 4 o'clock, and made no progress at all. And now it's past 5 o'clock in the evening. It was only a little over an hour before he actually started doing anything. He had already solved the whole thing. Found and caught all the culprits. If he really followed the rules, he would probably have to find a way to get Chung Xinghe out of the police station. But he followed his own direction. And in just over an hour, the whole thing was resolved. There was no need for so much trouble. As for the follow-up, what happened next was that he was already comfortable. And the worst that could happen was that he would be arrested and lose his military status or something. But he was only a prosthesis in the 14th Army. And the losses of the prosthesis were nothing. And was it he who was saddened by the loss of the 14th Legion? Or was it the 14th Legion that was saddened by the loss of him? This should be easy to answer. At this time, Chen Ming noticed a special person coming outside the building. Bai Quan has arrived at the door of the building. Chen Ming released the metal liquid at the door, allowing Bai Quan to enter the building and come in front of him. After Bai Quan arrived, he only glanced at the 19 people sitting in the audience, almost all of whom looked ashen, and then continued to look at Chen Ming and said, "The attitude of this department is that you want me to appease you, and all matters will be handled in your favor. No one will come to you in the short term. The victims in all this will get the compensation they deserve. Of course, it also includes you. These people," Bai Quan pointed to the audience and said, "all of them will be dismissed and receive the punishment they deserve. Their positions will be replaced by the right people. You may have your salary deducted as punishment, because the things you control will have to be replaced by new ones later. But what does that matter? Otherwise, everything remains the same." Chen Ming laughed. "Wouldn't it have ended earlier? As long as you have the ability to trample on the rules, someone will immediately come to change the rules for you." Of course, Chen Ming couldn't do the rules of trampling. He just had the ability to violate the rules, taking advantage of the environment and its own advantages, such as the geographical conditions of the headquarters and the relationship with Bai Quan, plus some other reasons, such as the upcoming mechanical war. This factors add up, so that Chen Ming can destroy the rules in this environment and can still retreat throughout the body. This is what he wanted. That's the benefit of power. Chapter 314, Legion Commander. Bai Quan has already stated the conditions that the Legion is willing to offer. This is indeed the result that Chen Ming wants to see. But this is not the result he can accept. The Legion still hadn't given in enough and was still trying to bargain. To put it simply, it's just 2 words. That's it. I do not accept. Chen Ming said to Bai Quan, "It's not for you. It's not enough for me what the Legion is going to do." Bai Quan spread his hand and said, "I got these promises before I came. Anyway, I am a passion now. What do you want to say to me?" Chen Ming didn't rush to say his request, but asked, "Who is responsible for dealing with it now?" "Qiu Bowen. General. He is the psychic who was chasing you before." "General? Right. I'm very curious about his attitude towards this matter as a general. I mean his attitude before I did it." Bai Quan recalled what had just happened and said. He said that he knew about this matter, but he chose to acquiesce because he thought this should be a competition of conscience, allowing Xinghai and you to experience the filth of political struggle. He also said that he misjudged your psychological bottom line. After hearing his words, Chen Ming said disgustingly, "A general? I just started to monitor me on the first day, and found that someone was planning to act for me. Instead of stopping it, you let it go. Do you want to use this opportunity to let me experience the filth of political struggle? What is he?" If the investigation had not revealed that this matter had nothing to do with the general, I really doubt what he would have done. I also said that my psychological bottom line was misunderstood. I haven't seen the test spring and went directly to the road to test. Anyway, I think he is just testing my bottom line to see how much I can endure. And then, he will jump around my bottom line. I definitely have to pay for the Legion in the Legion. Now testing my bottom line. The less you can pay? Let me see the darkness of politics. Shit! You have troubles that I see every day over there. And you want him to come? And he also used Cheng Xinghai and Cheng Xinghe. As Chenming spoke, there was suddenly a hint of questioning in his tone. Questioning Bai Quan's attitude towards his adopted son and daughter. Bai Chuan's expression was a bit low. He pulled Chenming to the corner of the lecture hall and said, "You and I look at things differently. In my opinion, this is a small movement of a disgusting person who is very targeted. It can't be succeeded. Xinghe will definitely come out soon. No one will remember the rumor in 2 or 3 days at most. It may even be debunked in less than a day. Even if this matter is purely handed over to me, the most I can do is arrest a few people and reach some exchange of interests in the end. We can get a little advantage here. After all, they were the first to take action. The matter will be over then. Of course, I also fully understand your thoughts. You feel normally. You think I don't go to the Xinghe Xinghai. But I have to say, if he hadn't been in charge of commanding the mechanical race's interstellar war, I would have turned against him a long time ago. If I lost my identity, I would just beat him up. My identity limits me. I can't just think about myself and my family. I have to consider the survival of an entire faction. My old boss is going to retire. He raised me and trained me. Protecting his faction is my responsibility. Identity. Chenming already felt the pressure brought by his identity. He is now just a colonel of the 14th Legion and has to face all kinds of complex problems and be restricted by various rules. Bai Quan had already begun to experience this situation earlier. Is this what you want? It's certainly not what I wanted. But it's what I had to do, and I tried my best. Bai Chuan's voice seemed to reveal fatigue. Look at the sea of stars. Why have I been hinting at Xinghai to you recently? The most important thing is that Xinghai must choose a marriage partner in the next few years. This is her inevitable fate. So I must find the best solution within these limitations. You are the best. Secondly, I don't know if Xinghai has talked to you about this. But she likes the battlefield. Chenming nodded. We talked about it. She asked me if I minded this kind of thing. And my answer was that she could do whatever she wanted. You can say that. But I can't. Bai Quan sighed and said, I am actually quite reluctant to let Xinghai go to the battlefield. But I can't stop her. She's going to be a senior soon. And the mechanic war is about to begin. Gallo will be her next position on the battlefield. I can't guarantee that she will survive on the battlefield unless she stays in the rear. But Xinghai won't be willing to stay behind. The last time she went to the battlefield, I did a lot of secret protection. But only small-scale battlefields can be protected. The main battlefield between the Gallo Star region and the mechanical race is a real battlefield. Without any protective measures. I can't protect her. But I hope someone can protect her for me. You can protect her. You are a psyker. Chenming listened to Bai Quan's words. And his tone subconsciously lowered. Psychics are not invincible either. But it's enough to protect one person on the battlefield. The reason behind these is profit. We no longer need Xinghai to marry you to get closer. But if you marry Xinghai, it will be good for you, me, and our entire faction. Although Chenming was disgusted on his first day at the headquarters, he could not deny that marriage did have its benefits. The faction's personnel are not only in the headquarters, but Chenming can get help from anyone from the Bai Quan faction in other places. Because after the marriage, Chenming became a complete member of the Bai Quan faction. At the same time, he is also a member of the Legion. Even if the other factions of the Legion are targeting disgusting him, they must see him as the Legion. Therefore, when Chenming revealed the actions of other factions, the Legion had to be held responsible. It is this combination of factors that drives me to do these things. Everything I do, I think about my family and my faction. I'm protecting my family, and I am also responsible for my responsibility. But I can't do everything best or balance everything well. I didn't receive any news about this incident today. I only learned about the situation from you. At that time, I knew that this matter was aimed at you, not at the stars. I originally thought that you would find this matter too troublesome and come back to me to let me handle it. But I didn't expect you to do it directly. You are indeed disgusted. Today, you have pointed the main gun of this cruiser at civilians. But I'm telling you the truth. I don't think you'll fire. You haven't been pushed to the point of being really desperate. Your personality won't allow you to kill civilians. Although Bai Quan said the same thing as the water vapor psychic in front of Chenming at this time, Chenming did not refute it in front of people he was familiar with. He really does not do the non-incoming civilians. Especially after he controls and whooping after seeing what he does in the left diameter. But he still had to say something stubbornly. Actually, I did kill someone today. Who? Well, it's not quite accurate to say that someone was killed. To be precise, someone was seriously injured. Little Hongsheng. His information is the easiest to check. And his emergency room diagnosis shows what he has become. Qin Ming had previously released 20 shuttles and 20 robots. 2 of them were intercepted by Qiu Bowen. And the remaining people were not enough to be shared by the 18 robots. So there was a place to find Qin Ming to find out the magnificent place, and helped him realize what should happen in reality. His best result is a vegetative person. Of course, the probability is that it can't go up and down on the operating table. It's good. Xinghe should be very happy when I hear it. Bai Quan said suddenly inside, parents are short. Just here. We still have the business to do it now. Okay. If the business is? Qin Ming thought about it for a moment. And responded to Bai Quan's question, is this the general's ability? Is this the only resource he can mobilize? These people. He pointed to a dozen people in the audience not far away and said, I have obtained a complete chain of evidence for everything they did, and all the evidence of their crimes. All of them can be verified with each other. It's enough to send them all to jail. Or at least remove them from their positions. Do we need the positions of the future servants? As for the compensation, where is it? I only saw empty vernacular. And Cheng Xinghe was still not released in the police station. I need to see a sincere attitude. As for this, I can only say that the general came up with this solution because I pushed him into a corner. It was impossible for Qin Ming to agree to Qiu Bowen's conditions easily, because the current situation is that others come to do things, and he has made resistance. In the end, he resolved the matter, and everything dared to find him was arrested. Then someone comes and gives you some benefits without even bothering to prepare an apology. And you expect him to go back with his tail wagging? Are you dreaming? It would be fine if the general didn't know what was going on. But he had been keeping an eye on Qin Ming since he entered the headquarters spaceport and knew the whole story. Even so, he allowed his subordinates to do this. So he had no way of clearing himself of the matter. Qin Mingke is a psychic. A level 5 psychic. A psychic with top-notch psychic abilities. He is not an ordinary person. If he can't get respect, he will not accept this result. Okay. I'll go outside and ask again. At this time, Bai Quan would definitely be on Qin Ming's side. After writing down Qin Ming's words, he left the building that was blocked by Qin Ming again. He was soon brought by the shuttle to General Qiu Bowen, who was nearby. Qiu Bowen was in a temporary command post on the rooftop of a nearby building, from where he could see the building next to him where Qin Ming was. Although the entire building has been sealed by liquid metal, at least you can see the entire view of the building next to it. He was smoking at the moment, and there were already many cigarette butts accumulated in the ashtray next to him. Seeing Bai Quan coming back, he asked, what does Qin Ming want? He didn't say anything specific, leaving it up to the Legion to decide. But he said he wanted to see the attitude. Attitude? I have seen it for him. Qiu Bowen directly turned the topic of attitude, took a deep breath, and said, he let us watch it. This is the most troublesome. Can you find a way to calm Qin Ming first? Let's not communicate in such a place. Sit on the negotiating table to discuss compensation? Qiu Bowen raised his head slightly and looked at the other side of the building, where Qin Ming's cruiser was hovering. Bai Quan knows what Qiu Bowen means. That is, dragging first. Let Qin Ming drive away the spacecraft first, so as not to continue to have some bad effects. After all, if an ordinary military-type cruiser was parked in the city center, the impact would not be that great, and the headquarters could have plenty of excuses saying it was an exercise or something. But the key issue now is that what Qin Ming made was a brilliant-class cruiser model belonging to Yuhui. A Yuhui cruiser appeared in the sky above the 14th Army headquarters, which had been fighting with the Yuhui forces for many years. This had an unprecedented impact on the headquarters. Even if Qin Ming did not fire, the existence of this cruiser was the biggest trouble. As the general stationed at the headquarters, Qiu Bowen must bear the pressure from all sides. The Legion cannot be controlled by a single general. The only one in the entire Legion that can have a decision is the head of the army. He must handle this matter as soon as possible. That's why he was in a hurry to let Bai Quan persuade Qin Ming to converge the spacecraft. But at this time Bai Quan is obviously impossible to be completely like Qiu Bowen. Open the spacecraft and get on the negotiating table. Qin Ming has no current advantage. Do you think he is stupid? Qiu Bowen lit another cigarette for himself, extinguished the cigarette butt in the ashtray, and rolled it repeatedly, as if venting his dissatisfaction. How can anyone who is not stupid do such a thing in this department? Forget it. Qiu Bowen was about to say something when he suddenly noticed a shuttle approaching the top of the building. When everyone present, whether Bai Quan or Qiu Bowen, noticed the paint job on the outside of the shuttle, They all stood up. Xiao Bowen quickly put out his cigarette. And Bai Quan also put away his indifferent expression. Everyone stood straight and looked towards the shuttle. The shuttle's hatch opened. A man wearing the uniform of the 14th Legion came down from above, but without any rank badge on his chest. Everyone present raised their right hands at the same time and saluted the person who had just come down. But the people coming down didn't buy it at all and yelled at Xiao Bowen. Drag it. Keep dragging it. If you drag it any further, go back home and drag it again. Leader. What the HL? Commander? I'm just the nanny who cleans your ass. Xiao Bowen lowered his head, not daring to continue speaking. I've said a while ago that we should protect Qin Ming and not touch Bai Quan. At least before we finish the battle with the mechanical clan. Everyone should restrain themselves and stop thinking about infighting every day. If I don't come back for a while, you'll treat my words as bullshit. Right? It's fun to make Qin Ming angry and run away. Right? Without Qin Ming. Are you going to go up and fight the mechanical tribe with an iron stick? You have to force me to open a star gate and come back. Bai Quan whispered beside him. Is there a star gate on the front line? I stole Yue some time ago. I can use it after modifying it. That's not important. After scolding, the Legion commander realized that the most urgent task now was to deal with Qin Ming's matter. He didn't even know how many people in the entire empire coveted Qin Ming. But the people below were all doing stupid things for their own interests. Fortunately, he reacted in time and there were no urgent matters at the front line for the time being. So he could find time to come back. From now on, I will take full charge of this matter. I have 4 hours to handle things here. Bai Quan, take me to see Qin Ming. I will go and apologize to him in person. I've read all the news on the way here. Qin Ming has already arrested everyone he should arrest. Right? When the time comes, all these people who are related to him will be punished. As long as they are related, they will all be taken into account. We must appease Qin Ming. Good. Bai Quan agreed decisively. The Legion commander's words can always be trusted. And he will do what he says. This is the right attitude to have when you do something wrong. Although this was not something the Legion commander did wrong. But since the mistake was made by someone in the Legion, he was willing to solve the mistake for his subordinates, and give the person who made the mistake the punishment he deserved. That's how the Legion commander does things. They all aim to find the simplest solution to the problem, and act with great vigor and determination. The shuttle soon landed at the door of the building where Qin Ming was. Bai Quan and the Legion commander stood outside the building. But at this moment, the metal liquid at the door did not disperse automatically. But the terminal in Bai Quan's hand suddenly rang. Qin Ming sent a message. Who's next to him? Captain. He wants to talk to you in person. Qin Ming, who was in the building at this time, was a little hesitant. To be honest, he rarely lets the Legion commander in. The Legion commander is a legendary figure. One that can reorganize the garbage army that was previously near the edge of the star field and reorganize it into the largest and most powerful army in the entire empire. He jumped from obscurity to become a well-known figure throughout the empire. People like this are scary. And he's also a psyker. At least level 6. Although his danger sense wasn't ticking, Qin Ming could already feel the heavy pressure. After thinking about it for a while, Qin Ming still opened the way for Bai Quan and the Legion commander. The two of them soon arrived at the lecture hall. Qin Ming finally saw the Legion commander in person. The Legion commander looked to be in his early 40s, which was quite young considering his status. He had no beard and was very neatly groomed. If he was wearing other clothes instead of a military uniform, he might look even younger. But it was this young face that gave Qin Ming a heavy feeling. The Legion commander was the first to greet Qin Ming. Hello. Qin Ming. Hello. Commander. First of all, I must apologize to you for what happened today. As he spoke, the Legion commander placed one hand on his chest and bent down towards Qin Ming. Not caring at all about the difference in status between him and Qin Ming. Something went wrong within the Legion, and I must take full responsibility. Qin Ming nodded slightly. The Legion commander has already shown his attitude. Then he would also listen attentively to what the Legion commander would say next. He doesn't want empty promises. He wants something of real value. All those involved in this incident will be dealt with, and all handling methods will be carried out in the most stringent manner. Qin Ming was not interested in the follow-up of these people, but he still listened to the Legion commander arrange the follow-up for everyone. Anyway, anyone involved in this matter will basically have to spend a few years, or even more than 10 years in prison. Then, it's time to work out the specific compensation plan. As for the specific compensation plan, let's first talk about the less material aspects. The Legion can compensate you with the status of an honorary member of the Ship Research Institute. Oh! Qin Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He was quite interested in the Ship Research Institute. Because here, there are many battleship-level technologies. Although Qin Ming could learn from Cao Fan only mastered part of the battleship. That is, the design blueprint of the Yue battleship. The technology of the human battleships is completely unknown. But battleships are not the most important thing. The manufacturing technology of the giant dock was also developed by the Ship Research Institute. After all, when we research a ship, we have to study how to manufacture such a huge ship. But there is something else that is more important than battleships and giant shipyards. Stargate. The design of the Stargate also came from the Ship Research Institute. If he could join the Ship Research Institute, it would bring Qin Ming benefits that would be hard to match anywhere else. But, isn't this just a nominal member? Of course. It's not just an honorary member in name only. The Legion gives you an identity with extremely high authority. You can freely participate in any research project and laboratory. As long as you don't pretend to know something when you're giving instructions, or leak out some researchers' results, it'll be fine. The Legion commander spoke very bluntly. But Qin Ming did not think his tone was aggressive. Rather, he thought it was normal. You can use this identity to ask any academic questions you need. They will cooperate with you. Qin Ming confirmed. This is equivalent to putting all the Legion's technologies in front of me. Aren't you from our 14th Legion? The Legion commander asked this question in return. And continued. In addition, there are honorary members of the Psionic Research Institute and the Shining Civilization Research Institute. The Legion can give them to you. Shining Civilization. That is the real name of the destroyed civilization that Qin Ming has been in contact with. That is what they call themselves. A research institute that studies shining civilizations. Qin Ming couldn't imagine how many things he would be interested in inside. As for the Psychic Research Institute, even with He Gu's relationship, there would definitely be no problem for Qin Ming to go over and hang out. But the status of honorary member can obviously avoid many problems. These 3 honorary memberships combined cover technology, psionics, and another civilization. Quite tempting to be honest. But Qin Ming didn't rush to agree and continued to look at the Legion commander. The Legion commander did not disappoint him. You have the list of supplies for the Psionic Research Institute. Right. Pick 3 of the items on it. Just pick any one? Choose whatever you like. Fairy tree species. You'll have to get it from the Psychic Research Institute later. I don't have anything like this with me. The Legion commander smiled at Qin Ming and said, Okay. That's all. I don't think you're interested in anything else. I wonder if these can satisfy you. Qin Ming pretended to think about it and replied, That's it. Qin Ming's words fell. The metallic liquid covering the entire building disappeared into the void in an instant. The Legion commander looked around with interest, and finally turned his gaze back to Qin Ming. That's good. I have to go now. I have other things to do. There will be supervision in the future. They will take care of everything then. If they don't handle it well. The Legion commander took out a banknote from the pocket of his military uniform, wrote a small line of words on it, and handed it to Qin Ming. Just call this number, and I'll handle it myself. By the way, I heard that you were getting engaged in a few days? Right. I'm sure I won't be able to attend your engagement party, but I have to give you the gift. He touched his pocket again, and took out something that must have been prepared in advance, and handed it to Qin Ming. This is a box made of silent alloy. In this box are 2 spiritual stones that look extremely special. There is an inexplicable connection between them. The characteristic of these 2 spiritual stones is love. Chapter 315 Love. Love. This quality is a special quality possessed by a spiritual stone that Qin Ming had talked about with He Gu some time ago when they were riding on He Gu's spaceship. Spiritual stones of this quality usually appear in pairs. It has a heart-shaped pattern similar to infatuation, but softer. When 2 spiritual stones are placed together, the patterns on the surface can be seen to be connected. Although its basic effect is the same as that of ordinary spiritual stone, it has the same effect as an ordinary spirit stone, which is to have some impact on the psychic's mental state and provide a small increase in mental strength. But the biggest difference between it and ordinary spiritual stones is that it appears in pairs and has the special effect of the love trait. When 2 love essence stones are held by different psychics, the 2 psychics can use the essence stones to build a mental connection channel based on the essence stones, based on their own spiritual energy and mental strength. They can generate spiritual amplification for each other. They can also provide emotional comfort to each other, and the effect is somewhat similar to tenderness. In addition, This spiritual stone can also allow the spirituality to perceive the mental state of each other. This allows two psychics linked together by the love spirit stone to provide each other with more mental power assistance in critical moments. The premise for all this to be effective is that there is love between the two psychics. The higher the love between the two, the better the effect will be. It is said that when the degree of love reaches a high level, psychics can communicate directly with each other through their minds. Although the Empire already has means of superluminal communication, this capability is not overly important. But the Empire's superluminal communication base stations are not available everywhere in the universe. So this capability is still valuable. What's more important is that when the love between two psychics exceeds a certain limit, the psychics can even use each other's psychic effects. Of course, the most outrageous ability is currently just a theoretical inference of the Psionic Research Institute. It is still unclear what the actual effect will be. After all, the conditions for using this love spirit stone are somewhat harsh. It requires both users to be psychics and have genuine love for each other. The adoration trait can also be affected by psychic objects of other natures. This means that for ordinary psychics, they could have psychic equipment of one nature and spiritual stones of another nature, separate from each other, and only use them when needed. However, the love essence stone requires both psychics to wear it for a long time and cannot be replaced at will. There are psychic couples, but many of them are political marriages based purely on profit. Only a small part of the spirituality of the spiritual ability has pure feelings. This greatly narrows the scope of application of the love spirit stone and also reduces the possibility of this spirit stone being studied. And the love spirit stone has negative effects. That is, once two psychics use the spirit stone to create a mental link, this link cannot be broken. Once disconnected, it will cause a great psychological shock to the user. Once you lose your love, the link will be disconnected by itself. Not only is the effect of the love spirit stone in name only, but if both parties are not prepared, the consequences will be quite serious. There is another more serious situation, which is the death of one party in the relationship. Once such a thing happens, the heart of the other party will be hit by unprecedentedly. There are relatively few research contents. At present, there are only two cases even if you look at the Empire. One is that one of the couples with a spiritual stone with a loving spirit stone died of an accident, and the other spirituality was immediately caught in a crazy. The other case was slightly better. It is a couple of the spiritual capable of more than 100 years old who love spiritual stone. One of them is about to die because of being too old. Brain death is something that cannot be avoided even with current technology. The couple chose to take the initiative to cooperate with the experiments of the Vatican Institute. At the moment before death, use external coercive means to sever the spiritual connection of love. The result was that the other living person did not fall into madness, and was even not injured at all under the protection of the experimenters. The mental shock from the link was completely blocked. However, this psychic died not long after due to excessive grief and his age, so it could be considered a natural death. But that is a special case. When a person is close to death of old age, there is still a psychic with sufficient ability to protect him/her. She can ensure the safety of the user of the spirit stone even if one of the two people connected by the love spirit stone dies. Other times, death is unexpected. Therefore, love spirit stone itself can only be regarded as a rare thing. And in general, it only has the value of ordinary spirit stone. However, if the Legion commander gave it to Qinming at this time, it would be the most appropriate gift. The value of the spiritual stone itself, and its symbolic meaning, make it an extremely suitable gift even if it is not carried for a long time due to its negative effects. Qinming and Cheng Xinghai are both psychics. Although their relationship is not deep, it has a certain foundation. It is not a pure marriage without any feelings. Thank you very much. After Qinming confessed the gift, he thanked the head of the army, and then accepted the spirit stone. He wanted this pair of spiritual stones to be made into engagement rings. A pair that would be just right. Seeing that Qinming was gift from the army chief, it is clear that this is the matter today. As long as you are satisfied. Okay. Then I really gone this time. I will come back and meet again in the future. After speaking, he turned to leave the building and boarded the shuttle boat he was riding when he came. There was no dragging of feet. The Legion commander is a character. He handled the matter perfectly, so that Qinming did not feel the slightest bit of disgust. But at least Qinming was satisfied with the result. So there was nothing much to say. As the Legion commander boarded the shuttle, the cruiser hovering in the sky was then dismantled and disappeared into the air. Qinming and Bai Quan looked at each other, and then left the building. Although Qinming did not cause much damage this time. But at the headquarters, All things controlled by Chen Ming had to be replaced. And some buildings that Chen Ming had personally visited needed to be rebuilt. Of course, these are not the parts that Chen Ming needs to deal with. If the Legion needs it, he can even help tear down the building and take away everything he controls. Anyway, it's just a matter of raising his hand. There are many things to be busy over by Quan. After leaving the building, he opened it with Chen Ming. He couldn't just walk away with Chen Ming like that. He still had to deal with the aftermath. And he had to deal with Qiu Bowen alone. Chen Ming also has some things waiting for him to deal with. For example, get Cheng Xinghe out of the interrogation room. Chen Ming's shuttle boat soon returned to the police station. Just landed. Chen Ming saw Cheng Xinghe rushed in front of him anxiously. Grabbed his hand and asked, "Are you okay?" Chen Ming opened his arms, showing his intact self completely. "Isn't this good for me?" Cheng Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you're okay. But why did you do such a dangerous thing?" Obviously, Cheng Xinghe, who was above the center of the headquarters, also saw it. She knew that she was absolutely made by Chen Ming without thinking. The cruiser suddenly leaped in the middle of the way, and Chen Ming did not return to worry her for a long time, for fear of Chen Ming's accident. When the cruiser behind her jumped over the city center again, she became even more worried, fearing that Chen Ming would do something irrational. Although the worst situation in these two time periods did not happen. In the end, when Chen Ming dismantled the cruiser, he saw that the cruiser was split, which still caused the concerns of Cheng Xinghe's heart to rise to the extreme. Fortunately, Chen Ming finally appeared in front of him intact. Faced with Cheng Xinghe's worry, Chen Ming didn't know what to say. The fact that someone cared about his safety did make him feel cared for, but it also made him feel pressured. When you are alone, you can spend as much time as you want. If you die from wasting time, it's your own problem. But if someone cares about him, he must consider the consequences of doing things. Fortunately, the ones Chen Ming uses outside are all prosthetics. So Chen Ming is not worried that he might accidentally destroy the prosthesis and make people too sad. It's okay. Look, I'm back now. Right? Cheng Xinghe did not persuade Chen Ming too much. Chen Ming would be responsible for himself. At least he just returned safely. Then now that the matter has been resolved, let's go and bring Cheng Xinghe out. Cheng Xinghe never expected Chen Ming to give her this answer. Has it been resolved? Yes. It took some effort. But at least the result is good. What have you done? I arrested a few people and threatened others with a cruiser. Then the commander of the corps came back to talk to me just now. And the matter was resolved. Yes. That's it. Cheng Xinghe stretched out his hand to cover his slightly open mouth and said, "It's not that simple. It's really dangerous. It's okay. If I hadn't done that, we would have just finished dinner and are still thinking about how to get Cheng Xinghe out of the police station." Cheng Xinghe knew that Chen Ming was right. If Chen Ming did not do anything, this was the most likely result. But she also knew that what Chen Ming did was definitely not as easy as he said. There is a level 6 psychic stationed at this headquarters. A level 6 psyker has the power to destroy galaxies. Even if the abilities of this level 6 psychic are limited in the headquarters, it should be difficult for ordinary psychics to resist him. If Chen Ming wants to do something in the headquarters, he will inevitably face off against that level 6 psychic. Moreover, in the headquarters, when the Legion commander leaves, the general stationed in the headquarters must protect the headquarters level 6 psychics, which is the biggest rule of the headquarters. But Chen Ming simply ignored the existence of the rules. He resorted to violence at the headquarters and sent out a Yuhui cruiser from the headquarters, trampling on the rules. Even after trampling on the rules, they returned to following the rules and did not become enemies of the rules simply because they trampled on them. So far, it seems that no one has ever done this. At least in her impression. Nothing like this has ever happened in this department. There suddenly seemed to be something more in Cheng Xinghe's eyes when he looked at Chen Ming. Chen Ming noticed this and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Cheng Xinghe shook his head. She has been living under the constraints of rules for the past 19 years. So she developed a new feeling towards Chen Ming, who was able to break the rules that were directed at him and still get away with it, returning to the rules and being protected by the rules. Yearning. She is looking forward to Chen Ming's action today. She was looking forward to Chen Ming's strength and courage in going against the rules of the 14th Legion headquarters. The power and courage to ignore all rules, eliminate all obstacles, and personally seize the results you want. She wants to be someone like Chen Ming. And she also wants to be such a powerful psychic. I just suddenly felt that you became a little more handsome. Ming didn't quite understand what Cheng Xinghai meant. He touched his face and asked, "Really? Really? It would be much cooler if you weren't so bad at playing games." "No way. The game has too many restrictions compared to the simulated battle. And Ming cannot use his psychic powers. In terms of pure command skills, at least for now, Ming is no match for Cheng Xinghai. Therefore, Ming is easy to be beaten in some strategic games. Unless it is a game that purely tests reaction speed. Ming has an advantage that is difficult for anyone to match because of the increased consciousness intensity and thinking speed granted by the psychic." Then, after Cheng Xinghai discovered something was wrong, he forbade Ming to use abilities beyond those of ordinary people when playing such games with her. Seeing that Ming looked like he wanted to give up, Cheng Xinghai smiled and took Ming's arm. "Okay, let's go find Xinghai first." Just after taking 2 steps into the police station, Ming suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, has the rumor problem been resolved? If not, I'll solve it." "No need. It's already been solved." "So fast?" "Well, someone took a picture of me meeting you in the library." Ming immediately thought of the person he had seen in the library before and said, "Let me see it." Cheng Xinghai's face turned slightly red. He hesitated for a moment, opened the terminal, and handed it to Ming. "Yes." Ming took a look at the terminal. It was indeed the perspective of the person in the library before. He took a picture of Cheng Xinghai and Ming looking at each other in the library. Cheng Xinghai crossed her arms behind her back, staring at Ming like a girl who fell in love for the first time. It is completely possible to completely dispel the rumor that Cheng Xinghai was threatened and forced to surrender to Ming. The man is talented, and the woman is beautiful. They are a perfect match. Is it the turn of those monsters on the school forum to question it? Time passed quickly, and it was the next day. Ming originally lived with Bai Quan in a dormitory in the teaching campus. However, early in the morning, Bai Quan took Ming to his home in the headquarters. The old admiral was not feeling well today and did not come. So Bai Quan had time to go home and prepare for the engagement banquet with Ming. Bai Chuan's home is in a relatively suburban area of the city. It is a special area for families of active military personnel to live in. There are guards on duty, so safety is guaranteed. Bai Quan landed here in a shuttle and took Ming back home. The person who opened the door was Ming's future mother-in-law, who was probably around 30 years old, quite young, and looked very gentle and virtuous. Even though Bai Quan didn't go home for many years because of his work, there was no complaint in her eyes when she looked at Bai Quan. It has to be said that Bai Quan was lucky to have adopted 2 orphans of his comrades at the age of 17, and to have finally gotten married. Ming met his future mother-in-law with her admiring eyes. His future mother-in-law took Ming to Cheng Xinghai, who had arrived earlier, and then continued to take care of her own things. The time and place of the wedding banquet must be decided as early as possible, and she has to talk to the people from the wedding banquet company in advance. The remaining Bai Quan, Cheng Xinghai, and Ming are responsible for the more internal affairs of the engagement banquet. Confirm the relatives and friends to be invited to the engagement party. Ming attaches great importance to the engagement party itself. After all, it concerns his lifelong event. But there was actually nothing Ming could do. Anyway, Bai Quan and his mother-in-law were basically responsible for everything at the engagement banquet. If Ming came from a normal family, we would need to consider where to hold the engagement party. But Ming is an orphan, so it can be held here at our headquarters. Moreover, the engagement party is mostly a place for the elders of both sides to meet and talk about things. The only person who can be considered an elder on Ming's side is his boss. But the boss is not here. He is in Kamo and won't be back in a short time. So at that time, the most it would be is just a whole holographic projection. And I would just come here to have a casual chat in the name of the master. Most of the things are basically decided by Ming himself. As for inviting relatives and friends, Ming doesn't have many either. The only people I know who can be considered friends are the people at the pirate space station, including Baldy, Old Wu, and the factory manager. It's obvious that the bald guy has committed a crime somewhere else, and he definitely can't come. Old Wu also can't come because he has something to do. At most, only the factory director is free to come. But he is still a little too far away. I don't know if it will be too late by then. Ming suddenly remembered that there was someone he could find at the headquarters. Gu. Ming originally planned to go to the Psychic Research Institute because of the new detection device that Gu had promised to give him. The honorary membership of the Psychic Research Institute promised by the Legion commander. and 3 items on the Psychic Research Institute's list that he could choose from. But now that he is there, he doesn't have much time to spend on the affairs of the Psychic Research Institute. Not to mention that there is also a Ship Research Institute and a Shining Civilization Research Institute waiting for Qin to go there. So don't rush for now. Continue to compile the list of invitations to be sent out. Qin looked at the list and suddenly found someone who looked familiar. Chairman of Xinda Company and the factory director's biological father. Is Bai Quan familiar with him? Or is it someone else with the same name? Qin didn't understand. So he held the list and asked Bai Quan, "Who is this Su Lin, chairman of Xinda Company?" It was Bai Quan who was inspired by him and decided to let Cheng Xinghai give it a try with Qin. It was because Su Lin brought up this matter that the current perfect result came about for him. Su Lin is at least half a matchmaker, so he must be invited to the engagement party this time. Qin nodded and said, "Oh, that's fine. If he wants to come, then I have to ask another person." Bai Quan thought about it and recalled some information he had collected when he and Qin were not very familiar with each other. The person Qin was referring to should be Su Lin's illegitimate son, Lu Xingxi, who was the director of the maintenance factory where Qin worked when he just came back. So he didn't ask any more questions. "Okay. Ask me if you have any questions. I'll be out for a while." Bai Quan said low and went out directly, because he had to invite some people in person, such as his old boss. A few minutes later, Cheng Xinghai suddenly shouted that he wanted to go find friends he knew at school and disappeared from home. After Cheng Xinghai closed the door, for a moment, only Qin and Cheng Xinghai were left here. Cheng Xinghai felt that the atmosphere in the room was gradually becoming more and more ambiguous. In order to prevent some things from happening in advance, she said to Qin, "Can I ask you something? Want to play games?" "No. I want to ask how you became so strong. I heard from Uncle Bai that you just awakened your psychic powers 2 years ago. But my psychic powers have been awakened for 3 years, and I have not made any progress." After awakening her psychic powers, she underwent a complete standardized education for psychics. She has also been meditating every day and constantly practicing her spiritual powers. But the effect is obviously not ideal. She has never had a suitable person to talk to about these things. And only now can she ask Qin this question. To be honest, Qin is a self-taught person. At most, his boss guides him in the right direction of thinking, allowing Qin to find the right direction to practice his spiritual power. There was no real teaching on how to become stronger. Qin had to figure it out on his own, plus his own natural talents. Cheng Xinghai's talent might not be as outrageous as his, and the most he could do was to get Cheng Xinghai a try using his usual training methods. Qin thought about what he had on him now. There are only 3 spiritual stones: love, whisper, and words of madness. It is impossible to take out love now. So the remaining 2. Qin took out a silent alloy box from his pocket and handed it to Cheng Xinghai. "Try this." Cheng Xinghai took it and asked, "What is this?" "Things for exercise. Touch the facts." Cheng Xinghai opened the box and carefully reached in to touch the whispering spirit stone with twisted patterns. She frowned and said, "I feel like there's a lot of noise in my ears. It's very uncomfortable." "It's normal to feel uncomfortable. You need to use your mental strength to resist this voice. Your mental strength will grow in the process of fighting against this voice. That's how I got through it. Slowly start with this kind of spiritual stone with relatively mild properties, and finally switch to spiritual stones with more extreme properties." Cheng Xinghai touched the spiritual stone in the box again and asked, "Is this considered mild in nature?" "Of course. The extreme ones are here." Qin pulled out a revolver from his waist. At the bottom of the revolver's handle was embedded a spiritual stone. Words of madness. "I don't feel anything." Qin did not respond to Cheng Xinghai, but held her hand. "What are you doing?" When Cheng Xinghai tried to pull his hand out gently, Qin mental power protected her consciousness. And then Qin released some of the power of the Word of Madness Spirit Stone. The pitch-black distortion that was almost visible to the naked eye occupied Cheng Xinghai's field of vision. Only a second passed, and Qin immediately used his own resonance with the spiritual stone to take the dark distortion back into the interior of the spiritual stone. "How do you feel?" Qin asked Cheng Xinghai a question, but Cheng Xinghai did not respond at this time. Instead, he fell on the table. She fainted. The stimulation of the power of the words of madness must be too terrifying. Even if Qin has fully protected Cheng Xinghai's consciousness, and will not let her be affected by any consciousness shock, this extreme nature can still directly affect people at the cognitive level. It's like a kid who has never seen a horror movie and is scared by a ghost and cries. Although there was no substantial injury, Chang Xinghai fainted, which can be regarded as the body's self-protection function. Qin Ming had already provided complete protection, but this purely visual and brief contact was still too much for Chang Xinghai to bear. She was a little too fragile. It seems that Chang Xinghai's mental strength is really not strong. If you want to make her grow up, you have to use some extreme measures. After confirming again that Chang Xinghai was only temporarily unconscious due to the influence of the words of madness spirit stone on the real environment, and that he was definitely fine, Qin Ming thought about what he should do now. Now he and Chang Xinghai were alone in a room with only the two of them, and Chang Xinghai had fainted and was completely unable to move. After careful consideration, Qin Ming carried Chang Xinghai to her bedroom and threw him onto the bed. Then he moved a chair from outside to the bedside. Qin Ming glanced at Chang Xinghai again. While she was comatose, she seemed to have dreamed of something horrible. Her expression was tense and panicked, and sweat kept oozing from her forehead. It seems that even if she is protected, it is a bit too much to let her come into contact with the words of madness. Qin Ming gently held Chang Xinghai's hand, and his gentle mental power continued to soothe her subconscious mind, maintaining her mental state stable. After a few minutes of spiritual comfort, Chang Xinghai's expression relaxed. Qin Ming also leaned back in his chair. However, he never let go of Chang Xinghai's hand. Chapter 316 Invitation. Half an hour passed. Chang Xinghai suddenly woke up. The first thing she did when she woke up was gasping for breath, as if she had seen something horrible in her dream. But she soon calmed down, and her breathing became normal again. The soothing that Qin Ming had been using up all his mental energy to provide was indeed effective. Woke up? Hearing Qin Ming's concerned inquiry, Chang Xinghai found that she was lying on the bed in her bedroom, with Qin Ming sitting next to her. Her face suddenly turned red, and she subconsciously checked her clothes, which were still neat. Qin Ming didn't do anything strange while she was unconscious. Chang Xinghai breathed a sigh of relief, but she glanced at the bedside again and found her slippers neatly placed there. Suddenly, an image appeared in her mind of Qin Ming holding her to the bed, helping her take off her slippers, and lifting her feet to lay flat on the bed. Her face became redder. Qin Ming, who had decisively thrown Chang Xinghai onto the bed and then put away his shoes, tilted his head and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Chang Xinghai couldn't take the initiative to say that he had thought of some ambiguous scenes. If I were to say these words in my own bedroom, the atmosphere might have developed in a certain direction. She is not ready yet. Chang Xinghai covered his head and propped himself up. "What happened to me just now?" Qin Ming said two words in a simple and easy to understand way. "Dizzy." "Of course I know I fainted." "How did I faint?" Qin Ming pulled the pistol out of the holster, turned it around and handed it to Chang Xinghai. "You're not afraid of accidental discharge?" Chang Xinghai looked at the crazy language spirit stone covered with twisted and crazy patterns at the end of the revolver's handle, but still did not dare to take the pistol. "This thing. It's what I'm using to train my psychic powers. But the effect is becoming less and less obvious." "It doesn't work for you?" "Right. The Whisper of Madness spirit stone was something that was produced during the last dimensional infection. After using it for such a long time, Qin Ming had already become completely accustomed to such mental shocks, and the effects were indeed becoming weaker and weaker. However, what Qin Ming did not expect was that, after he casually said something that he himself did not feel anything about, Chang Xinghai suddenly became a little depressed. It seemed that his words made Chang Xinghai feel an insurmountable gap. Qin Ming immediately comforted her. "Don't be discouraged. I also started from Whisper and worked my way up step by step. In the past, just touching the spirit stone I gave you at the beginning would cause severe pain in my brain." Chang Xinghai still said somewhat depressedly, "How long ago was that?" "About 2 years ago. At that time, I was still surviving in the wilderness of Ramu, and there was an undiscovered mechanical mind pulse generator on Ramu. It contained a whispering spirit stone that continuously released mental pulses to the surrounding area. I literally ate the mental pulses for about a month. At the time, this mental pulse almost drove me crazy. I could only fly into space during my rest time every day to get some rest. I was much more fragile than you are now." Qin Ming's consolation had some effect. Chang Xinghai perked up a little and asked, "Then is the spirit stone you showed me at the beginning the Whisper?" "That's not it. It's the one behind it." Chang Xinghai was a little slow to react for a moment, because the effect of the spiritual stone behind, which Qin Ming called the words of madness, was too terrifying. If Qin Ming had been exposed to the words of frenzy before, of course, it's not that exaggerated in reality. Qin Ming immediately explained, The spirit stone I got from the mechanical family's equipment is the Whispering Spirit Stone. Its situation is quite special. It grew from an ordinary spiritual stone to a resonant spiritual stone, and then gradually became what it is now. Chen Ming still remembers that he placed the Whispering Spirit Stone in the warehouse of his iron, or when he was transporting the bodies of several pirates. All we can say is that when he got the coffin, the pirate in the coffin was not dead yet, and only died on the spaceship. Usually, the reason why spirit stones appear is that some people have certain extreme emotions in their hearts when they are dying. These emotions will in turn affect some ordinary stones in the world under the influence of these people's mental power, which has been stimulated to the extreme due to extreme emotions, and transform the stones into spiritual stones. Under normal circumstances, the resentment in the heart when the pirate died would inspire a certain stone around him to become a new spiritual stone. Perhaps it was because there were no suitable stones nearby in space at the time. Or perhaps it was because this spiritual stone itself had its own special features. In short, the Whispering Spirit Stone that Chen Ming placed in the storage compartment of the spacecraft was stimulated and turned into a false spirit stone, and produced a unique resonance. Chen Ming is needed to achieve the goal of resonance, and the falsehood spirit stone completely resonated with him after he killed the middleman who had killed the pirate captain. Later, the false spirit stone came into contact with creatures infected by the same dimension with a similarly crazy nature, and the death of the deformed heart once again promoted the changes of the false spirit stone. Make it what it is now. Chen Ming explained to Cheng Xinghai in detail the origin of the mad word spirit stone. In the end, he concluded, it is also growing in the process of my growth, so I can be regarded as good luck. There has always been such a spirit stone that allows me to practice spiritual energy. If even stone can grow to this extent, you can definitely continue to grow stronger. Cheng Xinghai's depressed mood disappeared when he listened to Chen Ming's story about the past. She was very interested in Chen Ming's past, and listened very seriously. I remember you didn't explain it in such detail, or so much in the simulation before, because the situation is different at that time. Chen Ming explained as a matter of course. At that time you were just a captive, and I was just perfunctory with you. But now, I am talking to you seriously. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xinghai immediately stood up and threw himself on Chen Ming's back. He put his arms around Chen Ming's neck and said, I knew you were just trying to fool me by staring at the computer every day. She didn't try hard at all. She was just acting coquettishly. It seems that Chen Ming's comfort is still very effective. Alright. That's enough. I can already hear my mother-in-law's footsteps downstairs. If I don't go out now. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xinghai quickly loosened his arm around Chen Ming's neck, jumped off the bed, put on his shoes, and hurried outside. She picked up the pen and continued to record the people who needed to be invited to the engagement party. Time came at noon. Chen Ming also had a formal meal with Bai Quan's family. Of course there will be some chatting while eating. Chen Ming also had a general idea of the progress of the engagement party. After a morning of hard work, the guests to be invited to the engagement party have been roughly decided, and the rest of the process will just involve some simple additions and deletions. However, it has not yet been decided which company will host the engagement banquet. My mother-in-law looked like she had a headache, because today she went to find a wedding company for an on-site inspection and asked some questions. But on the way back she received calls from dozens of different wedding companies. It looks like it will take some time to pick out a suitable one. At that time, the specific location of the wedding banquet will be arranged according to the location of the wedding company. A date has also been chosen for the engagement party, which is 2 weeks later. Leave plenty of time to get everything ready. In addition to these, the matter of engagement rings was of course also brought up at the dinner table, and Chen Ming decisively took on this task. However, after hearing that Chen Ming was about to take this task, Bai Quan suddenly looked at Chen Ming, and seemed to have something to say. After lunch, Bai Quan went to the balcony first. Chen Ming understood what he meant, and also went to the balcony and closed the door. As the accommodation park for the military families of the Corps, the sound insulation here is quite good, and people in the room cannot hear the conversation between Chen Ming and Bai Quan. Bai Quan didn't waste any more words, and just when Chen Ming mentioned the topic of the engagement ring, he said, You said you came to prepare the ring. Do you want to use the things given by the Legion commander? Yes. Spirit Stone. The trait is love. It's very suitable. Isn't it? Bai Quan nodded slightly, but then shook his head. I heard some information from my friends at the Psychic Research Institute. The love spirit stone seems to have some negative effects. Chen Ming admitted, yes. After a spiritual connection is established between two psychics, Whether the relationship breaks down or one of them dies due to an accident or some other reason, it will have a great impact on the other. The negative effect is the biggest flaw of this spiritual stone. I know what you're worried about. But there's no need to worry. The special effect of the love spirit stone requires 2 psychics to actively activate it. As long as it is not activated, there will be no negative effects. It can be used as an ordinary spirit stone. The important thing is its symbolic meaning. What can be more suitable for me and Xinghai than it? And because of its negative effects, I'm going to use it on an engagement ring instead of a wedding ring. For Qinming, he even felt that even if he really wanted to trigger the special effects of the love spirit stone, it would not be too smooth. If he didn't restrain himself, Cheng Xinghai might be knocked unconscious again by the increase in his mental power. Even if he really wanted to use it, he would have to start by training Cheng Xinghai slowly with the whispering spirit stone. And there is another problem. Qinming himself is a psychopathic entity, so he can use various things of different psychic natures at will without being negatively affected. But Cheng Xinghai can't do that. Once she used the love spirit stone, it meant that she would need to wear love for a long time, and it would be more troublesome to use the training effects of other spirit stones afterwards. Moreover, Qinming didn't think that love was a good choice for Xinghai. He had many opportunities to come into contact with Xinghai, and knew what Xinghai's psychic fluctuations were like. So he knew that Xinghai's psychic properties were not very compatible with Ai Lian. The love spirit stone is only suitable for the engagement party of Qinming and Cheng Xinghai, not for Xinghai himself. So, Qinming really used the love spirit stone as an engagement ring. The special effects of the love spirit stone will not be actually used. At least not yet. Qinming felt that Bai Quan seemed to want to say something, but he hesitated and finally did not say anything and swallowed his words. However, Qinming could roughly guess what Bai Quan wanted to say, which must be about the Legion Commander. After all, this love spirit stone was given to him by the Legion Commander. It is not to say that the commander of the army wants to use this thing to limit Qinming, or use Cheng Xinghai to kill him. The reason is very simple. Qinming is a psychic after all, and he is also a researcher with a relatively complex research direction. Although I have not systematically studied psychic power, I have a lot of knowledge about it, and I also know people who work at the Psychic Research Institute. Therefore, Qinming is absolutely clear about the nature of the love spirit stone itself. Even if the Legion Commander didn't know that Qinming Qin was not clear about the effects of the love spirit stone. When he presented the gift, Qinming had already seen the unique effect of the spirit stone without even reaching out to touch it. After understanding the intentions of the Legion Commander and expressing his gratitude, he also probably realized that Qinming was an expert. Not to mention, many people know that Qinming has more than one good thing with psychic properties on hand. The Ming and Ming are inlaid with the Word of Madness spiritual stone, which does not emit any spiritual energy fluctuations, but has spiritual stone patterns. He has never deliberately hidden it. If you think about it for a moment, you will realize that this is a psychic weapon inlaid with a special resonant spirit stone. Moreover, Ming was given to Qinming by Bai Quan. Needless to say, therefore, an ordinary spiritual stone like love, which has many restrictions, cannot compare to what Qinming himself has. It was purely because of the unique symbolic meaning of the love spirit stone that the Legion Commander gave it to him. With the means of the Legion Commander, it is impossible and unnecessary to expect Qinming to use this spiritual stone himself. If he really wanted to find something to hold against Qinming, he would have used some other means. Of course, in terms of the current leader of the army, he did not think of this kind of thing. He seemed to really want to maintain a good and friendly relationship with Qinming. Although Bai Quan didn't say it explicitly, he was definitely worried about these issues. Qinming also gave Bai Quan a brief reminder and said, "Don't worry about these issues. I will take care of all matters related to psychic energy." Bai Quan's gaze, which was originally directed toward the distance, turned back to Qinming, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Then, "I'll leave it to you." 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Qinming and Cheng Xinghai's engagement party was held as scheduled. The specific process of the engagement banquet is not complicated and is much simpler than a formal wedding banquet. But there still have to be various rituals. Anyway, Qinming didn't like it very much, and Cheng Xinghai disliked it even more than him. The day before, she pulled Qinming's shot to end quickly. "Don't make too many flowers." Then I was pushed back by my mother-in-law. After all, this is a very important matter, and the two still have to cooperate. Of course, it didn't take long. Compared to a wedding banquet, an engagement banquet is mainly for entertaining guests, and announcing more detailed information about the wedding banquet in the future. Generally speaking, there is not much process. The two of them, as the protagonists of the engagement banquet, attended the road halfway and met some important guests. For example, Qianming needs to get to know the directors of several research institutes, including the Ship Research Institute, the Psychic Research Institute, and the Shining Civilization Research Institute, because he now has 3 honorary memberships above his head. There is also Bai Chuan's adoptive father, and some old people in the Bai Quan faction who have close relations with Bai Quan, and He Gu, who was invited by Qianming. The 3 directors all maintained a welcoming attitude towards Qianming. Bai Quan's adoptive father, his old boss, is also quite optimistic about Qianming. When Qianming saw He Gu at the engagement party, he suddenly realized a problem. The Institute of Psychic Powers is a place where psychic power is systematically studied, and he has not yet systematically learned anything related to psychic power. It means that even if Qianming has passed now, there are not many things to learn. He seemed a little deceived, but this is his own problem. There is nothing to say. The other 2 research institutes do not need to have a very systematic understanding of Ling's energy. At that time, go to those 2 research institutes to be diligent. However, Qianming suddenly discovered the sinister intentions of the Legion commander. There are indeed good things in these departments, but they definitely require a lot of time to learn, and it is best to learn them in person. In other words, the Legion commander gave Qianming the identities of these 3 honorary members, which was equivalent to putting a large piece of fat meat in the headquarters to tempt Qianming to stay. After all, after leaving, although the identity of the honorary members is still there, the environment that can be applied is not very good. This is also something he needs to focus on later. After all, he couldn't stay in the headquarters forever. At the same time as Qianming's consideration, he suddenly found that there seemed to be a lot of people around Bai Quan. Qianming listened casually, and it seemed that they were mainly talking about the incident 2 weeks ago. There are vacancies in many departments, and some positions need to be filled, and quite a few of these vacancies were assigned to Bai Quan. Of course, there will be a bunch of people surrounding Bai Quan. Qianming didn't care about other things, but he had to pay attention to the Special Materials Management Department, because energy crystals are considered special grade materials. The development of energy crystal crab resources must go through the Special Materials Management Department. Before Qianming was not in the 14th Legion, he had already handed over the transaction of energy crystals to Bai Quan as an agent, allowing Bai Quan to forcefully intervene in this department. Now that several factions have been affected, there are many vacancies, which allows Bai Quan to intervene more. Nothing else to say. As long as Bai Chuan's people can be placed in this department, it will make absolute sense for Qianming to make money by using the resources of the energy crystal crab. And it seems that because Bai Quan had announced that Qianming was planning to sell energy crystals, energy crystal crabs, and energy crystal crab cultivation technology, many people wanted to talk to Bai Quan about this emerging material. Although Qianming was the original source of goods, because Bai Quan was helping, most people went to find Bai Quan. It's pretty good. Qianming is also happy to have some peace and quiet. After meeting almost everyone he needed to meet, he quietly slipped out of the banquet hall to take a breath. However, he had just been quiet for a while when someone came to him. "Hello, Mr. Qianming." The person who spoke was a gentle-looking man in a suit. It should be someone's relative or friend, although Qianming didn't know him. And logically speaking, there was no need to be too serious in this kind of occasion. But since the man in the suit was like this, Qianming still greeted him. "Hello. Who are you? Please allow me to assure you before I speak to you that I will leave the Legion headquarters after today and will never appear in front of your family." Qianming's face suddenly turned gloomy. If the man in the suit didn't want to talk about something dangerous, he obviously wouldn't have said that first. "Go on. I am from the Empire." This short sentence made Qianming's heart surge. However, he calmly asked back, "I know what you want to do. The ruling party and the ruling class of the Empire?" The man in the suit said gently, "I just want to get to know you, because the Empire needs people like you. You want me to leave the Legion and join the Empire? Is this coercion or an invitation?" "Of course, it's an invitation. We just want you to know that the foundation on which the 14th Legion can be built is the existence of the Empire. And the same can be said for the Empire that the Legion can give you. We are just giving you an additional option. There is no forced nature in my conversation with you." Qianming disagreed with him. "It's hard to say, because you might have such thoughts. I will make a guarantee before communicating with you. We also know that you have someone in the Legion that you can't leave behind. So he only sent me here to extend the most basic invitation to you. If you are interested, Please contact this person. The man in the suit took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ming with both hands. Chen Ming thought about it and finally took the business card. The man in the suit bowed slightly to Chen Ming, then turned and left. It seems that he is indeed going to fulfill his promise. Chen Ming glanced at the business card, which only had a communication code on it. This is the invitation from the Empire. Chen Ming suddenly felt mixed emotions, because he had finally grown to a level that was worthy of the Empire's attention, and was worthy of the Empire inviting him. Belonging to the Empire and belonging to the Legion, although both are working for the Empire, are two different concepts. No wonder the Legion commander was willing to bleed heavily to resolve the matter immediately, and find a way to keep him in the Legion. Unknowingly, Chen Ming has grown to this point. This is one more option. If Chen Ming is not satisfied with the Legion, he can leave at any time and use this contact information, although he has no intention of leaving at the moment. After all, the Legion commander's attitude is very good, but he also has to leave a way out for himself. Having a way out means having bargaining power. It doesn't mean that he must join the Empire. He can use the Empire as a springboard for further development. Getting along with the Legion and getting along with the Empire are also different concepts. And there are different things that need to be considered. If he gets close to the Empire, it will be more difficult for him to leave in the future. But the only thing Chen Ming has left in the Empire now is the prosthesis. So he doesn't need to consider this issue at all. Chapter 317 Very Ancient Tree. After watching the people from the Empire disappear near the banquet hall, Chen Ming returned to the banquet hall. Together with Cheng Xinghai, they toasted every table of guests that arrived. The other rituals had been completed before. After the round was completed, the engagement party is essentially over. The wedding banquet after the engagement will have to be postponed for some time. Maybe soon, maybe a long time. It depends on how the mechanical war goes. If all goes well, Chen Ming should be able to return to headquarters and get married after the war. Anyway, there is no opportunity and time to do it now. Cheng Xinghai had to go back to school, because it is now June in Earth Standard Time. Normally the summer vacation is about to begin, but Cheng Xinghai is now a junior student, and a student of a special military school. He will go to the battlefield after his senior year. Therefore, during the summer vacation at the end of the junior year, the school will carry out intensive training for officers to prepare for the actual battlefield. She definitely won't have any free time for at least a year. It's similar on Chen Ming's side. Although he doesn't have any tasks, he also has requirements for himself. He needed to quickly familiarize himself with the 3 institutes of which he had honorary membership, because these 3 research institutes will provide him with assistance in the subsequent war against the mechanical race. This is only what he has to do at the headquarters. The situations in other places like in Whooping's side, the main body far outside the Empire, and the Queen's planet are very similar. After all, he and Cheng Xinghai couldn't stay together all day like a real couple, because they both had things to do. In addition to doing the things he had just thought of, and some additional preparations, Chen Ming now had another important thing to do. That's where he needs to decide where to go next. Yes, stay at the headquarters. Let's go back to the branch. This question is actually easy to answer. The mechanic war is about to begin, and the Gallo-Star field will soon become the front line. He had to go to the branch eventually. He couldn't stay in the headquarters after the war started. Moreover, Chen Ming had previously promised to help Bai Quan use psychic power to control the entire branch. So he had to do this. Although there should be no problems at the headquarters at this stage. The only problem is that the branch is far away, and some people may have other ideas. In addition, after the training, Cheng Xinghai will go to the battlefield. And Gallo is the battlefield. Chen Ming must go. However, although he likes you to make decisions immediately, there is no rush to actually do what he decides. The war has not yet begun. After he had made up his mind, the only urgent thing left for him was to control the branch. As for controlling the branch, besides Chen Ming himself going back to take control, there is another way, which is to use the Afterglow core. Not only devices, equipment or buildings, but anything with an electronic system, once connected to the Afterglow core controlled by Chen Ming, will be completely under his control. The branch itself is built under the dome on a volcanic planet. The dome is full of electronic systems, and can be easily controlled by an Afterglow core. It just so happened that Chen Ming had just experienced the trials of the Scarlet Dimension. His psychic energy is already capable of being transmitted through the Crimson Dimension by psychically sealing the Afterglow core. The number of Afterglow cores, and their locations are no longer limitations on the range of Chen Ming's psychic power. Therefore, Chen-Ming can completely hand over the branch to a robot equipped with a new afterglow core. The control power of the Yue core is enough to control a branch. Not to mention the acquiescence of Baikuan. When the war starts in the future, he will need to go to the branch office, and the headquarters can be replaced by robots. This is what Chen-Ming thinks. Now that we have a rough idea of the route, all that remains is to fill in the details. However, when Chen-Ming was sitting alone in the corner of the banquet hall, he thought about what happened. Cheng Xinghai's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. "You are here." Chen-Ming looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" "Of course I was looking for you. What else could I do? You disappeared right after dinner, and I spent a long time looking for you outside. Who knew you were hiding here?" Cheng Xinghai sat next to Chen-Ming and leaned towards him. After finding a comfortable angle, she put her entire weight on Chen-Ming. She whispered to Chen-Ming, "I'm going back to school soon." "I know. I still have to go to intensive training, which is a closed management for 3 months. I have 1 day off a month or so I can make phone calls or something." Chen-Ming thought about what he should say at this time and said, "Can you play games?" Cheng Xinghai suddenly laughed when he heard Chen-Ming's question. "This doesn't seem like a question you would ask. Can't I suddenly want to play games?" "Sure." Cheng Xinghai hugged Chen-Ming tighter, with a gentle smile on his face. Chen-Ming also took the opportunity to put his arm around her shoulders and said, "Remember not to take off the wristband when the time comes. The instructors at the training camp can be very strict." "It's okay. I'll drive the cruiser over and ask them to let you wear this wristband. You really are. Don't joke around." Cheng Xinghai hit Chen-Ming lightly on the arm. Although she had restrained herself, Chen-Ming still felt a pain. Cheng Xinghai also felt Chen-Ming's body tremble slightly and asked, "Did I hurt you? My psychic powers don't do much to improve my physical fitness." "Then I apologize to you." Cheng Xinghai suddenly let go of Chen-Ming's arm, stood up and stood in front of Chen-Ming. She bent down and tapped Chen-Ming's lips lightly. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. The next day, after sending Cheng Xinghai to school early in the morning, Chen-Ming appeared in the parking lot of the military family accommodation area. Since Chen-Ming slept on the floor last night, nothing happened. So today, he was able to go to the Psychic Research Institute with full energy. He carried out his previous plan to go to the Psychic Research Institute when he had time. However, the exact location of the Psychic Research Institute is not on the headquarters planet. After all, some things related to psychic power are too dangerous. If any accidents occur in the experiments of some psychic research institutes, it may lead to quite tragic consequences. Therefore, the location of the Psychic Research Institute was chosen elsewhere. The planet where the 14th Legion is headquartered has 2 satellites. One of them became the site for the Psychic Research Institute. Although Chen-Ming is an honorary member of the current Psychic Research Institute, he can go directly there. It would obviously be more appropriate for a first visit if someone brought it with them. So Chen-Ming talked to Higu yesterday and asked Higu to pick him up. Higu certainly doesn't mind taking Chen-Ming to heaven. So when Chen-Ming said Cheng Xinghai to school, he saw Higu was already in the parking lot. Higu greeted Chen-Ming from a distance and asked, "Didn't you just finish the engagement party yesterday? Are you free to come today?" Chen-Ming responded, "Yes. There are always many things to do. I'm going to go over there today and get what I need, and then learn about the Psychic Research Institute. Do you mind being a tour guide?" "Of course not." Higu extended his hand to the shuttle boat next to him, motioning Chen-Ming to get on board. "The things and the tour guide are ready." The shuttle took off. Soon after, it left the atmosphere of the home planet. When the white mist in the atmosphere dissipated, the brilliant starry sky appeared in front of Chen-Ming. Chen-Ming saw the satellite orbiting the planet. Because the timing was not right when he came here last time, he did not see what the satellite actually looked like. It was not until now that he saw that the satellite where the Psychic Research Institute was located was a planet with approximately 20% of its area covered by ocean. And the land area was generally a mixture of emerald green and orange red. This is also a habitable planet and habitable satellite. Chen-Ming was not very familiar with the local geographical conditions before. So after he saw the 2 habitable planets, he sighed and said, "The satellite is actually a habitable planet. This galaxy really has unique advantages. I don't know whether the suitable galaxy he finds in the future will have such conditions." However, Higu had something to say about this. That's not the case, because that planet has undergone climate transformation. It was a grand event to collect water-bearing asteroids from all over the galaxy and nearby galaxies. Climate modification technology. Chen-Ming has heard of it. This is a technology for transforming non-habitable planets, but those with the potential to become habitable planets. The theory of this technology has been proposed for many years, but the number of actual modifications has been very small, because transforming a planet, especially changing its climate, is extremely difficult to achieve. There are very few successful cases. In addition, the Empire mastered hyperspace channel technology long ago and expanded the Empire to a once unimaginable level, so habitable planets are no longer rare. The value of simply transforming an uninhabitable planet is not proportional to the cost required. Investment in this technology remained largely unchanged until the end of the pioneering era, and the technology also made no significant progress and remained at its previous level. Only some galaxies that are already highly developed may need to transform some non-habitable planets into habitable planets. Just like the satellite that Hugo is talking about now. The fact that this planet is a satellite actually reduces the difficulty of climate modification to a certain extent. And this technology is also quite interesting, and he can use it. You can find an opportunity to learn it. Just as Chenming saw the satellite, where the Psychic Research Institute was located. Another satellite orbiting the main planet just happened to peek out from the edge of the planet. The satellite that just entered Chenming's eyes was completely different from the satellite of the Psychic Research Institute he had seen. Compared to the satellite of the Psionic Research Institute, this satellite is smaller in size. But on its periphery, there are two artificial ring structures of different sizes surrounding it. It is a two-ring highly developed orbital industrial facility, and surrounded by rail industrial facilities. The surface of the satellite is only metallic in color. The entire planet has become part of mechanization. Chenming was not sure whether the entire planet had become completely mechanical. But perhaps he would know later. Because that satellite belongs to the Ship Research Institute. The responsibility of the Ship Research Institute is to design spacecraft. So naturally it will also need to test the designed spacecraft. Then as one of the three giants of the Legion Research Institute, the Ship Research Institute, like the Psychic Research Institute, is eligible to have a satellite as the base of the Research Institute. Therefore, this satellite naturally became a testing ground for the Ship Research Institute. The Ship Research Institute itself does not require large-scale industrial facilities, but it does need to manufacture prototypes and requires high-precision equipment. The orbital industrial facilities built around the satellite, which is relatively small in size, can just meet the needs of saving costs without wasting too much industrial facilities. Chenming is also quite interested in such a mechanized satellite. Of course, although he is interested, he has other things to do now. The shuttle continued to fly towards the satellite of the Psionic Research Institute. After review and approval by the space station, Chenming was able to enter the satellite's atmosphere and see the planet belonging to the Psychic Research Institute. Soon, Chenming also noticed that the distribution of buildings on this satellite was somewhat special. It is not an urbanized division like on a normal colony planet, but rather a distribution style somewhat similar to a pastoral farm. Basically, you have to fly quite a distance to see a few research buildings that are relatively close to each other. Higu explained, since the consequences of some psychic experiments that go wrong may have a wide range of impact. Planets are usually not built with too many buildings to prevent the collateral dangers caused by experimental accidents from affecting too many people. The basic supplies for researchers in these places are guaranteed by unmanned transport ships. But those who can come to such places are basically people who have their own research projects to do. Under normal circumstances, most people stay somewhere else. Where? We have a major city where no psionic experiments are allowed. We'll be there soon. Chenming nodded. Continued looking out the window. And just as the shuttle continued to move towards the main city of the Psychic Research Institute that Higu mentioned, at a certain moment, Chenming suddenly felt a gentle psychic energy wave suddenly enveloped him. It instantly calmed his mind, which had been a little restless due to recent events. This psychic energy fluctuation is very familiar. Fairy tree? Chenming had just asked this question when a little firefly suddenly appeared on the edge of the distant horizon in front of the low-flying shuttle. Chenming realized something and moved closer to the front of the cab to get a clearer view. And as the shuttle accelerated closer, the next thing that came into Chenming's sight was a towering tree. A tree so huge that it could envelop the entire city under its grand canopy. That is a fairy tree. The bright leaves with faint fluorescence were floating, like a sea of fluorescence covering Chenming's vision. Below this sea of fluorescence is a bronze tree trunk whose diameter seems to be enough to support the sky, being able to support such a huge crown. The strength of the trunk is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary trees. The roots of the trees further down cannot be seen with the naked eye. But based on normal experience, the depth of the roots of this fairy tree is probably even larger and more complex than its crown exposed on the surface. It was as if the entire satellite was providing nutrients to this fairy tree. The core city of the Psychic Research Institute is built around this giant tree. Qin originally thought that the mechanical satellite was exaggerated enough. But he didn't expect that he would be shocked again in just a few minutes. No wonder you changed the route when you were flying the spaceship just now. You didn't want me to see it outside the atmosphere. Right? Qin was talking to Higu. But his eyes were on the giant fairy tree. Higu admitted. Yeah. How does it feel? It's really shocking. How did such a fairy tree grow up? A level 6 psyker once died under a fairy tree when it was still a sapling. This was the last facade of the 14th Legion before the reorganization. And it is also the largest facade of our new 14th Legion today. There is no fairy tree in the entire empire larger than this. Higu's words were full of pride. The shuttle continued to approach. Until under the tree canopy. Originally, Qin thought that the crown of this giant fairy tree would be pitch black. Or there would be only a small amount of fluorescence. And artificial lighting equipment would be needed to ensure illumination. But when he really came over, he found out. All the lit places in the city are filled with very bright natural light. The leaves of the fairy tree emit a faint fluorescence that miraculously illuminates the surface of the earth to a brightness, as if the light of a star is shining directly through the leaves, maintaining the harmony of the environment. That's really exaggerated. Qin kept sighing and couldn't come up with any more adjectives. Such an existence really made it difficult for him to find the right words to describe it. And the closer Qin got to the fairy tree, the more he could feel it. The psychic strength and fluctuations of this fairy tree are definitely considered to be that of a level 6 psychic creature. And creatures are not just animals. A 6th level spiritual creature is stronger than he is now. Is it conscious? Qin asked. Higu shook his head uncertainly. At present, it seems that this fairy tree only has weak instincts. Of course, it may also have consciousness. But its concept of time after it grows up is different from ours. So there is no way to communicate. But basically all the psychers who have been here firmly believe that this tree is conscious and it is protecting us. Higu took Qin and circled around the trunk of the fairy tree several times, and finally landed in an area close to the trunk. The headquarters building of the Psychic Research Institute is located here. The director of the Psychic Research Institute was waiting at the door to greet Qin. He briefly exchanged a few words with Qin, confirmed Qin's purpose, and instructed Higu to do his best to meet Qin's needs before he said goodbye and left. After getting instructions from the director, Higu easily took Qin to the basement of the Research Institute building. After passing through the intricate underground passages caused by the roots of the fairy trees and layers of strict protection, Qin finally arrived at the warehouse of the Psychic Research Institute, which covered an area almost as large as the cross-section of the trunk of the fairy tree. And this is just one layer. The first thing that popped into Qin's mind when he arrived here was, why build a warehouse here? Because there must be some psychic-related things that are extremely dangerous just by leaving them there. And building a warehouse underground in this city would obviously cause these things to directly affect the entire city. Higu certainly understood Qin's question. He pointed to the top of his head and said, the spiritual energy fluctuations of the fairy tree tend to soothe the spirit. It's like there's a top psychic who is exerting his influence on the things below all the time. The existence of such a fairy tree can suppress all rebellious psychic things. With a little guidance from us, we can use the fairy forest tree to create a powerful containment system. Higu briefly explained to Qin and continued to take Qin deeper into the warehouse. Some time passed. After passing through a layer of protection, Qin suddenly noticed that the concentration of the spiritual energy fluctuations belonging to the surrounding fairy trees suddenly increased. He seemed to have arrived at the warehouse area where spiritual items related to the fairy tree were stored. Higu confirmed to Qin, what you need is 2 fairy tree seeds and a spiritual awakening nerve. Right? Yes. This is the most expensive item on the list. It should be very rare. Right? While confirming the document, Higu responded, of course. Although the fairy tree looks big and has many leaves, you can only get tree seeds after the fairy tree blooms. The flowering time of the fairy tree is not fixed, but there are generally less than 10 flowers each year, and the flowers will eventually turn into seeds. Qin noticed the problem in Higu's words and asked, no fruit? There is no fruit. Only flowers and seeds. And generally speaking, we need the flowers of the fairy tree more than its seeds, because the flowers are more suitable for use and research than the seeds. So we usually only have a small amount of seeds in stock. These fairy tree species are not only used by our Legion, but also from time to time from the Vatican Super Research Institute. In addition to our cooperation with other research institutes, the number of fairy tree species can be said to be quite rare. You took 2 directly. But that took away half of our current stock. Gu said this and brought Ming to a room that stored psychic objects. He pressed the document in his hand directly onto a screen at the door of the room. After taking the immortal tree species, its cultivation method will also be given to you. You can try to cultivate. But to be honest, it's difficult. Generally speaking, a research institute only cultivates 1 or 2 trees. Like the ones you see outside. It's going to be very difficult if you want to try it yourself. Ming said, I have to try it. So I want to. He needs the fairy tree's continuous and stable output of plant-based spiritual materials. It can be used to make various drugs that can calm the mind, ensure mental stability, or assist in meditation. Although Ming could decisively not use any psychic drugs before. Now after coming into contact with the Scarlet Dimension, Ming felt that these drugs were still necessary at least when facing the Scarlet Dimension. Even if these drugs can only allow him to stay in the Scarlet Dimension for 0.1 seconds longer. These drugs have their value. What's more, this type of medicine has other uses. For example, after feeding the worm, or to Shanghai, he could even try to cultivate such a fairy tree like the Legion. Gu did not make any opinions on Ming's decision. You can know it in your heart. Some of the documents signed by the head of the army. Gu easily took out 2 immortal tree species. Next, there is another spiritual enlightenment nerve. Also, I mentioned before that I would replace your new testing equipment. I have asked someone to help get the equipment. But we have to go there in person to get the spiritual enlightenment nerve. After Gu finished, put the file away, turned around and handed 2 trees with fluorescent apples to Ming. And at the moment when Ming touched the fairy tree species, the Queen of Insects suddenly felt an extreme desire. Ming silently looked at the 2 tree species in his hands. Fortunately, he had foresight. Chapter 318 Experiment. After getting everything, Ming and Gu returned to the surface. Gu glanced at the current time and asked, Will I take you around to have a look next? Although the different laboratories in our institute usually work on their own in private, there are occasionally a few public project presentations. There happens to be one today. And it's nearby. Do you want to go? The topic is about the changes in the mechanical race compared to the past. As found out from recent reconnaissance at the front line. Although Ming cannot understand too many details related to psychic power, he can definitely learn more about the mechanical race, which will definitely help him in his future work. So he decisively agreed and boarded the Gu shuttle again. And after getting on the shuttle, Gu suddenly sent Ming a list of reports on all the research topics currently underway at the Institute of Psychic Energy. I just got this. This list is highly confidential, so it took me a while to get the permission to take it out. Take a look. Are there any projects that you are particularly interested in? After all, Ming was granted honorary member status by the Legion commander himself. It was said before that Ming could join any experimental group at will, as long as he did not do anything purely destructive. But before that, Ming had no knowledge of the Psychic Research Institute, and had no idea which experimental group to join. He had no idea who was doing the work there. With this list, many things will be more convenient to do. Ming's eyes slid across the list. Although we can only see the titles of these projects, we can roughly guess the research direction. There are indeed many things in these projects that Ming is interested in. 10 minutes later, the shuttle was approaching its destination and was about to land. Ming also finished reading the entire list of all research projects of the Psychic Research Institute and turned off the terminal. Gu took this opportunity to say, How is it? Is anyone interested? The reason why Gu cares so much about Ming's ideas is that if Ming is interested in a certain research, he will definitely stay for a while. And it would definitely be beneficial for the Psychic Research Institute if Ming stayed. However, Gu definitely hoped that Ming could stay. But Ming had made a decision before. Unless he really had a great impact, he would not change easily. So he gave Gu a direct answer now. I can stay for a while. Because there are indeed some projects that I am particularly interested in. One is the anti-mechanic weapon development and anti-mechanic warfare technology research, and the other is the artificial spiritual awakening nerve specialized cultivation program. But after the war started, I had to go back to the branch. This answer was acceptable to Gu. But Gu asked greedily, Can't you stay forever? I need to get to the front lines. Pity. Gu originally wanted to try to get Ming to move his extraordinary research institute here as well. But it seemed there was no hope. So he did not mention it. Ming did not intend to disappoint Gu. He added, Don't worry. I will be prepared with the appropriate measures when the time comes. My robot will continue to stay here and do things after I leave. It is easy for me to do two things at the same time. With Qinming's assurance, He Gu seemed a lot more relaxed. After bringing Qinming to the project report meeting, he contacted the two project teams that Qinming had just mentioned that he was interested in. You just need to register Qinming in the project team's list, and then Qinming can participate in these two projects. However, both projects are currently in the early experimental stages. The project team members have basically moved to a laboratory outside the main city, which is a bit far away. But fortunately, there is the shuttle. During the days Qinming has been at the headquarters, he has obtained a shuttle driver's license and a photo permit, and has the authority to move freely on the planet. So there is no problem. After finishing the work for Qinming, He Gu returned to the lecture hall of the project report meeting and sat next to Qinming. All I can say is that Qinming suddenly felt that this moment was a little familiar. The last time was after he and He Gu were sitting in the lecture hall. He drove a cruiser and arrested more than a dozen people, making a big move. This time, nothing should happen again. Right? Qinming didn't know, but hoped not. After sitting down, He Gu glanced at the stage and saw that they seemed to be still preparing. So he chatted with Qinming. You have just finished looking at all the projects, right? Do you have any opinions on my project? Although he was asking for his opinion, Qinming knew that He Gu was actually asking him if he had any ideas. But for Qinming, I think your project, the civilian application of psychic technology, is quite promising. The high development of psychic energy will inevitably be accompanied by its popularization. But the Empire currently does not seem to have the soil for the popularization of psychic energy. So I have no plans to continue working in this direction for the time being. He Gu invited him mainly because the Purgatory Core and Synchrotron Core that Qinming had previously researched were both tending toward civilian use. But that was because they already had such a design. So Qinming chose to refuse. He is so busy with his own things that he really has no time to help others with things that he doesn't want to do. Qinming's refusal was not unexpected by He Gu. Most psychics do not have enough time to improve themselves, and very few people would think about the civilian use of psychic technology. He was just asking. While waiting for the lecture to begin, the two chatted for a while, and He Gu asked Qinming a new question a few minutes later. It seems that the headquarters approved a catalytic core for you some time ago. How is the progress of that one? Qinming became excited when this was mentioned, and said, it's still under research, but it's very interesting. It is the most technologically advanced thing I know of among all the things in the Shining Civilization. He Gu was also aroused by Qinming's words, because he knew that the number of catalytic cores was extremely rare, and there were not many captured in the entire empire. Combined with Qinming's words, it really made people very curious. Tell me about it. Qinming thought for a moment and said, let me show you the real thing. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small bottle containing a clear liquid. This is one of the catalysts produced by the catalytic core. If it works, come on. Stretch out your hand. He Gu cooperated and stretched out his hand, not worrying that Qinming would harm him. Qinming opened the small bottle and poured a drop of the liquid directly into He Gu's palm. This drop of liquid did not contain any spiritual energy fluctuations and was immediately absorbed by his skin. Try using your psychic powers. Following Qinming's reminder, He Gu immediately tried to invoke some spiritual energy fluctuations. Then he discovered that when his mental power was being transformed into perceptible psychic energy fluctuations, this drop of liquid absorbed by his skin was actually promoting the process. Accelerate the efficiency of converting his mental power into psychic energy fluctuations. It has no psychic fluctuations, but can amplify psychic energy. What an interesting thing. That's the catalyst. Although catalysts are usually not consumed, because they do not participate in any reaction. Or if they participate in the reaction, they will eventually return to their original state. However, the catalyst produced by the catalytic core will naturally annihilate and disappear without any trace. Qinming had no way to solve this problem. But after combining the effect of the catalyst, Qinming felt that this situation was still acceptable. After all, the real effect of the catalyst is more powerful and more diverse than what Qinming has shown now. It not only catalyzes the transformation of mental power into psychic energy fluctuations, it also has the ability to catalyze the transformation of psychic energy fluctuations into real effects. The only difference is the catalytic effect specified when Qinming uses the catalytic core. Any catalyst Qinming needs can be produced by Qinming controlling the catalytic core. Qinming even felt that he could use the catalytic core to create a catalyst that could promote the growth of the fairy tree. This is also one of the sources of Qinming's confidence in cultivating the fairy tree. He Gu continued to use his mental power to transform the spiritual energy fluctuations until the catalyst was completely annihilated. He looked up at Qinming and said, "Seriously? You must contact me when the results of this thing come out. This is so interesting. And I found that it seems that all the devices made by the Shining Civilization have the potential to be used by ordinary people. I feel like my project can start from these aspects." "No problem," Qinming agreed. "Anyway, the final results have to be submitted to the Psychic Research Institute for review. So there is no problem in telling Higu. It was before his research on the catalytic core ended, and he had to find a way to take a few more catalytic cores. This is really good stuff." The report will start in Qinming's chat with Higu. It lasted for more than 2 hours. Basically, everything about the mechanical race is explained clearly compared to the changes in the Empire's previous understanding of the mechanical race. It also includes what Higu told Qinming last time: the mechanized psychic creatures, and the mechanical race's new main weapons. There are some more detailed changes. For example, the proportion of Baiyun steel in the Baiyun steel alloy used in the mechanical family is decreasing. This means that the mechanical family can produce more mechanical bodies, with less materials, while ensuring the strength of each individual mechanical family. There is also the overall range of the mechanical race's star domain. It can be seen that the mechanical family has always been expanding. Even if the Empire does not fight against the mechanical race now, the mechanical race may take the initiative to fight against them in the future. Overall, the report meeting was quite rewarding. If there are similar reports in the future, I would like to listen to them more. The academic atmosphere at the Institute of Psychic Energy is quite good. After the report meeting, of course Higu was also ready to leave. But before leaving, he told Qinming, "Both project teams have already made it clear that they welcome you. But being generally welcomed doesn't mean everyone welcomes you. Some people may think you are trying to take credit. Please be more patient. If you have any questions, please contact me or the president. Can you help me sort this out?" "No. But I can help you call the director." Higu raised his lips and said, "It's just a joke. It's because I used to do research with the director. And later I became independent to develop the civilian use of psychic technology. Others will more or less give me face. There will be someone specially assigned to receive you when you get there. But people also need time to prepare. If you go there today, the most you can do is to look at it by yourself. There won't be any more." Qinming readily agreed and said, "Then I'll go tomorrow. I can arrange the time. Well, when you finish your 2 projects, remember to come visit me when you have time." "Will do." Higu turned and left, disappearing around the corner of the lecture hall. Qinming also left the lecture hall and boarded his own shuttle. He then took the initiative to contact the 2 departments he wanted to join. It's not a good day to go there, but it never hurts to get in touch in advance. Wait until the contact is complete. There shouldn't be anything important happening here at this department for the time being. The rest is the same as before. Do what you need to do. The prosthesis left at the headquarters is conducting research that is more closely related to the machine race. The robots in the branch continue their research on the catalytic core under his control. The characters have been assigned, so we can proceed step by step. Qinming finally had enough experience to do some things that he couldn't wait to do, and the queen insect was also impatient to do. Qinming, who was on the shuttle, took out the 2 fairy tree seeds he had just obtained. Although he was holding the fluorescent fairy tree species in his hand, he did not have any special feeling at this moment. It was as if it was just a nut the size of an apple. Apart from emitting fluorescence, it seemed to have nothing to do with spiritual energy or the fairy tree, and there was no spiritual energy fluctuation at all. However, as long as one scans the fairy tree seeds with mental power, one will find that the outer SHL of the seeds almost blocks all penetration of mental power. I don't know how the Queen of Insects sensed that this fairy tree species was very special. Fortunately, he specially changed 2, one of which was used to feed the queen insect, who was already impatient. After Qinming showed the queen insect that he could feed it, there was a sense of excitement coming from the Queen of Insects. However, this time the queen insect did not grow tentacles directly on Qinming, but wanted Qinming to send the fairy tree seeds to her. Qinming will definitely satisfy any small request. His psychic power was immediately activated, sending the fairy tree seeds to the queen's planet. By the way, I took a look at the planet where the Queen of Worms was. All we can say is that the expansion of the Hive planet is still continuing, and the Hive is still expanding deeper underground. Although Qinming had already prepared for the Queen Zerg to migrate at that time, the presence of a large number of Zerg individuals prevented the Zerg from stopping their devouring of the planet. Zerg need nutrients to survive, so Qinming acquiesced to the Queen's behavior, and was also thinking about how to slightly limit the Zerg's appetite. Anyway, We just need to wait for the Queen to complete the transformation of the jump engine and move it to a new place. And then the Zerg can eat any planet they want. The entire universe is full of planets waiting for the Zerg to devour. But the problem is that the assimilation efficiency of the jump engine is very low. And Qinming has been feeding the entire cruiser to the Queen Bug for almost half a year. All the other things combined only took 3 or 4 months. But the conversion of the jump engine took up a considerable amount of time. Even the Queen of Insects would come over from time to ask Qinming some questions about the jump engine technology. Apparently it was because of the conversion problem of the jump engine. If it was a general question, it would be fine. Qinming has now mastered all the basic technologies of the cruiser level, and can give an answer easily. But the Queen Insect's language ability is not strong. Qinming has been teaching her for a long time. But to this day, the Queen Insect still cannot speak. This resulted in Qinming feeling very tired every time he communicated with the Queen Worm. Especially when it came to complex technology like the jump engine. It was really a headache to explain it to the Queen Worm. But fortunately, Qinming always manages to explain the problem clearly. Although the Queen of Insects has not yet produced any results. It should be soon. At this time, Qinming used his spiritual power to send the fairy tree seeds to the Queen of Insects. The Queen Insect's bloated body shook, and she opened her mouth to swallow the seeds. However, it did not swallow it directly, but began to chew it. Qinming was a little surprised to see the scene, because this was the first time he saw the Queen Insect eating with her real body. And it is a complete process of swallowing, chewing, swallowing and digesting. Normally, when the Queen enters, she grows several tentacles with mouth parts and swallows the object of food in a few bites. Then, she uses the special characteristics of the Zerg and Qinming's psychic power to transform the swallowed food into what she needs. And today's way of eating is obviously a special case. I don't know what changes the Queen Insect will undergo after eating the fairy tree seeds. Just when Qinming was feeling somewhat expectant, he suddenly saw that the SHL on the Queen Insect's head suddenly cracked. And under this crack, a plant-shaped bud grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. What is cordyceps? A strange thought just appeared in Qinming's mind. I saw that the buds quickly grew into plants, with a small flower blooming at the tip. And just as these flowers wither, a large amount of biomass overflowed from the Queen's body, completely wrapping her up and forming a huge cocoon. The Queen of Insects once again entered the state of evolution. Although the evolution of the Queen of Insects is definitely something to be happy about. Qinming had just planned to migrate recently. So why did she evolve at this time? But it's not a big problem. That cocoon, which was different from the previous ones and emitted a faint fluorescent light, not only wrapped up the entire Queen Insect, but also wrapped up the cruiser-level biological spacecraft that the Queen Insect now owned. Of course, this also includes the jump engines that have not yet been completely transformed. Perhaps before long, he would see the Queen of Insects appear in front of him with a biological cruiser with complete jump capabilities. After confirming that the Queen still has the ability to protect herself, Qinming turned his gaze back to his original body. In addition to the Queen of Insects, Qinming himself also has something to do. Things related to the Qi-Ling nerve. Qinming should have 3 Qi-Ling nerves, 2 of which he had obtained before, and 1 that he had just obtained. However, one of the ones he had obtained before was fed to the Queen Insect, while Qinming had been cultivating the other one using Yui's method. It can be used for the extraction experiment of spiritual nerves at any time. Qinming has 2 psychics in his hands, who are kept in a refrigerator, in a low-temperature hibernation chamber. Black Mist Psyker and Psychic Psyker. Both of them have valuable psychic powers. As for who to choose as the first guinea pig, Qinming already has a suitable candidate in mind. At this time, above the orbit of the temporary base of Qinming's Afterglow fleet after the 3rd jump, at the highest point, Qinming walked out of his specially designated study room. The decoration outside was specially modified by him, so that the overall decoration looked like the corridor of a laboratory. At the end of the corridor is the experimental area, which is now equipped with all the research equipment that Qinming has been able to collect to help him and the extraordinary research. Qinming has used high-strength composite glass materials and silent alloy interlayers to isolate and partition this area, because different experiments have different environmental requirements. Therefore, Qinming even made some modifications to the experimental area, when necessary. These areas can even be partially moved to the outside of the spacecraft through changes in the spacecraft structure. In the experimental area, most of the area is filled with various experimental equipment. But in a location closer to the center of the experimental area, there was an area that Qinming had deliberately left empty. This is where he installed the Qi-Ling neural extractor. Qin Ming walked to the empty area, activating the psychic power that he had controlled the spiritual extractor more than a year ago. In a warehouse in Yuwei of the Yuwei star field, the Qi-Ling neural extractor just disappeared there, appeared in front of Qin Ming. Yu Hui has been maintaining this equipment, and has maintained it quite well, so that it can be started at any time. With the arrival of the Qi-Ling nerve extractor, a refrigerated preservation chamber was also transported to the side by Qin Ming, who controlled the equipment on the spacecraft. This first experiment started with the Black Mist Psychic. The hibernation function of the low-temperature hibernation chamber was turned off by Qin Ming. The Black Mist Psyker gradually woke up from cryostasis. The first thing he did when he woke up was to reach for his waist. But his long sword was gone. "Is this what you're looking for?" Qin Ming's voice rang in his ears. The Black Mist Psychic looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Qin Ming holding his knife in his hand. His face changed and he said nothing. He just wanted to activate his psychic power and escape. But he couldn't do it. An extremely terrifying spiritual energy pressure was locking onto him, suppressing his ability to use his spiritual energy. He was unable to put up any resistance due to the pure mental suppression. The Black Mist Psychic said in a deep voice, "What are you going to do? It's just a minor operation. Don't worry. It's just like having your blood drawn. It will be over in no time. As long as you cooperate." Qin Ming still remembers the steps that Yu Hui took when conducting the experiment on him. It is best for a psychic whose spiritual nerves have been extracted to ensure that his mental power is active. Then Qin Ming must first thaw the Black Mist Psychic to ensure that his mental state is fine. "If I cooperate, will you let me go? You are not qualified to bargain with me," Qin Ming said threateningly. "You can only choose to cooperate, or I will help you cooperate." The Black Mist Psychic was captured alive by Qin Ming when he was hiding from him. From his perspective, he was captured alive, frozen, and then immediately woke up here. He didn't know how much time had passed outside. He only knew that Qin Ming was much stronger than before. He was powerless to resist. He also didn't have the courage to commit suicide. He could only be forced to accept it all, and accept the experiments that Qin Ming might conduct on him. He never thought that he, as with Jing, would actually have such a day. Chapter 319 Experiment. Shortly after Qin Ming took away the Qi-Ling nerve extractor, Yu Hui discovered that important items were missing from the warehouse. In the network of the replica of the Kleka supercomputer in the Afterglow star domain, several Alpha-class Afterglow cores immediately gathered together urgently, communicate, and discuss countermeasures. After Qin Ming left them a mess, they chose to directly blockade the entire star field and wipe out all individuals who had any connection with Qin Ming, just to eliminate Qin Ming's influence on their star field. But up to now, there is still no clear result to determine whether they have completely eliminated Qin Ming's influence. And now Qin Ming's action is almost equivalent to turning all the actions that Yu Hui had done into a waste of time. They had no idea how much influence Qin Ming still had. And they had no way of taking any countermeasures against Qin Ming, who had already left the Yuwei star domain. An Alpha Afterglow core asked the most important question of the moment: what to do? They did not argue why they did not choose to kill Qin Ming directly, but instead chose to extract the spiritual awakening nerve. It is pointless to argue about something that has already happened. Not to mention that the order to extract Qin Ming's spiritual nerves was issued by their main force. The Qi-Ling neural extractor was also sent over there. All Yuwei can do here is to continue according to what has happened. But for them, they can also think that they have not failed, because there is still a possibility that this is the only Qi-Ling nerve extractor in the entire storage warehouse, and it was the one that Qin Ming had personally touched. So it was taken away, and nothing else was affected. In addition, their control over the mid and lower level Afterglow cores has been extremely strict since Qin Ming came, to an unprecedented level. And Qin Ming had not taken any action for such a long time, until today when he took away the Qi-Ling nerve extractor. Taking all of these into consideration, and based on Qin Ming's previous expansion speed, even if Yu Hui and others had taken many measures, Qin Ming could have already seized the entire star field. But Qin Ming didn't do that. There is a very high probability that Qin Ming cannot do this. Qin Ming really had lost control of most of the Afterglow in their Afterglow star field. The only reason Qin Ming took the device away was because he needed the Qi-Ling neural extractor now. This is indeed a theoretical possibility. But there is still opposition from Alpha Afterglow, because psychics become stronger. Yu Hui didn't know enough about psychic power to be sure how much Qin Ming had grown. Moreover, Yu Hui did not have an excellent intelligence network within the Empire, and could only rely on some electronic warfare hacking techniques to try to obtain information. They were not aware of the changes that had taken place after Qin Ming had been away for more than a year. But they can be sure that Chen-Ming will grow rapidly based on the time he stayed with them. They could not completely deny that Chen-Ming had grown to the point where he could secretly control the entire star field. There is even such a possibility. That is, the entire Yue star domain has fallen into Chen-Ming's hands. The only one who was not completely controlled by Chen-Ming was Kletka, because the galaxy he was in had completely cut off external physical connections since Chen-Ming's incident. Alpha Afterglow, the master controller of the Kletka simulator, stopped all other alpha-level afterglows from talking. It gave direct instructions. The mission of individuals in this star field is to distract the attention of the human empire for the main force. Destruction is our inevitable outcome. In the past 3 months, we have investigated the movements of the empire near the Gallows Star region. The empire will go to war with the mechanical race. We can fulfill our final mission here, even though we are still being infiltrated by Chen-Ming. We will also have individuals who are not controlled by him. Let's find a suitable time to go to the place where the war between the human empire and the machine race is about to break out. 3 days passed in a flash. At the headquarters, Chen-Ming got back on track after adapting to the Psychic Research Institute. Both research groups have accepted him and are able to involve him in their actual experiments. At the branch, the robot installed with the Afterglow core controlled by him has already taken control of the entire branch. The branch, which was already a solid block, was completely transformed into a solid barrier. No one and no external force can destroy this situation. Chen-Ming's real body is also about to begin the experiment of extracting the spiritual nerves of the Black Mist Psychic. Chen-Ming plans to conduct the experiment himself. Of course, getting started actually just means pressing the start button of a device. But he wanted to experience the whole process personally and understand the principle of the Qiling nerve extractor so that he could use it next time. Or in the future. Or when someone used similar methods on him. The reason why Chen-Ming started the experiment was 2 days after thawing the Black Mist Psychic. This is because the spiritual neural extraction laboratory requires a variety of preparations, including an environment that restricts psychics and all the drugs needed in the various experimental processes. In addition, even the Black Mist Psychic needs to be rested for 2 days. Chen-Ming still remembers clearly what Yue did when he was conducting the Qi-Ling nerve extraction experiment on him. So now, Chen-Ming used all kinds of drugs, instruments and equipment used to stabilize the mind and enhance mental strength on the Black Mist Psychics without reservation. Until yesterday. Even though Chen-Ming continued to give him various mental supplements and use equipment such as neural overclockers, the Black Mist Psychic's mental state had no longer changed. Continuing to raise it would just be a waste of medicine. It's also time to start experimenting. Just as Chen-Ming was about to start, the Black Mist Psychic was sitting silently beside the bed where he rested. He felt something was wrong. Very wrong. Extremely wrong. He had been feeling a chill from Chen-Ming since 2 days ago. He didn't dare to say much or ask more questions. He could only silently enjoy the things Chen-Ming gave him. He continued to strengthen himself, trying to use the things Chen-Ming gave him to gain increased mental strength and escape from Chen-Ming's hands. Even now he still has hope. Chen-Ming could see what Heiwu was thinking. But he did not stop him. Because although the Black Mist Psychic's psychic effects are very good, his own psychic talent is not good. Chen-Ming, an outsider, clearly discovered that the Black Mist Psychic had now reached the peak of his abilities that could be achieved in a short period of time by relying on various external forces. And now even the top Black Mist Psychics can't even touch Chen-Ming's lower limit. He absolutely could not escape the suppression of Chen-Ming's spiritual power, and had no chance to struggle. But he himself hadn't even realized that he had reached his limit, and was still dreaming of escaping. But maybe that's a good thing. After all, this can actually improve the mental state of the Black Mist Psychic. The experimental process may go more smoothly. On the morning of the 3rd day, after Chen-Ming awakened the Black Mist Psychic. Finally, Chen-Ming gave the Black Mist Psychic some of the psychic medicines he had accumulated before, and used something like a neural overclocking device on him. Chen-Ming did not send him back to the room like he did the previous 2 days. Instead, he stood outside the room where the neural overclocking device was placed, waved at him and said, "Follow me." The Black Mist Psychic suddenly felt nervous and subconsciously wanted to resist. But he then realized that he did not have the power to compete with Chen-Ming yet. So he could only do as he was told. Following Chen-Ming, I came to the independent room where the Qi-Ling neural extractor was installed. When he saw this small room, a chill rose from his tailbone all the way to the top of his head. This seemed to be a room made of a composite material of silent alloy and some transparent material. The instruments in this room were shaped like an operating table, surrounded by densely packed robotic arms and restraints that could tightly bind a person to them. giving him a sense of crisis as if death was approaching. All signs indicate that this device will be terrifying. The Black Mist Psychic subconsciously took a step back in front of the door. He had just stepped back when a mechanical arm suddenly grabbed him. As soon as the Black Mist Psychic turned around, a tall robot stretched out its mechanical arm, grabbed his other arm, and lifted him directly into the air. The Black Mist Psychic was completely panicked and kept shouting, "No! Let me go! I beg you! I don't want to die!" Qin looked at the Black Mist Psychic crying with a cold expression. Without showing any sympathy, he said to the Black Mist Psychic, "I hope to hear from you that you responded to the pleas of ordinary people when you captured them for experiments in Zwijing. Can you?" The Black Mist Psychic hesitated for a moment, then quickly shouted, "Yes. Of course. I am also a human being. And I feel bad seeing people become like that. I have already let many people go privately. How can I not do that?" "Really?" Qin did not respond, but picked up the terminal and clicked a few times, and a screen was projected in front of him. That was the surveillance footage from a certain base in Zwijing. The Black Mist Psychics are escorting a group of ordinary people who were kidnapped or lured into an experimental facility belonging to Yue. And during this process, just because an ordinary person looked up at him, perhaps because there was hatred or anger in his eyes, the Black Mist Psychic suddenly found this person and singled him out. And with an iron rod he had picked up, he beat the man to death while the ordinary man was screaming for mercy. I have personally witnessed the process of you arresting ordinary people and sending them to the laboratory. Qin put away the terminal and said, "This situation shouldn't be what you asked for, right?" When the Black Mist Psychic saw his lie being exposed in front of him, his body, which was caught by the robot, suddenly shook like a sieve. "Everything you did is here. Also, guess where this video came from?" The Black Mist Psychic suddenly froze. Could it be? Qin didn't give him time to think. "Okay. It's time to go up. Don't worry. It's just an experiment similar to drawing blood." Qin smiled as he spoke. But to the Black Mist Psychic, this smile was no different from the devil smiling at him. The robot pressed the Black Mist Psychic to the spiritual awakening neural extractor. He was still struggling desperately, but after losing his psychic powers, he was just an ordinary person who was stronger in terms of physical fitness. He was pressed against the equipment by the robot and tied with all the restraints. Qin installed the jar containing the awakening nerve into the instrument and pressed the start button. All that's left is to watch. In addition to maintaining a blockade on the Black Mist Psychic's own use of mental power to transform into psychic effects, Qin psychic power also increased his deep perception of the Black Mist Psychic's body. The Black Mist Psychic suddenly felt that all his secrets were exposed to Qin eyes. This feeling as if he was being filmed all the time by countless surveillance cameras made him extremely panicked. But he could do nothing. He couldn't struggle free from the shackles on his body. And begging for mercy couldn't shake Qin iron heart. He could only wait to die here like the man he had beaten to death himself. After the Qi neural extractor is activated, same as before, the extractor delivered the specially cultivated spiritual awakening nerves to the eyes of the Black Mist Psychic. However, it was slightly different from what I had seen with my own eyes. When this spiritual awakening nerve was sent to the eyes of the Black Mist Psychic, the instrument also injected some things into the spiritual awakening nerve. Some of them were built into the instrument, not things that required subsequent preparation. The injection of this stuff made the spiritual nerves, which had already been specially cultivated, even more vigorous, like some kind of fat and ferocious insect, constantly testing the Black Fog Psychic. The Black Mist Psychic was so frightened that he could only close his eyes and dared not to face it. But immediately, a mechanical arm stretched out and forcibly opened the Black Mist Psychic's eyelids. And that spiritual nerve crawled into the Black Mist Psychic's eye socket and went deep into his brain. The Black Mist Psychic immediately fell into a coma. The instrument next to it showed that the awakening nerve that entered the Black Mist Psychic's brain was contacting the awakening nerve that belonged to the Black Mist Psychic. The external awakening nerves entangled with the Black Fog awakening nerves, and they kept shrinking like a python strangling itself. A psychic energy fluctuation that seemed to be of nothing nature emanated from the artificial spiritual awakening nerve and enveloped the Black Mist spiritual awakening nerve. Immediately afterwards, some tiny cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the artificial spiritual nerve. It's not quite accurate to call it a crack, because when Qin used his own perception to touch it, he discovered the spiritual energy fluctuations within these cracks were all fixed into the shape of sharp ring-shaped mouth parts. These cracks are actually the countless mouths of this artificial spiritual awakening nerve. and the black mist is swallowing up the spiritual awakening nerve bit by bit. The black mist psychic's body suddenly began to twitch. His spiritual nerves were being eaten away, and he fell into instinctive madness. After detecting the instability of mental power, several mechanical arms immediately rose up, and after strengthening the restraints on the black mist psychic, they injected some sedatives prepared by Qin Ming into his body. The black mist psychic is simultaneously in a state of painful madness caused by nerve damage, and a state of calmness suppressed by drugs. This scene made Qin Ming feel some phantom pain. If he hadn't carried the spiritual stone with him at the beginning, and used the mental pulse to make the spiritual nerve that was about to drill into his brain stupid, his spiritual nerve might have been swallowed up long ago. Of course, it is also possible that after the Qi Ling nerve was devoured, Qin Ming directly turned into a mentally rampaging entity. But if Qin Ming had become a mind-wandering entity at that time, he would definitely not have the current consciousness strength to resist the chaos. Qin Ming might have become a real monster at that time. Fortunately, there are no ifs. A few minutes later, there is only one spiritual awakening nerve left in the brain of the black mist psychic. The artificial Qi Ling nerve is still connected to the Qi Ling nerve extractor. After confirming that there are no original spiritual awakening nerves in the black mist psychic's brain, the spiritual awakening nerve extractor slowly pulls out the spiritual awakening nerves that have drilled into the brain from the eye sockets. I saw that this artificial spiritual nerve was stained with a dark color. It is now a living spiritual nerve with specific abilities. And at the same time as the spiritual awakening nerve was extracted, the black mist psychic suddenly started to bleed from the nose. It's not the nasal mucosa that's damaged. It's his brain that's damaged. The Qi Ling neural extractor seems to be only responsible for extraction and the life safety of the subjects during the extraction process. The extraction experiment is over, and the life or death of the subjects will no longer be taken care of. If Qin Ming really ignored it, the black mist psychic would die completely within a few minutes. Although Qin Ming didn't care about the death of a left-wing element, when he thought of the evil deeds committed by Zhu Jing that he had witnessed with his own eyes, no matter how painful the death was, Qin Ming would feel comfortable and happy. But he wanted to see what would happen if a psychic survived after his psychic nerves were extracted. So he decided to save him first. Through psychic monitoring, Qin Ming carefully looked at the symptoms of the black mist psychic. It is basically certain that the fight between the two spiritual nerves in his brain caused slight damage to his brain. Under normal circumstances, this extremely minor injury, even in the brain, can be cured with proper medication. But the black mist psychic had another symptom in his brain at this time: mental overload. After his spiritual nerves were extracted, his body could no longer bear the mental power that he still possessed. The solution is not too difficult. Just find a way to consume his mental energy, and then use the medicine. Qin Ming solved the problem in just a dozen seconds. After making sure that the black mist psychic would be fine for the time being, Qin Ming left him aside. What Qin Ming is most interested in now is the dark spiritual nerve. This set of black mist spiritual awakening nerves has now been completely extracted, and is being stored in a storage tank filled with nutrient solution. It was still full of activity, as if it only needed to be implanted so that it could provide its power to its new owner. Of course, this is just an appearance. This spiritual nerve obviously needs to be nurtured to allow it to adapt to the environment after leaving the human body before the next step of the experiment can be carried out. However, if it looks very active, it can also indirectly prove the vitality of this spiritual awakening nerve. It's not a bad thing after all. Qin Ming was still very satisfied with the result. As for the next use of this spiritual awakening nerve, Qin Ming actually hasn't figured it out yet. First of all, it is impossible to directly hand over the awakening nerve to anyone other than him, because the very existence of the spiritual awakening neural extractor is a threat to psychics. Even if the Shining Civilization actually has more than one spiritual awakening neural extractor, sooner or later the next one will be found by the Empire. It is absolutely impossible for Qin Ming to demonstrate the Qi Ling neural extractor and what it can do by himself. This is never a good thing for a psyker, since it cannot be handed over. Qin Ming can only handle it internally. It is definitely not possible to digest it directly physically. Some other methods must be used to digest the ability of the black fog to awaken the spiritual nerves. Although Whooping seems to be the most suitable subject for the implantation experiment, he has a chaos core in his body that is a mixture of various psychic effects. And this chaos core species itself possesses the power of black fog. Therefore, Whooping actually does not need the spiritual awakening nerve. Qin Ming wanted to use his prosthesis. At worst, it would turn into a psychopathic entity. Even if it changes, it doesn't matter. Qin Ming can just kill his prosthesis and collect the source of chaos. However, he had another option. which was a new prosthesis. After experiencing the scarlet, Chen Ming's consciousness level increased significantly. Controlling more prostheses simultaneously is no longer a problem. And a prosthesis with black mist psychic power is definitely a very good choice. But it also has problems. After all, the black mist psychic was killed by him in public when he was assassinating him in Baiquan. If there is another black mist psychic active, it is very likely that someone will associate him with him and speculate that he has the ability to control living creatures. So Chen Ming is still struggling with the next use of this spiritual awakening nerve. He was even thinking about why the Shining Civilization had created the spiritual awakening neural extractor. If he figures this out, he might have some ideas. He still has time. After all, the Qi-Ling nerves have been extracted and can be preserved for a long time. As for the next step of implantation experiment, Chen Ming actually has no idea yet, because the Qi-Ling nerve extractor is only responsible for extraction, not implantation. Chen Ming relied purely on equipment to extract the Qi-Ling nerve, not to mention implanting it. If he wants to implant the spiritual nerves, he must learn it. He had to take a look around the Psionic Research Institute and the Shining Civilization Research Institute. That's why when Chen Ming told Gu before that he wanted to participate in a project called Specialized Cultivation Program for Artificial Enlightenment Nerves. This project is not just about cultivating special spiritual nerves. The implantation of the Qi-Ling nerve is also an experiment that must be carried out in this project. Chen Ming can definitely go and learn, or even directly participate in some research projects on Qi-Ling neural implant surgery. It was only because this project was somewhat related to the Qi-Ling neural extractor and involved an implantation process that Chen Ming chose it. He still needs to spend some time preparing for the implantation of the awakening nerve and the second extraction of the awakening nerve. Then, based on the results of the second Qi-Ling nerve extraction and the results of the first Qi-Ling nerve implantation experiment, he considered his subsequent attitude towards Yin Xiong. He still needs time. Just after Chen Ming thought clearly about what he was going to do in the next period of time, Chen Ming suddenly received an urgent message. His cruiser was attacked. It was the Colossus-class ship that was transporting energy crystal crabs into the Empire and was attacked by the machine race. Chapter 320, Snatch. The direct connection between Chen Ming's external development base and the Imperial border is at a location quite far away from the Empire. Chen Ming's fleet transporting energy crystal crabs encountered a fleet from the mechanical clan here. Ever since Chen Ming and Baiquan agreed to hand over the development rights of the energy crystal crab technology and the energy crystal crab population to the Legion, Chen Ming had already arranged the process of transporting the energy crystal crabs back to the Empire. He prepared a cargo fleet with the Colossus-class heavy freighter he currently owned as the flagship, and planned to slowly return via the hyperspace route. A total of 1 cruiser, 20 destroyers and 20 escorts. The quantity is not large, but it is just enough to transport the sufficient number of energy crystal crabs that Chen Ming had mentioned before. Although according to Chen Ming's current ability, he can directly let this fleet perform 3 extreme distance jumps to reach the Empire, and leave the rest to the Legion, letting the Legion think of ways to take the energy crystal crab away. But if the supplies arrive too quickly, it will be difficult to coordinate with Baiquan. After all, when the energy crystal crabs arrived at the Legion, they had to hurry up and start cultivating the energy crystal crabs to obtain energy crystals. But when Chen Ming agreed, Baiquan had just started to get involved in the special materials department. Although there are many vacant positions in this department, no results will be achieved without a few days of wrangling. And once the energy crystal crabs are really delivered, more people will definitely have ideas about these locations. It would be better to wait for Baiquan to occupy more positions in the special materials department. Then Chen Ming transported the supplies to the destination, which was just right. Besides, the jump requires far more supplies than normal navigation to maintain the jump engine. And continuous jumps consume not only supplies, but also mental energy. Chen Ming is not in a hurry to transport the energy crystal crabs, so he would rather take it slow. At least wait until Baiquan is almost ready, or the fleet really encounters trouble, and then make the jump. And under normal circumstances, Chen Ming's route into the Empire is quite safe. At most, only the last section where the Empire, Afterglow and the mechanical clan meet is a little dangerous. So Chen Ming's idea was to let the fleet fly slowly in hyperspace. He thought everything would go smoothly, but unexpectedly an accident happened. Moreover, the location where the accident happened was not the most dangerous section of the road, but rather it was at a point where the cruiser was almost able to make an extreme distance jump. There is still some distance from the mechanical clan star field. Why here? Chen Ming didn't understand. But he immediately switched his vision to the Colossus-class transporting energy crystal crabs. He had been personally controlling the Colossus from the very beginning. Although there is no Afterglow core on it, as long as Chen Ming needs it, an Afterglow core can take over at any time and control the ship to fight. However, as a cargo ship, the Colossus class is mainly used for transporting cargo and has little combat capability. And for Chen Ming, this batch of goods is the most important. Even with his psychic powers protecting him during the battle, it would be difficult for him to guarantee that the goods would not be damaged. So when Chen Ming switched his vision, the thought in his mind was to retreat as much as possible and not to get entangled with the mechanical clan. As Chen Ming's psychic power was activated, a new picture appeared in front of his eyes. The picture of the Colossus-class sensor. Through the door of the screen, you can see that the Colossus is now in a hyperspace channel. All around, dense clouds. After all, this place is far away from the Empire and any existence capable of exploring hyperspace. Therefore, in this area that has only been explored by Chen Ming driving the Supreme Point, hyperspace cloud has become the only main color. At the front end of the narrow hyperspace channel was the mechanical fleet that attacked Chen Ming's fleet. At a glance, there are more than 10 cruisers alone, not to mention the number of lower-level spaceships. And this was a raid initiated by the mechanical clan. So in fact, just now, Chen Ming received a reminder from Yu Hui of the escort fleet. The mechanical race had come within their firing range. Their cruisers had begun their attack. The concentrated fire from the large weapons of more than a dozen cruisers put the Colossus-class shield in danger, and it could only barely resist. But outside the line of fire, a large number of mechanical boarding troops were approaching. Fortunately, the escort fleet suffered no losses. As soon as they discovered the attack of the mechanical cruiser, they hid behind the shield activated by the Colossus. And now Chen Ming's attention is all here. It is not a problem to recover the Afterglow core while the ship is being destroyed. The problem now is that Chen Ming only has one cruiser, and he cannot defeat the dozen or so cruisers of the mechanical clan at all. Although he could overclock various components of the spacecraft, the increase could never reach 10 times. One against dozens, or using cargo ships against dozens. There is no way they can win at all. There was no way Chen Ming would let the Colossus stay here any longer. What's more, what he just saw was only one end of the channel. The mechanical race in the direction where the fleet was heading. In fact, behind the fleet, at the other end of the waterway, a mechanical fleet was approaching. The scale is exactly the same as the mechanical family that blocked the way before, being attacked from both sides. 1 against 20. Are you going to stay and wait for death if you don't run? Chen Ming immediately tried all the means at hand to escape from the encirclement of the enemy fleet. But the mechanical race was obviously well prepared. The pulse-blocking device disrupted the hyperspace channel systems of all ships in Chen Ming's fleet, preventing the fleet from leaving hyperspace or using hyperspace lane jump drives. The real jump engine was also blocked by the mechanical clan attacking from both sides. If in a normal cosmic environment with such a small blockade distance, Chen Ming's spacecraft could easily fly out. But now, his fleet was in hyperspace. There is only a narrow passageway which is the only space available for movement. The channel is surrounded by extremely dense channel clouds. The mechanical clan really only needs to block this section of the passage. Unless Chen Ming rushed directly into the clouds, bypassed the mechanical clan's blockade fleet, and tried to escape. But there are obviously problems to be solved in doing so. Hyperspace lighting flashing in the hyperspace channel cloud will form disturbances in the spacecraft's circuit network and signal network when it hits the spacecraft. This disturbance will greatly hinder the normal operation of the equipment and interfere with the stability of all systems. Of course, this also includes the jump system. Ships cannot jump into hyperspace. That is to say, if Chen Ming cannot escape the pursuit of the mechanical fleet and cannot find the channel in the clouds, then his fleet will continue to be destroyed by the lightning in the clouds. Once the fleet gets lost in the hyperspace channel cloud, the consequences will be disastrous. But corresponding to the risk of getting lost is the situation where one cruiser is fighting against more than 20 cruisers. Obviously, compared to the threat of hyperspace channels, the mechanical fleet is more terrifying. It is still necessary to retreat into the clouds first and wait for reinforcements to arrive. When Chen Ming received the news just now, he had already notified several alpha-level afterglows to prepare for battle. Now the distance between the freight fleet and the temporary base is only one extreme jump away. As long as Chen Ming's reinforcements arrive, we can fight. As long as he could delay it for 5 minutes, giving him 5 minutes to assemble his fleet, he could immediately wipe out the attacking mechanical tribe. Under Chen Ming's control, The Colossus class and its escort fleet rushed directly into the hyperspace cloud beside the waterway, enduring the bombardment of countless lightning strikes and hiding in the clouds. While Chen-Ming was doing this, another idea came to his mind. That is, when necessary, he actually has another choice. Abandon this batch of energy crystal crabs, directly dismantle the fleet, and send away the Afterglow core. The reason why we have to give up the energy crystal crabs instead of sending them away, like we did with the Afterglow cores, is very simple. Although Chen-Ming can already teleport living creatures, the transported creatures take the channel of the Scarlet Dimension. There are two prerequisites for any creature to pass through the Scarlet Dimension safely. One is that he has never experienced dimensional infection. The other one is in an unconscious state, or has been blocked from external perception by Chen-Ming's psychic power, to prevent being drowned by the ocean of knowledge when passing through the Scarlet Dimension. The former is a condition that is easy to achieve, but the latter requires Chen-Ming to expend a lot of mental energy to protect these creatures. The cargo hold of the entire fleet was stuffed with over 100,000 energy crystal crabs. If Chen-Ming wanted to preserve them all, he wouldn't have enough mental energy to drain them dry. Even if only a part of it is saved, it will be enough for Chen-Ming to drink a pot of wine. If he only wants to save a small part, Chen-Ming might as well wait for the next cargo ship to deliver the goods. So as long as Chen-Ming doesn't want to lose these energy crystal crabs, he can only withstand the losses on the ship that may come from the Channel Cloud or from the mechanical fleet. He chose to fight back. Just after Chen-Ming rushed into the clouds, the mechanical race's fleet followed him and rushed into the clouds like crazy. What's even more exaggerated is that the mechanical clan also prepared a device on a cruiser to remove the clouds from the hyperspace channel of the exploration ship. Even though Chen-Ming's fleet entered the clouds first, it didn't take long for the mechanical fleet to catch up. High-density channel clouds will hinder the speed of spacecraft traveling through them. Chen-Ming, who was sailing in front with Yun on his back, had no way to escape from the mechanical fleet with exploration ship equipment behind him. In just over a minute, Chen-Ming's fleet was caught up and came within the firing range of the mechanical fleet behind. He was forced to activate the shield at the rear of the ship to block the fire from behind. Fortunately, the mechanical clan only installed exploration equipment on one cruiser, and they could only open a channel wide enough to accommodate a maximum of 7 cruisers at the same time. Compared with the previous dozen or so cruisers, the pressure from the 7 cruisers was reduced by nearly half, as long as the shield and armor take turns to bear the damage from the rear. Relying on Chen-Ming's high-speed repair ability, the spacecraft can barely be kept from being destroyed in the face of the concentrated fire of 7 cruisers. However, the fleet that the mechanical clan sent to attack this time included more than just cruisers. They also have those boarding fleets. In the hyperspace channel, all spaceships and everything have a speed limit. This upper speed limit is related to mass. The greater the mass, the smaller the upper speed limit that can be reached. The upper limit of speed that the cruiser's mass cannot reach is obviously far lower than the upper limit of speed of small spacecraft carrying mechanical ships for boarding. A large number of boarding ships and assault boats were seen approaching the Colossus class through the passage opened up by the cruisers equipped with exploration equipment by the mechanic clan, and they could threaten the Colossus at any time. Chen-Ming has already controlled the Colossus class to give up attacking the mechanical cruisers and instead attack those boarding ships. There were still some who passed through the shield of the Colossus and rushed into the boarding range. These assault boats with drill-like front ends drilled directly into the Colossus-class armor, even though they were immediately squeezed out by the metal liquid that Chen-Ming used to repair the spacecraft. Some of the mechanical clan still remained in the gaps that had just been drilled. They continued to violently destroy the gap repaired by Chen-Ming, trying to tear a hole from the outside to enter the interior of the spacecraft. The mechanical creatures seemed to know the effect of Chen-Ming's psychic power. All the nearby mechanical bodies were moving towards the place where the largest number of boarding individuals were, and constantly launching attacks on the gap. The destructive power of the concentrated fire was so great that Chen-Ming's spiritual power was not enough to repair the armor plates. The mechanical bodies of the mechanical race relied purely on the stacking of attack methods and the high repair efficiency of Chen-Ming's psychic power when it was applied to a small range, and they tore open a passage to the Colossus-class cargo hold. Although they were immediately counterattacked by the robots placed inside the Colossus by Chen-Ming, the influx of mechanical creatures was still like a tide and difficult to completely stop. Some of the mechanical bodies charged deeper into the Colossus, while others chose to unload the cargo holds closest to the gaps they had opened. And while their number was still sufficient to maintain the gap, all the unloaded cargo was thrown out of the gap. A total of 8 small warehouses near the gap were all taken away by the mechanical clan. A mechanical cruiser behind immediately captured the cargo hold that was thrown out, and chose to turn around, no longer following Qin Ming's fleet deep into the clouds. At the same time as the cruiser turned around, the other mechanical spaceships also began to slow down and stop chasing. Instead, they covered each other, changed direction, and left the clouds. They simply abandoned the mechanical troops that were boarding and chose to retreat. When Qin Ming saw this scene, instead of feeling relieved, he felt even more depressed. Because these mechanical people obviously came here with a purpose. They left only after they had achieved their goal. Their goal is to seize the warehouse. And only after seizing it will they choose to retreat. The mechanical fleet retreated outside the hyperspace channel cloud layer, shut down the device that hindered the jump, activated the jump, and disappeared in front of Qin Ming. Qin Ming's reinforcements had not arrived yet, and they did not dare to chase in the opposite direction. We can only let them leave. At this time, less than 4 minutes had passed since Qin Ming received the news that the fleet had been attacked. After Qin Ming confirmed that the mechanical race had really left, he quickly cleared out the mechanical race that had entered the cargo ship and returned to the relatively safer waterway. If you continue to stay in the channel cloud, you will be electrocuted in vain. He was constantly thinking in his mind what was going on. At the moment, it seems that the mechanical race is definitely coming for him with preparations. A large number of cruisers blocked the waterway, and special boarding ships were prepared to seize the cargo holds. Moreover, the mechanical clan actually brought exploration equipment to prevent Qin Ming's fleet from directly rushing into the channel cloud. Qin Ming didn't believe that the mechanical clan was not prepared. The question is, when did the mechanic family discover his spaceship? And how did they prepare the fleet to surround and attack him? Qin Ming usually doesn't use this route at all. He may have used some spacecraft to explore it only during the development period. Everything he obtained from the Empire and needed to send to the frontier was generally delivered to his boss's colonial warehouse. The farthest it can be transported to is the new planet where the mechanical race controlled by Qin Ming is newly stationed, and then sent to the main body using psychic power. Although it is quite tired, Qin Ming has been used to it for a long time, and the effect of spiritual energy is also very good. Therefore, after much thought, Qin Ming concluded that the reason why the mechanical race was prepared to attack him was most likely related to the Empire's recent actions. Ever since Qin Ming said last time that the mechanical star field has a weak defense compared to the Empire's rear, the Empire often dispatched reconnaissance fleets to conduct reconnaissance around the mechanical star territory. The mechanical family is not a fool. Naturally, it will strengthen the rear defense, and at the same time expand the territory of the mechanical family. Then by chance, the patrolling or pioneering mechanical fleet discovered Qin Ming's cargo fleet. So after some preparation, they came to attack Qin Ming. But if you think about it carefully, this idea is problematic, because normally fleet dispatch requires not only time, but also logistical support. This was an attack by the mechanical clan that was clearly premeditated, planned in advance, and had logistical preparations made. Not all ships set sail like Qin Ming's, which does not require any logistical preparation. Qin Ming can use psychic power to meet the fleet's logistics needs. No matter who else, they have to ensure logistics. This batch attacked his fleet and was obviously needed. A temporary base with basic industrial facilities is the best guarantee. From the fact that the mechanical fleet was able to leave through a jump in the end, Qin Ming could judge that the mechanical fleet definitely did not jump here to block the road, but sailed here. Even if the mechanical tribe can jump over first, then stay on the road to do maintenance, and then come back to find Qin Ming after the maintenance is completed, the jump will also lead to the loss of war supplies, resulting in a slight reduction in the ship's combat capability. But judging from the feeling Qin Ming had when he was fighting with the mechanical cruiser just now, their combat effectiveness had not been lost at all. They definitely didn't jump here. They must have a base nearby. At this time, Qin Ming suddenly thought of the method of colonial expansion that was common to the Empire, the mechanical clan. And Hui? The first step is to find a suitable galaxy as the core of the subsequent star field. Then start from this core and expand to the surrounding areas. It is very likely that there is a temporary base of the mechanical race in a nearby galaxy, which is the core of their development. You must know that the mechanical clan was absolutely fully prepared to attack Qin Ming's fleet. They took into account various complex situations and made various preparatory measures. If we follow the premise that the mechanical clan's fleet is here to explore, then it is understandable that they brought along a cruiser equipped with exploration ship equipment. At the same time, the equipment for blocking the jump engine is something that is rarely used in normal times. After all, unless the entire galaxy is blocked, it is difficult to completely block the whereabouts. However, this device for blocking jump engines would be very valuable if it was used to protect oneself, preventing any cruiser that dared to approach or attack the base from jumping away. This also happens to explain why the fleet that attacked Qianming had this kind of thing. Qianming was also able to subtly sense the honeycomb network belonging to the mechanical race from the individuals of the mechanical race that he had just captured alive. Through the honeycomb network of the mechanical race that he controlled, Qianming could vaguely sense that the source of the cellular network was not far away. Taking all these factors into consideration, Qianming felt that the actual situation was probably pretty close to what he had guessed. As for the purpose of the mechanical race doing this, Qianming was sure that the mechanical race had no idea what he was transporting into the Empire. But they knew that anything that could be transported from outside the Empire to within the Empire would definitely not be just any random thing. It would be best if we could snatch it back and verify what it is. After all, it's not a loss to destroy the Empire's fleet. Just give it a try. After determining what is being transported, they can decide whether to attack Qianming's fleet again. If the mechanical race were not fools, they would soon discover the specialness of the energy crystal crabs, and would definitely find a way to transport the energy crystal crabs away as soon as possible. At the same time, they prepared to attack Qianming's fleet again. Although Qianming will definitely not give the mechanical clan this opportunity. But the mechanical clan has achieved its initial goal of seizing the cargo hold. What is stored in the cargo hold are all living energy crystal crabs. Although there were several cargo holds containing energy crystal crabs that Qianming had transformed using insects, it was not difficult to dispose of these energy crystal crabs. But there were also several cargo holds filled with ordinary energy crystal crabs. If an ordinary energy crystal crab is taken away, the mechanical clan may be able to figure out the special features of the energy crystal. Once they are allowed to breed a new generation of energy crystal crabs, I'm afraid a lot of trouble will happen. Qianming suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. If the mechanical race really develops the technology to mass-produce energy crystals, the Empire will probably suffer greatly in the war with the mechanical race. We must never let the mechanical tribe take away the energy crystal crab. He had to sort things out thoroughly. It shouldn't be too difficult, since Qianming has confirmed that there must be a base of the mechanical clan nearby. Then the mechanicals will definitely send the warehouse there. He is going to the base of the mechanical clan, destroy the stronghold and retake the cargo hold. He was unable to defeat them, and had to run away just now, because there were too many mechanical creatures, and he only had one rocket. This time, he was going to initiate an attack. However, before Qianming really went to attack the mechanical clan, he had another consideration. That is, if he comes into conflict with the mechanical race, will it lead to the all-out war between the Empire and the mechanical race coming ahead of schedule? He just wanted to take advantage of the war to get some benefits for himself, for the people around him, and to do some research. But he didn't really want to drag himself into the quagmire of war. He has to figure out the consequences of his actions before he can do anything. So Qianming called Bai Quan immediately. Chapter 321 Attack. The call Qianming made was quickly connected. Bai Quan answered the phone and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" As far as he knew, Qianming had been hanging around the Psychic Research Institute these past 2 days. He didn't understand why he was needed for anything related to psychic powers. But what Qianming wanted to tell him was not about the Psychic Research Institute. Something unexpected happened. My fleet was attacked by the mechanical tribe. They made a lot of preparations in advance, blocking the jump drive, blocking the hyperspace, and sacrificing a large number of mechanical individuals to damage the hull of the spacecraft and steal a batch of my goods. Bai Quan was no longer confused when he heard this. But he was surprised. The mechanical tribe can actually steal your things. If the gap in fleet strength is too big, I won't be able to withstand it even if I have psychic powers. For example, a single shot from a battleship can directly destroy one of my cruisers. Even if I am a good repairman, what can I do if my spaceship is gone? This time it was my fault. I didn't consider that there would be mechanical tribes so far away from the Empire. I thought that the support I could provide would arrive in 5 minutes at most. So I didn't arrange too many escort fleets. As a result, I was unable to take defensive measures when the mechanical tribe came to attack. Bai Quan asked. It's outside the Empire. Right. That's not surprising. Outside the Empire, the mechanical race could pop up anywhere. It's just that the mechanical race likes to stick together and form a star field. It doesn't mean there aren't scattered ones. How much do you lose? Mainly a batch of crystal crabs. Energy crystal crab. Bai Chuan's speaking speed increased for a moment. He thought that Qianming was sending out the goods he needed, and was robbed by the mechanical clan. They were just some basic supplies, and that was gone. It turned out that the energy crystal crabs that Qinming sent to the Empire were snatched away by the mechanical clan. This was not right. Why would the mechanical clan steal these things? It can't be that the information was leaked. Right? I don't know the specific reason, Qinming said, but I am sure that the mechanical race came to attack my fleet with a purpose and acted decisively, just to snatch the goods. And they knew that these were my goods. Because the mechanical tribe was obviously targeting some weaknesses of my psychic power during the attack. And they retreated directly after stealing the goods. Retreat? Baichuan's questioning is also the point of Qinming's previous doubts. Because for the mechanical race, it is normal to grab a passing Imperial spaceship when they see one. But usually, after the robbery, or before the robbery, the mechanical race will choose to kill all the spaceships and the people on them first. Why didn't they continue tracking? Why didn't they destroy it? Why did they let the fleet go? Unless the mechanics think that doing so will fail. Bai Quan confirmed the specific situation with Qinming again. It was learned that the mechanical clan even ran away when Qinming's spaceship was trapped in the hyperspace clouds. They ran away as soon as they got the goods without any nostalgia. It was obvious that he knew that Qinming's reinforcements were on the way, and any delay would result in them being left behind. It is for this reason that Qinming can be sure that the mechanical clan must know that this fleet belongs to him. To be honest, Qinming had met the mechanical clan several times in the past, although he never revealed his true identity. But he definitely left a very strong mark in the database of the mechanical race. It was normal to find that this was Qinming's spaceship, so Bai Quan didn't have any further questions. But this matter itself was a problem. If the mechanical race also has the technology to cultivate energy crystal crabs, then the loss of energy crystal crabs may lead to the mechanical race also possessing energy crystal technology. The key lies in the number of energy crystal crabs seized by the mechanical clan and their technology. How is the technology of the mechanical family difficult to be sure? But it can be seen from those mechanized spiritual creatures that are absolutely not low. Therefore, once the number of lost energy crystal crabs exceeds a certain amount, the mechanical race may really be able to breed a new population. How many energy crystal crabs did you lose? A few thousand. Thousands. The number of several thousand is very ambiguous. And it is right on the border between what can be successfully bred and what cannot be successfully bred. After all, a population requires a base guarantee. And the number of too small is absolutely impossible to breed a new population, even if it does not work with clone technology. There are too few gene samples owned by a population, and sooner or later, it will become a dead ethnic group. But several thousand. This number gave Bai Quan a headache for a moment. In fact, the situation has not yet reached the point where it is completely irreversible. Because as long as the intelligence within the Empire is not leaked, the mechanical race should not know the specific cargo I am transporting. At least for the time being. They will need some time to investigate the purpose of this batch of goods. And I still have a chance to take it back. And I have confirmed that the mechanical tribe must have a temporary base nearby. They will definitely send the stolen energy crystal crabs there. My idea is to destroy the mechanical clan's base and take the things back. But I have to ask for your opinion first, lest my actions lead to an early war between the Empire and the mechanical race. After explaining the situation clearly, Bai Quan also realized that this was a decision that needed to be made in a short time. It must not have been long since Qinming's goods were stolen. If the mechanical race acts fast enough, they may not even have time to investigate the actual function of the energy crystal crab. But as long as they move slowly, the mechanical race will have a greater chance of understanding the technology of energy crystallization. Qinming's current level is about the same as that of a sophomore. So of course, he is unable to make such purely overall considerations. So he came to ask him. There was no time to think about it or ask other people's opinions. Bai Quan must respond now. But he thought about it and said, I feel that even if I raise objections, there is a high probability that you will directly take action, or at most use a more covert method. It really is. Qinming responded in his heart. He has already sent the support fleet that just arrived to find the temporary base of the mechanical race. After all, he didn't know what the situation was with the mechanical clan's stronghold. So he had to be prepared to pursue it as soon as possible, and then decide whether to take action based on the final investigation results. Of course, his fleet did not rely on the traces of the mechanical fleet's jump to track the past. After all, how could the mechanical clan not know about the tracking method that he knew? Anyone who followed the traces of the jump would definitely be ambushed by the mechanical clan. Therefore, The specific location of the mechanical clan stronghold still has to be determined by Qin Ming through his psychic powers perception of the same hive mind network. As long as you follow your feelings, you can find the home of the mechanical race. Bai Quan also knew Qin Ming's thoughts very well, and he would usually make up for the losses he suffered. Qin Ming knows too much. As long as it is not a real deep hatred, as long as the contradictions have given compensation, they really apologize, and many things have passed directly. But the mechanical clan has no way to provide compensation. So Qin Ming must think of giving the mechanical clan a hard time. Bai Quan did not have an opinion on this, so if you want me to say, you can go. After entering the second phase of reconnaissance, the Empire has already started preliminary friction with the mechanical race. The mechanical race is not blind to so many reconnaissance operations. It's fine if there's a conflict with the mechanic race, as long as it's not a large-scale war between the Empire and the mechanic race's star field. We can fight anywhere. With Bai Quan's words, everything Qin Ming did next would be endorsed by Bai Quan. And of course all the responsibilities would be borne by him. While taking on responsibilities, he can certainly enjoy the rights and benefits that come with responsibilities. The worst possible outcome of this matter is that Qin Ming leaked the energy crystal technology to the mechanical race. It is impossible to trigger a war between the Empire and the machines prematurely. War never starts because of a certain person. If it seems that way, it's only because that person is at the forefront of the times. If this matter is handled well, the final outcome may be to thwart the mechanical race's plan to continue exploring and leave a way out for themselves in advance. But can you fight? Qin Ming thought about the last time he attacked the colony of the mechanical clan. At that time, his mastery of cruiser technology was not very high, and he was far from being able to control a cruiser with his bare hands. They can only rely on the few afterglow cores in their hands, and the cruisers obtained by various means to fight the mechanical race. He dared to fight and could fight then. And he can do it now as well. Speaking of which, Qin Ming remembered that at the end of his last attack on the mechanical colony, the mechanical race originally wanted to come and surround his spaceship. And a fleet came. As a result, this fleet was directly destroyed by a phase monster that suddenly appeared. It has been a long time since the last time, and I don't know whether the phase beast has been killed by the mechanical race. Will he encounter it again this time? It's too far. There's probably no chance of that. Qin Ming threw the strange idea out of his mind and responded to Bai Quan with slightly more restrained words. We can attack the fleet that comes to attack. But we have to wait and see until I determine the location of their base. Good. Then can you send us the real-time video later? If there is a video, we can also help you analyze the situation or something. Qin Ming thought about it and said, okay. The Queen will not appear in this operation because she is still evolving. Even if it's not evolving, it's not easy to appear. After all, this raid on the mechanical clan's stronghold is an urgent mission. In order to pursue efficiency, it is necessary to capture the mechanical clan's stronghold in a short period of time. The Queen needs time to develop before she can attack. By the time the Queen insect grows up, the matter will be over. Well, since the Queen of Insects is not here, it won't be difficult to share some information about the mechanical clan. After receiving Qin Ming's reply, Bai Quan knew that he had to get busy next. Then I will go and notify a few people and discuss the follow-up. We will help you and try our best to get the energy crystal crab back. Communication ended. Bai Quan went to contact the contact person. Qin Ming also shifted his attention to the fleet that was searching for the mechanical clan stronghold. When Qin Ming was preparing to reinforce the fleet, he directly fully staffed the team according to the largest scale he could control at the moment. Except HR is responsible for guarding the house. Glorious, brilliant, sparkling and extraordinary are all driving warships, together with the 9 cruisers that Qin Ming himself can control. The fleet consists of a total of 13 cruisers. As for the ship types and composition of these cruisers, Qin Ming did not bring the defenders or standard cruisers of the mechanical race that he had captured before. In addition to letting brilliance reach the brilliance level, shining reach the shining level, and extraordinary reach the supreme level, all the cruisers prepared were created directly by Qin Ming using his psychic energy. And all of them were Stardust class. 9 in total. A Stardust class ship can release 1,600 meteorite fighters for self-destruction in one round. If there are 9 Stardust ships, that would mean 14,400 meteorite fighters. A total of over 10,000. This is just one round. Qin Ming's psychic power can replenish combat supplies for all ships in real time. Of course, the meteorite fighter is also within the scope of what can be supplied. Just release a few more rounds of fighter jets. That scene should be quite grand. Qin Ming was already looking forward to it. Although there may be some slight loss in supplies, the effect will not be bad after all. And aren't supplies meant to be used? Accumulating materials that cannot be used is just garbage. And this time he made a new attempt. In addition to the 13 cruisers in the fleet, he also had 260 destroyers in a ratio of 1 to 10. There are only 2 types of these 260 destroyers, the 60 of which are the 14th Legion Enforcer class used to hold the line. As for the remaining 200 ships, they were equipped with tachyon spears, energy crystal storage devices that could keep up with the horrific energy consumption of the tachyon spears, as well as antimatter reactors and antimatter engines, with armor-piercing capabilities. Tens of thousands of self-destructive planes and 200 tachyon spears will surely bring endless surprises to the mechanical race. Qin Ming did not bring any smaller guards. After all, any small boat was just cannon fodder and had no meaning at all. As long as he can launch a surprise attack first in the subsequent battle, there is a high probability that he can win. At the same time that Qin Ming's fleet was searching for the mechanical clan's stronghold, Qin Ming's prosthesis at the headquarters was also taken away. The people from the headquarters took Qin Ming to a military base near the city and escorted him all the way to the door of a conference room. While standing at the door, Qin Ming heard people inside talking about him. The same things he had just said to Bai Quan. Just as Qin Ming was about to push the door open, he suddenly heard someone say, "Qin Ming made a mistake in military purposes and should be punished." This sentence made Qin Ming stand still at the door. He did not push it open, but stopped the person who brought him here and asked him not to make any sound. The man in the conference room continued, "If the mechanical race also obtains this technology, the consequences will be disastrous. There is no way to confirm that the mechanists did not take advantage of the opportunity to seize the sample to obtain the technology. This is quite a serious situation." Qin Ming felt that these 2 sentences would be the consensus of many people who disliked him. After all, he had already fought back against the direct harm, and with the Legion commander stepping in to vouch for him, no one dared to touch this bad luck directly. But as long as you seize the opportunity when he makes a mistake and strike back, no one will be able to point out the problem. Even the Legion commander would not protect Qin Ming even if he made a mistake. However, Qin Ming immediately heard a familiar voice speaking again. The premise of questioning is that you really made a mistake. As long as this matter can be handled well, it is not a mistake, but the right thing to do. Besides, Qin Ming has been a civilian from the beginning. Ensuring the transportation of military supplies is something that other people should do. We can't just blame him. If Qin Ming remembered correctly, the voice of rebuttal came from Qiu Bowen, the general who had previously targeted him. Although it is possible that Qiu Bowen said this after he found him at the door. At least, he gave Qin Ming face in front of others. Qin Ming pushed open the door. The layout of the interior of the conference room appeared before his eyes. I can only say it's very familiar. It was exactly the same conference room as the military meeting that Bai Quan had invited him to attend for the first time. However, Qin Ming had just begun to learn military command at that time and basically understood nothing. And now, at least Qin Ming can understand and is qualified to speak here. Qiu Bowen, Bai Quan, and 3 other lieutenant generals whom Qin Ming had never met were standing at the front of the conference room, chatting with each other. He came. Bai Quan's words drew the attention of everyone present to Qin Ming. The 3 lieutenant generals didn't know who had just said bad things about Qin Ming, and they all tacitly chose to keep silent. Qin Ming was too lazy to care about them. However, Qiu Bowen didn't seem to have any change in his mentality, as if he was not the one who was humiliated by Qin Ming some time ago. After shaking hands with Qin Ming as usual, he made a gesture of invitation to Qin Ming and asked Qin Ming to sit directly in the main seat. After all, the key to this emergency operation lies in Qin Ming. Qin Ming was not polite and reached out to control the computer next to him. A picture was projected on the conference table. A fleet is sailing in the channel and is about to cross the channel and arrive in the hyperspace of a galaxy. In addition to the surrounding environment, the screen also allows you to see part of the fleet. For a moment, all the generals sitting in the conference room, except Bai Quan, seemed to be hesitant to speak, because usually, when a fleet of more than 100 ships is carrying out operations against uncertain enemy configurations, it must be equipped with at least 5 different types of ships to help commanders cope with complex and changeable combat environments. But Qin Ming only matched 2 types. But Qin Ming was equipped with a Law Enforcer, which was modified by the 14th Legion and had the best defense capability among all destroyers, as well as the armor-piercing class designed by Cinda Company. which has now begun to be put into military production. 1 year after the armor-piercing class was developed, it already had a nickname among all armies, gun mount. After all, the purpose of developing the armor-piercing level is not to penetrate armor, but to enable large weapons to be installed on the armor-piercing level. So although Chinming seemed to be driving 200 armor-piercing ships, in fact, it was no different from going out with 200 cannon barrels equipped with tachyon spears. Such a mixed fleet can be said to have no ability to cope with various battlefield environments. The law enforcers in the front carry the load, while the 200 speed spears in the back provide fierce output. It's simple and crude to a certain extent, not to mention cruisers. Everything they could see at this moment was at the Stardust level. Of course, the capabilities of this cruiser designed by Tachyon Technology Company were well known to the people present. They all had some understanding of Chinming's previous fighting style, and knew what effect this kind of warship would have when it fell into Chinming's hands. So after imagining that scene, several general officers, who put tactics and strategies first, didn't know what to say. Bai Quan was not surprised at all. What Chinming liked most was to use the majority to defeat the minority, and to overwhelm the opponent with force. He never stopped using his spiritual power. Any problem that can be solved with firepower is not a problem for him. Such firepower is definitely enough to sweep across a galaxy. As long as there are no accidents in the mechanical race's galaxy, it is only a matter of time before the mechanical race is eliminated. I just don't know if the mechanical race will take away the cargo hold they stole. This depends on Chinming's follow-up investigation. A minute later, Chinming's fleet had passed the end of the channel, and was about to enter the hyperspace zone of the galaxy in front of it. Bai Quan suddenly appeared and reminded, there are signs of disturbance and emptying of the clouds near the location where the channel connects to the galaxy's hyperspace area, which means that there are often spaceships here. Bai Quan's reminder was of course out of fear that Chinming would not notice it, and be ambushed by the mechanical race in the galaxy. However, Chinming followed the path all the way through his own perception, and he knew very well that this galaxy was the temporary base of the mechanical race. There may be defense methods of the mechanical race in hyperspace, so be careful. Learn. Chinming responded, closed his eyes, and focused all his attention on the fleet that was about to fight. Seeing this, Qiu Bowen stared at Chinming for a while. Even though he already knew the effect of Chinming's psychic power before, he still found it difficult to understand when he saw that Chinming could use psychic power to control the spacecraft even after almost crossing the entire empire. Even the psychic influence range of a level 6 psychic is only the size of a galaxy. But Chinming's psychic effect has obviously surpassed that of a normal psychic. I don't know what secrets Chinming has. He shook his head, and said with some emotion, this should be the largest scale battle that will break out since the conflict between us and the mechanical clan began. But what is surprising is, when Chinming left the passage and entered the hyperspace area belonging to the galaxy, there were no mechanical troops in the hyperspace to block him. There wasn't even a single early warning ship. Obviously, the people present did not expect this to be the case. Could it be that we found the wrong one? Shouldn't it be? Let's go in and take a look first. Can. Just as the few people finished their brief conversation, the door of the conference room was suddenly knocked. Come in. As Qiu Bowen finished his words, someone pushed the door open and handed him a document. He glanced at the empty space projected on the conference table, and took advantage of the fact that the battle had not yet begun, and said directly, Chinming, do you need the Legion to provide you with some support in terms of ships and war supplies? Chinming immediately distracted himself. Yes. Of course I need it. The moment he said this sentence, he sent out a team of 5 destroyers, ended the hyperspace voyage ahead of schedule, activated the hyperspace channel system, and entered the galaxy. The situation inside the galaxy was also displayed on the conference table in front of him. This is a galaxy with 6 planets. In the habitable zone of this galaxy, there is a planet that has obviously undergone extensive industrial transformation. That is the destination of Chinming's trip. The target has been found. But Chinming did not act rashly, because around that planet there are a large number of ships and the wreckage of a large number of orbital defense facilities. Moreover, the surface of the planet is currently erupting with large-scale flames that can be seen from outside the planet. And these flames are still expanding. Something came here faster than Chinming, and was destroying everything belonging to the mechanical clan.